Chapter 47. The monk Xuandu always appeared at strange times and in strange places. Li Mu had reason to suspect that he was following him. However, after Xuandu appeared, Li Mu was completely relieved. He was a fourth-realm ghost cultivator, and even she was very wary of Xuandu. This monk was at least a fourth-realm Buddhist golden body expert, which was equivalent to a Daoist abhijna expert. It would be easy for him to deal with this tiger demon. Li Mu even wanted to see how Xuandu subdued this tiger demon. After all, he had never seen anyone use Buddhist abhijna properly. After heaving a sigh of relief, he let go of Li Qing's wrist and introduced him to Li Qing. This is Master Xuandu, whom I mentioned to you before. Li Qing was pulled behind Li Mu just now. At this moment she took a small step forward and stood side by side with him. She looked at Xuandu. The tiger demon looked at the strange monk who suddenly appeared and roared, "You want to convert me?" The roaring sound made Li Mu's ears buzz. Xuandu was the closest to the tiger demon. His clothes were fluttering in the demonic wind caused by the tiger's roar, but his body was firm. He said calmly, "This poor monk has converted countless people in my life, and I have met many demons like you. Then let me see what a monk like you is capable of." The tiger demon ignored Li Mu and Li Qing for the time being. He could feel that this monk was not to be trifled with. He rolled on the ground and immediately revealed his true form. He was a fierce tiger with a white forehead and white eyes. He opened his mouth from afar and roared at Xuandu. Roar. An invisible wave of air swept towards Xuandu. The sand and stones on the ground immediately flew up and the grass was also lifted. However, there seemed to be an invisible air shield around Xuandu's body, preventing the sand and stones from getting close to him. Demons that had taken human form often had innate magical powers. The strength of this tiger demon's roar was extraordinary. Li Mu's mind went blank. All that was left was the sound of a tiger's roar, which gave him a splitting headache. Only when two slightly cold palms covered his ears did that feeling disappear. After Li Qing covered Li Mu's ears, she looked at the tiger demon and the monk again. Amidst the whistling, Xuandu stood there calmly. Suddenly, he put his palms together and began to chant a Buddhist prayer. Amitabha. An invisible sound wave spread out along with his voice. Immediately, the sand and stones on the ground were swept up. A few large trees between him and the tiger demon were uprooted. The tiger demon's body was also sent flying and pressed under a tree. The tiger demon suddenly leaped up and bounced away from the tree. The words Amitabha were still echoing in his ears. He revealed a look of shock. He found it hard to believe that the tiger's roar he was most proud of had been easily resolved by the monk using the same sound wave technique. The tiger demon's body trembled as countless shadows flew out from his body once again. They whistled towards Xuandu. Xuandu quietly looked at the shadows. Moments later, the compassion on his face was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced with a ferocious look. Li Mu's heart stirred. He understood Xuandu. The monk's usual compassion was only on the surface. If he really went berserk, he might be even more ferocious than the tiger demon. He did not know what kind of Buddhist magical powers Xuandu would use. He widened his eyes and was prepared to open his eyes. Xuandu looked at the tiger demon and said angrily, "Insolent demon. I never expected you to take the lives of so many innocent people." The tiger demon snorted coldly. "Today there will be 3 more of you." Xuandu looked coldly at the tiger demon and extended his hand. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten to bring his staff with him. He simply took off his kasaya and rolled up his sleeves before charging at the tiger demon. The tiger demon also leaped up and extended its gigantic tiger claw, slapping at Xuandu's head. The tiger claw had a massive momentum and brought with it the sound of the wind. In an instant it was above Xuandu's head. Bam! Xuandu did not dodge as he allowed the tiger claw to strike his bald head. Kacha! After a crisp sound of bones breaking, the tiger demon's claw bent in the opposite direction. It was clearly broken. At the same time, Xuandu's fist had already landed on the tiger demon's head. All of his teeth flew out as his body flew backwards. He crashed through several large trees before falling to the ground. This scene left Li Mu dumbfounded. If the tiger demon's claw had landed on his head, he would definitely have died on the spot. How hard was the monk's bald head that it could be broken by the tiger's claw? Li Qing removed her hands from Li Mu's ears and explained, "Buddhists cultivate their physical bodies. When they reach the 4th realm, the golden body realm, Their bodies are indestructible and their physical strength is strong. They are far superior to demons in human form. Li Mu swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his gaze continued to follow Xuandu. After sending the tiger demon flying with a punch, Xuandu did not stop. In a flash, he appeared beside the tiger demon again. Bam! He punched down again. Bam! 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 After countless punches, it seemed that his hatred was still not appeased. He picked up a large tree and smashed it heavily on the tiger demon's body. Master, spare my life. Spare my life, Master. Please redeem me. I'm willing to be redeemed by you. Please redeem me. Spare my life. The tiger demon's initial roar turned into a plea for mercy. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. Xuandu's voice was still full of energy. Redeem your mother's head. You want me to redeem you? Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? After killing so many lives, you still want to beg for mercy. I'll destroy your body and soul today. After a long time, a shadow floated out from the tiger demon's body. As soon as it flew into the sky, it was about to escape into the distance. Xuandu stood up and formed a seal with one hand. He pressed down on the void in front of him. In the sky, a golden handprint appeared out of thin air and pressed down on the tiger demon's soul. Li Mu heard a roar that was filled with endless fear and indignation. The tiger demon's soul turned into countless light spots and dissipated. Xuandu waved his sleeves and all the wandering shadows were collected by him. Amitabha. He put his palms together and whispered, after we go back, I'll use the Dharma to redeem you and help you reincarnate as soon as possible. Li Mu pursed his dry lips and thought to himself, this is what a fierce man should be like. At this time, Xuandu had already put on his kasaya and walked to Li Mu and Li Qing. He bowed politely and said, fate is really wonderful. Young benefactor, we meet again. Li Mu reacted and immediately said, thank you, Master Xuandu, for helping us out. Xuandu smiled and said, everyone has the right to kill such a harmful demon. After that, he looked at Li Mu and Li Qing and asked, I was meditating in the Jinshan temple just now when I suddenly saw the Buddha's light soaring into the sky. There should be a Buddhist master here. May I ask if you have seen this person? From the time Li Mu recited the Heart Sutra to the time Xuandu came here, it was at most a minute. It could be seen that this monk's cultivation was profound. Li Mu did not want to expose himself in front of him, so he shook his head and said, no, we didn't see any monk. Boss, did you see him? Li Qing glanced at him and shook her head. Oh, what a pity. Xuandu sighed softly and said, the Buddha's light was so strong that it could be clearly seen from 10 miles away. It must be a Buddhist master who passed by. I wanted to ask him about the Dharma. What a pity, what a pity. Li Qing glanced at Li Mu again, her eyes full of deep meaning. After Xuandu sighed, he looked at Li Mu again and asked, I don't know if you have thought about it. Are you willing to convert to Buddhism? Li Mu did not refuse directly this time. After all, Xuandu's performance just now really shocked him. If he could learn this skill, he would not be so embarrassed when he met the lizard spirit that day. He thought for a moment, looked at Xuandu and asked, can I grow my hair if I convert to Buddhism? Xuandu nodded and said, yes, shaving is just the appearance. If you can eliminate your troubles, what's the difference whether you shave or not? Li Mu asked again, can I not be a vegetarian? Xuandu said, wine and meat pass through the intestines but the Buddha stays in the heart. If there is no Buddha in the heart, fasting and eating vegetarian is useless. Li Mu continued to ask, can I marry a wife? Xuandu shook his head. No, the 6 roots of Buddhism are pure and the 4 elements are empty. Goodbye. Li Mu decisively refused. He looked at Li Qing and said, boss, let's go. After taking 2 steps, he turned back. Xuandu asked with a smile, could it be that you have changed your mind? Li Mu shook his head, pointed to the body of the tiger demon and said, I just want to ask, do you still want this tiger skin, master? Chapter 48. Although the tiger demon was dead, its dead form was still useful to Li Mu. Its soul had already been scattered by Xuandu, but its spirit was still in its body. Extracting its courage would be of great help to Li Mu in condensing the 3 reverse spirits. Xuandu was a little disappointed, but he still said, this demon has done a lot of evil and deserved to die. I still have some use for its tiger skin. If you want to extract its courage, you can do so yourself. Li Mu walked to Li Qing and whispered, boss, how do I extract its courage? Li Changliang performed a hand incantation gesture, and a cloud of mist slowly drifted out from the tiger demon's body, which had been ravaged beyond recognition by Xian Du. Li Qing did not give the tiger demon's courage to him directly. It would only be useful after he had absorbed enough anger. Xuandu looked at the completely dark sky and said to the two, Ba, this place is not close to the county. It is difficult to travel at night. The Jinshan temple is nearby. Why don't you two rest in the temple for the night and return tomorrow? Li Mu looked at Li Qing and waited for her to make a decision. Li Qing looked at him and nodded. Then we will disturb you, master. Since Li Qing agreed, Li Mu naturally had no objections. In this darkness with her high cultivation, there was no problem for her to travel. To Li Mu it was a little difficult to travel at night in the mountains. Li Mu woke up the two weasel demons. When the weasels woke up, the first thing they did was to kneel on the ground and tremble. Tiger King, please spare us, please spare us. Before the tiger became a demon, it was the king of the mountains. After becoming a demon, the demons had to hide. They did not even dare to emit a bit of demon aura. Otherwise, they would become food in the tiger's mouth. It thought it was going to die, so it did not care so much and did not hide its demon aura. This attracted the tiger demon. Even if the two of them transformed, they were no match for the tiger demon, let alone now. The weasel was sad. It was lucky not to be killed by human cultivators, but to be buried in the tiger's mouth. Li Mu glanced at the frightened weasel and said, Get up, the tiger king is dead. Dead? The weasel looked up and saw the tiger demon's corpse not far away. It was so scared that it sat on the ground. Xuandu picked up the tiger demon's corpse with one hand and walked forward along the mountain path. Li Mu and Li Qing followed behind him. The two weasels also quickly got up and followed. On the way to the Jinshan temple, Li Mu learned that the name of the weasel was Yellow Rat. It was a weasel that had been cultivating for 50 years. And the injured weasel was his wife. A month ago, the weasel's wife was injured by a cultivator. That cultivator wanted to take its soul for cultivation. Although it tried to escape, its foundation was destroyed. If Li Mu did not help, it would not have lived for more than 3 days. Li Mu just repaired a little of its foundation. If it wanted to fully recover, it would need to use the light of Buddha a few more times. After the incident with Lin Wan and the weasel's wife, Li Mu vaguely felt that not all light of Buddha had such an effect. The Heart Sutra should have more than one use. It was just that he had not discovered it yet. Xuandu said that the Jinshan temple was not far from here. The three of them walked for half an hour. The temple standing on the mountainside was not big, but it was not small either. Seeing Xuandu return, the two acolytes guarding the gate immediately trotted over and said respectfully, Martial uncle. Xuandu said, These two benefactors need to stay in the temple for a night. Arrange 2 meditation rooms for them. The acolytes looked at Li Mu and Li Qing and nodded repeatedly. Although there was a rule in the temple that female benefactors were not allowed to stay overnight, Martial uncle Xuandu had never talked about rules. Even the abbot could not do anything about it. Xuandu threw the tiger's corpse on the ground and said, This tiger demon has done a lot of evil. Carry it in later and put it in the woodshed. Tomorrow, give it to the tailor at the foot of the mountain and ask him to make a tiger skin mattress for the abbot. The weasel stood outside and looked at Li Mu. He said nervously, Immortal master, I can't enter the temple. I'll wait outside. As long as there were real Buddhist cultivators in the temple, it would be blessed by the light of Buddha. It would be difficult for demons and ghosts to enter. Even if the weasel couple went in, they would be on tenterhooks. Li Mu nodded and said, You can go back first. Wait for us here tomorrow morning. He was not worried that the two demons would run away. The weasel's wife's foundation had not recovered. If she ran away, it would still be difficult for her to escape. Although the weasel was a demon, he was also affectionate and righteous. He would not run away alone. The acolytes were agile and quickly tidied up 2 clean meditation rooms for them. Li Mu thought that Li Qing would ask him something, but she only told Li Mu to rest early and go back to the yamen early tomorrow morning. Then she walked into the meditation room next door. After being busy for half a day, Li Mu was already a little tired. After coming to the Jinshan temple, he became energetic again. There was a sandalwood scent in the meditation room which calmed one's mind. Li Mu's mind was focused on the sky. As he was habitually guiding the practice, he suddenly remembered that this was the holy land of Buddhism. It seemed to be a little offensive to practice Taoist cultivation here. Coincidentally, there was a Buddhist scripture beside the futon. Li Mu took it and casually flipped through a few pages. There were two kinds of Buddhist scriptures. One was the ordinary scripture, which was also the scripture that believers chanted daily. This kind of scripture could be chanted casually and would not appear the light of Buddha. The other kind was the Dharma Sutra. The Dharma Sutra contained the magic of Buddhism. Chanting it could increase the Dharma power or perform Shintong. The light of Buddha was the most common Shintong of Buddhism. Of course, the Jinshan temple would not put the Dharma Sutra in the meditation room. The one in Li Mu's hand was just an ordinary scripture. A few days ago, when he asked for a few talismans from Li Qing and used them to search his memory, Li Mu found that among the few Buddhist scriptures that he had read, only the Heart Sutra could cause the light of Buddha to appear. He could not explain the reason, but he was not greedy. The Heart Sutra had saved him many times. As his Dharma power increased, he might find other magical uses. He sat cross-legged on the futon and began to chant the Heart Sutra silently using the art of silence. This time there was no golden light on Li Mu's body. Previously he felt that when a monk cultivated he should not become a walking light source, illuminating wherever he went. On the way to the Jinshan temple, Li Mu asked Xuandu and found out that when chanting the Dharma Sutra, the light of Buddha could be concealed. Xuandu wanted to persuade Li Mu to convert. When he talked about this concealment method, he was not stingy and taught him immediately. Li Mu could finally cultivate Buddhism without worrying about the problem of the light. While Li Mu was chanting and cultivating in the Jinshan temple in the Buddhist hall, a few novice monks looked up. Light and shadow intertwined on their faces, flickering. If one looked closely, they would find that it was not their faces that were flickering, but the golden body of the Buddha statue in the hall that was emitting a golden light. One of the novice monks reacted and immediately said, "Go and tell the abbot." Li Mu was cultivating when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps outside the meditation room, disturbing his concentration. He thought that the Jinshan temple was on fire. When he opened the door, he saw Li Qing coming out of the meditation room next door. Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "What happened?" Li Qing looked in the direction of the Buddhist hall and said, "I heard from the monks that the Buddha statue in the hall was shining for no reason just now." Li Mu and Li Qing were only guests and it was not good for them to walk around in the temple. Therefore, although he was curious, he did not go and join in the fun. He only asked Li Qing, "The Buddha statue can also shine?" Li Qing explained, "The Buddha statue in the Jinshan temple has been worshipped by pilgrims all year round and has long been a kind of spiritual treasure. The Buddha statue will not shine for no reason. It should be because it is attracted by something." Li Mu's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered something. That night when he helped Lin Wan for the first time, it seemed that there was also a strange phenomenon in the nearby temple, but he did not think much of it at that time. However, the second time this happened, the possibility of it being a coincidence was very small. He swallowed and asked, "Could it be because someone is chanting the scriptures?" "It shouldn't be." Li Qing shook her head and said, "The masters of the Jinshan temple chant the scriptures day and night. These Buddha statues have been here for hundreds of years. If there was a strange phenomenon, it would have happened long ago. It would not have waited until today unless a new scripture came out." Li Mu's throat moved and he said, "Maybe there is another reason." Li Qing looked in the direction of the Buddhist hall and said, "Half a month ago, there were many strange phenomena in the ancestral court of Fu Lu school. The Taoist scriptures trembled and the Taoist bell kept ringing, as if new Taoist magic arts were being created. It has attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Now similar phenomena have appeared in Buddhism. Something must have happened in Beijing." Li Mu stood there in a daze. Li Qing noticed his strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Mu suddenly yawned and said with a smile, "I'm suddenly a little tired. I'll go back to my room to rest. Good night, boss." Chapter 49. Early in the morning, when the morning bell of the Jinshan temple rang, Li Mu got out of bed in a meditation room. Last night, when he heard that there was a strange phenomenon in the Jinshan temple, he was so scared that he didn't practice for the whole night. That he had a good sleep. Half a month ago, Li Mu suddenly had an idea. He used many Taoist scriptures from his previous life to replace the mantra and tried to use Taoist techniques to investigate the matter of Zhao Yang's soul detachment. When he met Lin Wan, he used the Heart Sutra to replace the Buddhist scriptures for the first time, which led to the Buddha's light of salvation. Whether it was the Taoist scriptures or the Heart Sutra, it was the first time that they appeared in this world. Li Mu also learned yesterday that when these Taoist scriptures that could trigger the power of heaven and earth appeared for the first time, they would be sensed by some existence or special objects and produce some special movements. Li Mu still remembered Su He's advice. An ordinary man was innocent, but he was guilty of possessing a treasure. Taoist scriptures were coveted even by the powerful people in the middle realm. Li Mu had these secrets, and the fewer people who knew the better. Therefore he didn't intend to tell even his most trusted Li Qing. There was a knock on the door. Li Mu walked over and opened the door. He saw a little bald head. The little monk brought in the things for washing up and brought them into the room. He said, "After washing up, you can come to the Western dining hall for breakfast." "Thank you," Li Mu said politely. He always felt that the little monk was a little strange. When he left, he secretly observed with his heavenly eye and couldn't help but be stunned. This little monk was actually a demonic being. His true form was that of a golden eagle. Strangely, there was no demonic aura on his body. In his body there was a looming Buddha's light. This greatly surprised Li Mu. The Xianxia temple was truly an evil place. This shape-shifted demon was clearly a Buddhist cultivator. Not only that, when he arrived at the dining hall with Li Qing, Li Mu was surprised to find that the young novice monk was not the only shape-shifted demon in the temple. Other than the demons, there were even ghosts that did not have the slightest bit of ghost qi. They were chopping firewood and fetching water in the backyard. They were extremely busy. His intuition told Li Mu that these demonic ghosts had something to do with Xuandu. That monk loved to reason with demonic ghosts. If he could not convince them, he would resort to violence. Then those demonic ghosts that were unwilling to be redeemed by him would cry and beg him to redeem them. Xuandu was not here. Li Mu and Li Qing found a corner and sat down. A novice monk brought them food. Breakfast in the Xianxia temple was very simple. There were only steamed buns, vegetables, and a bowl of tofu soup. Li Qing ate very slowly. Li Mu, who had been hungry all night, finished his breakfast quickly. While waiting for her, he listened to the conversation of the monks next to him. Last night, the Buddha statue in the hall shone again. Master said that this kind of vision only appears once in 100 years. I heard from Martial Uncle Xuandu that someone comprehended a new Dharma scripture. That's why the golden body in the hall resonated. He also said that last night, a senior with profound Dharma passed by the Xianxia temple. Perhaps it was because of that senior. Martial Uncle Xuandu went out again last night. When he came back, he killed an evil tiger demon. When can we be as powerful as Martial Uncle Xuandu? Then we can be like him and get rid of evil for the people. Speaking of the tiger demon, let's eat quickly. After breakfast, we still have to go down the mountain and hand the tiger skin to the tailor. Martial Uncle Xuandu said that he wanted to use this tiger skin to make a tiger skin mattress for the abbot. The abbot was injured by that evil person when he attacked the heretical cultivation last time. He hasn't recovered yet. Seeing that the monks in the Xianxia temple did not suspect him, Li Mu finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he made up his mind to stay away from temples and Taoist temples when he cultivated in the future. Who knew if there would be something glowing for no reason when he cultivated? After Li Qing finished her meal, the two of them bid farewell to Xuandu. Li Mu bowed to Xuandu and said, "We'll be staying at your temple tonight. Sorry for disturbing you. We still have work to do, so we won't disturb Master Xuandu." Xuandu smiled and said, "Young benefactor, you have an affinity with Buddha. The door of the Xianxia temple will always be open for you." Li Mu immediately said, "My six senses are not pure. I won't cause trouble for Buddhism." After leaving the Xianxia temple with Li Qing, Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Xuandu looked gentle and refined, but in fact he liked violence and was unreasonable. If he insisted on keeping Li Mu in the Xianxia temple, even Li Qing would not be able to stop him. Fortunately, he did not use force on Li Mu. On the contrary, he answered many of Li Mu's questions about Buddhist cultivation. Li Mu benefited a lot from this trip out of the city. The yellow weasel couple had been waiting outside the Xianxia temple for a long time. The yellow weasel carried a bulging bag full of medicinal herbs on his back. The two weasels walked upright like humans and swaggered through the streets. It was somewhat inappropriate. Li Qing gave them 2 fulu. After the yellow weasel couple stuck it on their bodies, they disappeared into thin air in front of Li Mu. Li Mu channeled his mana to his eyes, but he still could not see them. It was not until he used his all-seeing eye that the 2 demons appeared in front of him again. The effect of this abhijna was much greater than Li Mu had expected. Even with his meager dermic powers he could easily cast it. Although it could not be called a Dao technique, it was still an extremely mysterious abhijna. It was unexpected that a small vengeful spirit would know this kind of supernatural power. Li Qing said, "This is just a simple camouflage talisman. It can fool the eyes of ordinary people but it cannot fool cultivators. When you reach the soul condensation stage you will be able to see through it." Li Mu had only condensed one of his 7 spirits. He did not know when he would be able to condense his soul. After solving the yellow weasel case he still had to go to the Yunyan pavilion and continue playing the role of a storyteller. On the way back to the county, Li Mu once again used the light of Buddha on the yellow weasel's wife to save her life. Although Li Mu had already condensed his first spirit, Li Mu did not waste the gratitude of the 2 demons towards him. After refining these emotions his first spirit would become even more sensitive. After returning to the county, Li Mu had just stepped into the county office when he bumped into Xianxia. After returning from the Bay of Clearwater, Xianxia had taken a leave of absence. It was said that he had lost too much of his essence and had been cultivating in seclusion for a period of time. When he saw Li Qing, Xianxia smiled and asked, "When did Miss Qing come back?" "A few days ago," Li Qing said lightly and walked straight into the county office. Xianxia's gaze swept over Li Mu and saw the bai sword in his hand. He then looked back at Li Qing's Qinghong sword and asked Li Mu, "Where did you get your sword?" "The boss gave it to me." Li Mu also replied lightly and followed Li Qing out. Xianxia stood at the door with a look of surprise on his face. The 2 swords were very similar in appearance. Although this did not mean anything, seeing a lowly constable holding a sword similar to his sweetheart's made him feel uncomfortable. However, this discomfort only lasted for a moment. He and Li Qing were both disciples of the Fulu school. Although they did not belong to the same school, they were from the same school. The small Yangqiu county was only a part of their experience. Li Mu was just a lowly constable and was destined to not have much interaction with them. Xianxia looked back again and turned to walk out of the county office. In the front hall of the county office, Zhang County Magistrate sat at the top and glanced at the 2 weasels kneeling below. He said, "2 demons, although you did not harm anyone, you have damaged the property of the villagers of Zhang village. I will punish you by making you compensate them double the amount of their losses. Do you have any objections?" "We'll listen to you, sir. We'll listen to you." The 2 weasels knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if they were pounding garlic. Li Mu stood to the side. Zhang County magistrates did not punish the weasel couple more severely because they were demons. This punishment was completely in accordance with the laws of the Great Zhou. As for the medicinal herbs that the weasels collected, any one of them could be sold for hundreds or thousands of chickens and ducks. For the weasels, this punishment was not serious. If it weren't for the fact that 2 monsters were involved in this case, County Magistrate Zhang wouldn't even need to come forward. Li Mu could handle it by himself. Zhang County magistrates calculated with a brush and said, "Zhang village lost a total of 15 chickens and 2 sheep. The market price of each chicken is 50 copper coins, so double is 100 copper coins. For 15 chickens, you will be fined 1,500 copper coins. The market price of a sheep is 1,000 copper coins, so double is 2,000 copper coins. 2 sheep are 4,000 copper coins, so the total is 5 taels and 5 coins. What do you have to say about the handling of this case?" The weasel was stunned and said, "Sir, the 15 chickens were done by me, but I have never stolen a sheep." Zhang County magistrates frowned and looked at it. He asked, "The 2 sheep of Zhang village were bitten in the neck and had their blood sucked dry. Do you dare say that you did not do it?" "Sir, I'm innocent." The weasel fell to the ground with a plop and said, "I have never stolen a sheep. Sheep are too smelly. Their blood makes me sick." Zhang County magistrate stood up suspiciously and asked, "If it wasn't you, who could it be?" Li Mu also looked puzzled. Since the weasel had admitted to stealing the chickens plus the 2 sheep, it would just be a few more taels of silver. If the weasel had really sucked the blood of the 2 sheep, there was no need for him to deny it. Could it be that the case of Zhang village involved other demons? At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. Zhang Shan ran in panting. He said, "Sir, bad news. Something happened in Zhang village." Chapter 50. Zhang Family Village. Squire Mansion. A pale-faced male corpse was lying on the ground. There were 2 bloody holes on the side of his neck. The blood in his body had been sucked dry. His face was ferocious and frightened. Before he died, he had obviously suffered a great shock. Zhou Xian, Li Si, and the other 3 constables hid far behind. Han just stood beside the corpse with a gloomy face. The deceased was a squire of Zhang family village. This morning he was found dead in his backyard by his servants. The servants immediately reported it to the authorities. After learning that this case was strange and was likely to be the work of a demon, Zhang County magistrates immediately asked Li Qing and Han Zhe to bring people to investigate. Landlord Zhang's death was tragic. Li Mu endured the discomfort and stood beside Li Qing. He asked, "Boss, can you tell what kind of demon did this?" Han Zhe squatted down and stretched out his right hand. He measured the distance of the bloody holes on the corpse's neck with his thumb and index finger. Then he stood up and said with a serious expression, "It's not a demon. It's a zombie." Li Mu could feel that after Han Zhe spoke, Li Qing's expression also became more serious. She looked at Han Zhe and asked, "What level of zombie is it?" "It's at least a jumping zombie." Han Zhe took a deep breath and said in surprise, "When did jumping zombies appear in Xianxia County? Did it come from Zhou County next door?" Li Qing thought for a moment and shook her head. Zhou County is in the east and Zhang family village is in the west. It shouldn't be from Zhou County. Whether it is or not, we're in big trouble this time. Han Zhe said in a deep voice, "This thing is different from demons and ghosts. They have no humanity at all. If they hurt people once, they will hurt people again. We have to find and get rid of it as soon as possible." Li Mu's previous understanding of zombies all came from Hong Kong and Taiwan movies in the 80s and 90s. One of his favorite Hong Kong and Taiwan stars was the zombie Daoist Lin Jingying. He was obsessed with his zombie movies. The zombies in this world were not the kind that jumped around in Qing dynasty official uniforms. According to the records of demons in the 10 continents, zombies were transformed from human corpses after death. They were born from the resentment of heaven and earth. They were immortal, and could move according to the seasons. They liked to eat the blood essence of humans and animals. Low-level zombies were white zombies, black zombies, and jumping zombies. White zombies were covered with white hair, which meant they had just turned into zombies and were very easy to deal with. They were very afraid of sunlight and moved slow. White zombies ate the blood essence of cows and sheep. After a few years, they shed their white hair and were replaced by black hair that was a few inches long. They were called black zombies. Black zombies were still afraid of sunlight and fire. They were still slow and could not catch up with normal humans. Black zombies absorbed yin and sucked blood for a few more decades. Black zombies shed their black hair and became jumping zombies. They moved mainly by jumping. They jumped faster and farther. Although they were still afraid of light, their bodies were made of copper and iron. Ordinary weapons and even magic weapons could not hurt them. According to this classification, most of the zombies in the zombie movies Li Mu watched belonged to the jumping zombies. Zombies were not human, ghost, or demon. They did not have intelligence and moved purely by instinct. Because of this, they were much more dangerous than demons and ghosts. Any demon and ghost with a little brain knew that they should not harm people easily. Otherwise, they would become the target of the imperial court. But zombies were different. They were transformed from human corpses. Their intelligence had disappeared along with the dissipation of the 3 souls. Their only instinct was to evolve by sucking blood. Before they evolved into flying stiff, all zombies only had instinct and no intelligence. This made them much more dangerous. Almost every time there were traces of zombies, the government would eliminate them immediately to avoid causing more harm. Han Zhe left the minister's mansion and said to the people of Zhang family village outside, "Arrange a few people to burn landlord Zhang's body immediately." An old man walked out with a cane and said with difficulty, "Official, this is not good. A dead person needs to be buried for peace." Han Zhe looked at him and asked, "You are?" The old man said, "I am the uncle of the deceased Zhang Dafu. It's up to you whether you want to burn it or not." Han Zhe smiled coldly and said, "But let me tell you, he was bitten to death by zombies. He will become a living corpse tonight. Even if you bury him, he will climb out of the ground. Living corpses can sense people with similar blood. When the time comes, the first one they will bite will be you. Burn it immediately." The old man's face became serious. He stabbed his cane on the ground and said to the 2 strong men, "Zhang De, Zhang Er, go find firewood immediately and burn the body. Why don't you listen to the official's words?" After the old man finished speaking, he seemed to think of something and said in horror, "Half a month ago my brother Zhang Dafu's father, his grave was dug up. His body went nowhere. Could it be?" Hanja frowned and asked, "How long has your brother been dead?" The old man said, "Less than a month ago." "Impossible." Hanja shook his head and said, "If you want to become a living corpse, you need at least 20 years of cultivation. Who in your Zhang family has been dead for more than 20 years? Go and see if there are any abnormalities in their graves." The old man pointed at several people and said, "You guys go and see." Li Mu heard some knowledge he was familiar with from Hanja's mouth. He asked Li Qing curiously, "Boss, will zombies really kill their relatives first?" Li Qing nodded and explained, "In addition to absorbing yin qi and moonlight, zombies also need to rely on human blood essence to cultivate. The blood of their relatives is of the same origin as them. For them it is a fatal attraction." Li Mu murmured, "Uncle Ing really didn't deceive me." Li Qing asked, "What?" "Nothing." Li Mu shook his head and asked again, "Then do we need to prepare paper, brush, ink, swords?" Zhang Shan came up and asked doubtfully, "What paper, brush, ink, swords?" "Yellow paper, red brush, black ink, kitchen knife, wooden sword." Hanja came over and looked at Li Mu in surprise. "I didn't expect you to know these." Li Mu recalled a figure in a Taoist robe and said, "I learned from a Taoist priest before." Hanja didn't say anything more. He just asked the villagers of Zhang family village to find a chicken. After killing the chicken, he used the chicken blood, ink and a red brush to draw a fulu. He lit the fulu and mixed the ash with the chicken blood. He said to Zhang Shan and the other constables, "You guys, smear it on the blade and then take some villagers to the nearby mountains to search. Pay attention to the graveyard and mass graves. If you find anything, come back immediately." A constable trembled and came up. "Boss, what should we do if we encounter that thing?" Hanja glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, that thing is afraid of sunlight, so it won't appear during the day. But you must come back before the sun sets. If you encounter an accident, set off fireworks to call for help." Li Mu's bai sword was originally a magic weapon, so it didn't need to be smeared with chicken blood. He was about to go out with Zhang Shan and the others to search for traces of the zombie when Li Qing suddenly said, "Li Mu, stay here." Under Hanja's strange gaze, Li Mu came back and asked, "Boss, do you need me to do anything?" "Li Qing, you stay here and watch over Landlord Zhang's direct relatives. Don't let them run around. If the zombie is an ancestor of the Zhang family, then it will definitely come back." "Got it." Li Mu nodded and asked, "Do you want to prepare some glutinous rice?" Li Qing asked, "What do you need glutinous rice for?" Li Mu was confused. "Isn't glutinous rice able to restrain zombies?" Hanja snorted and said, "Don't think that any Jianghu magician knows the real Taoist magic. I've never heard of glutinous rice restraining zombies. So easy to believe such nonsense. Miss Qing, I have to discipline this subordinate for you. If this goes on, not only will he get himself killed, but he will also drag his colleagues down. He's my man. You don't have to discipline him." Li Qing said coldly. Then she looked at Li Mu and said, "There's no record of glutinous rice restraining zombies in books. Where did you hear it from?" "A Taoist priest." Li Mu smiled and said, "His surname is Lin and he's a Taoist master. His Taoist magic is specialized in restraining zombies and demons. People call him Zombie Taoist Priest or Taoistime. I learned a lot about zombies from him. He said that glutinous rice can restrain zombies. When encountering zombies, as long as you hold your breath, you won't be discovered." Li Qing's expression changed slightly. She said, "Zombies are dead things. They can't see or hear, but they can sense people's location by their breath. That Taoist priest should not be lying since he has such knowledge. There are countless Taoist magic and no one knows all of it. Maybe this is his secret magic. As for whether it works or not, we'll know after trying it." Chapter 51. Li Qing didn't directly deny the use of the glutinous rice. Li Mu borrowed some glutinous rice from the villagers of Zhang village and sprinkled it around the ancestral hall of the Zhang family. Regardless of whether the glutinous rice had a restraining effect on zombies, there was no harm in making an extra layer of preparation. The villagers of Zhang village dispersed, and Landlord Zhang's direct blood relatives were arranged to stay in the ancestral hall. Although zombies didn't have intelligence and didn't pick humans or animals for blood, the blood essence of direct blood relatives could accelerate their evolution. If the one who killed Landlord Zhang was the ancestor of the Zhang family, as long as the bloodline of the Zhang family still existed, it would definitely come back. This was their instinct, so Li Mu and the others only needed to wait in Zhang village. However, after the villagers of Zhang village who went to check on the Zhang family's graveyard returned, Hanja began to doubt his earlier speculation. According to the villagers, there was nothing unusual in the graveyard of the Zhang family's ancestor, which meant that none of them had become zombies. Landlord Zhang's death might just be a coincidence. If that was the case, it wouldn't be so easy to find traces of the zombie. Li Mu thought of the disappearance of Landlord Zhang's father's body and asked doubtfully, could it really be the older Landlord Zhang? Under normal circumstances, this is impossible. Li Qing denied Li Mu's guess and said, a corpse needs a certain opportunity to become a zombie. First of all, Landlord Zhang's father's graveyard must be a place to raise corpses. Only then could it be possible for him to become a zombie. Secondly, even if he became a zombie, it would be the lowest level of white zombie. It would take at least 20 years to evolve into a jumping zombie, and the one who killed Landlord Zhang was obviously a jumping zombie. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, under normal circumstances this is the case. What about abnormal circumstances? Li Qing said, corpses that have just died not long ago can absorb a large amount of yin energy in a very short period of time and accelerate the evolution process. Perhaps someone has refined the corpses and forcibly helped them evolve. Or perhaps Landlord Zhang's father was bitten to death by the flying stiff, but according to the Yaman's investigation he died of illness. Obviously, if he wanted to know the origin of the zombie that killed Landlord Zhang, he just had to see if it would come here tonight. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Mu wouldn't be able to go home tonight. For the past 2 days he didn't have time to go back and tell Wan Wan. Li Mu felt guilty for taking Lu Hanyan's monthly food allowance. Zhang Shan, Li Si and the others returned to Zhang village before dark. They searched the cemeteries and mass graves near Zhang village, but they didn't find anything. Hanja's face was filled with doubt as he muttered, that's strange. That zombie couldn't have flown over. That's impossible. If it was a flying zombie, the North County would have already been in chaos. Li Mu learned from the Encyclopedia of Monsters in the 10 Continents that the strength of a jumping stiff was about the same as a cultivator in the assembled spirit realm. Because they were like ghosts but not ghosts and like demons but not demons, many spells that targeted demons and ghosts were ineffective against them. This made the jumping stiff more difficult to deal with than evil ghosts and shape-shifting demons. However, no matter how difficult it was to deal with, no matter how strong the jumping stiff was, it didn't have any intelligence. Some relied on their instincts and their bodies were stiff. They could only jump and walk. However, a flying stiff was different. Once a zombie evolved into a flying stiff, it could pose a threat to cultivators in the middle realm. Not only would it have basic intelligence, but it could also jump and move like a normal person. It could also suck a person's blood, essence and soul without leaving any external injuries. It was said that a flying stiff appeared in the neighboring Zhou County a few days ago. Even the county governor was alarmed. The chaos it caused had yet to subside. That flying stiff had countless eyes on it. It couldn't have run from Zhou County to here. Below the flying stiff, Li Qing and Hanja were here, so it couldn't cause too much trouble. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Shan, Li Si and the other 4 constables held weapons smeared with rune blood and stood guard around the ancestral hall. Li Mu sat in the ancestral hall with Bai in his arms, looking at the few direct descendants of the Zhang clan. Li Qing wasn't here. Although the zombie didn't have the 7 spirits, its body was extremely strong and its senses were even sharper. Li Qing was already in the assembled spirit realm. If she stayed here, the zombie might not dare to appear out of fear. Li Mu didn't know if the zombie would come. As he waited, he silently recited the Heart Sutra to cultivate. Unknowingly, it was already past the 4th hour. The Chou hour had passed. In other words, it was already past 3 in the morning. In the ancestral hall, the few direct descendants of the Zhang clan had already fallen asleep. Only 2 people were still awake. They leaned against the pillars of the ancestral hall, drowsy. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Mu was about to fall asleep, there was suddenly a hurried knock on the door of the ancestral hall. Li Mu was jolted awake. He pulled out the Bai sword and walked to the courtyard outside the ancestral hall. He asked loudly, "Who is it?" "It's me. Open the door." Zhang Shan's voice came from outside the door. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He walked over and opened the door. Looking at Zhou Xian outside, he asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" "I've been waiting for half the night but I didn't find anything." Zhou Xian covered his buttocks and said anxiously, "I think I ate something bad today. Where's the outhouse? I can't hold it in any longer." Li Mu pointed to a corner in the courtyard. Zhou Xian covered his buttocks and immediately ran over. Li Mu closed the door. Before he reached the ancestral hall, there was another knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. This time the knocking was even more hurried than the previous one. Li Mu was about to walk over when the two sturdy wooden doors collapsed with two muffled thuds. A tall, dark figure appeared at the door. The moonlight shone on the figure, revealing a pale face without a trace of blood. The face was full of wrinkles and the eyes were sunken deep into their sockets. Two fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. He stood at the door and a gust of yin qi came from afar. "It's here." Li Mu was shocked. He immediately took out a bamboo tube from his bosom and lit it without hesitation. A flame shot out from the bamboo tube and exploded in the night sky. Roar. The zombie made a muffled sound from its throat and pounced at Li Mu. Sneeze did not bend, but it was extremely fast. It almost left an afterimage. The inch-long nails on its 10 fingers emitted a faint cold light as it stabbed at Li Mu's neck. So fast. Li Mu was shocked. He knew that although jumping zombies were not agile, their speed was much faster than ordinary people. However, he did not expect them to be so fast. Fortunately, he was prepared. He immediately used the leaping rock technique and jumped back several feet, dodging the zombie's attack. Sizzle. The zombie jumped to the ground, but a burst of black smoke suddenly rose from its feet. Its face revealed a hideous and painful expression. It instantly jumped back and did not dare to take another step forward. Li Mu looked at the layer of glutinous rice on the ground and discovered that there was a charred footprint on it. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in his heart, "Praise Uncle Ing." Zhou Xian came out of the outhouse in the corner of the ancestral hall and asked in confusion, "Li Mu, what's burnt?" "Oh my God, what is that?" Seeing the black figure at the door, Zhou Xian's body trembled. He was so scared that his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Sensing Zhou Xian's aura, the black figure turned around and pounced on Zhou Xian. There was no glutinous rice scattered around the outhouse. Li Mu looked at Zhou Xian and shouted from afar, "Hold your breath." Zhou Xian suddenly pinched his nose. The zombie's figure paused and stood in place. Its movements immediately slowed down. Seeing this scene, Li Mu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The zombie could not see Zhou Xian in front of it, which meant that it could not see anything. At most, it was just a powerful jumping zombie. Li Qing and Hanja could easily deal with it. He reached into the cloth bag in his arms and took out a handful of glutinous rice. He sprinkled it on the zombie's body. Although the zombie couldn't see, it instinctively sensed danger and jumped away. The moment it landed on the ground, a talisman shot from the front and stuck to its forehead. His body froze on the spot, unable to move at all. Hanja's figure walked out from the darkness. He looked at the zombie with disdain and said, "It's just a jumping zombie. It's neither a demon nor a ghost. What can it do? Be careful." Li Mu pushed his spiritual power to the extreme and almost instantly appeared beside Hanja. He kicked him away, making the 10 sharp nails that stabbed at Hanja's neck miss. The fulu on the zombie's forehead spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes. After the attack aimed at Hanja missed, it changed the direction of its 10 fingers and stabbed at Li Mu's chest. Bang! His attack still didn't hit. Not only that, but after his attack missed, his entire body was sent flying. Li Qing pushed the zombie back with a palm. She stood in front of Li Mu and said, "Leave it to me. You go and protect the Zhang family. Must be careful." Li Mu warned her and quickly retreated to the ancestral hall's door in case the zombie suddenly attacked. After being knocked down by Li Qing, the zombie stood up in the air again. However, this time it just stood there in the distance and was not in a hurry to attack. Although it did not have intelligence, it could feel that the woman who had just pushed it back was very powerful. Suddenly, the zombie's body rose into the air again. However, it did not attack Li Qing. Instead, it quickly retreated. After a few leaps, it disappeared into the boundless night. Chapter 52. It ran away? Li Mu didn't expect the zombie to be so cowardly. After being repelled by Li Qing, it decisively retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Hanja, you stay here. I'll go after it. If the zombie was allowed to escape, it would definitely harm people again. Li Qing warned Hanja and chased in the direction the zombie disappeared. Hanja had just been kicked away by Li Mu. At this moment he crawled up from the ground with a complicated expression. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "Glutinous rice really does have a restraining effect on zombies. I was ignorant and inexperienced in the past and my skills were not good enough." Li Mu put away his sword and said, "I'll go see if anyone is injured." Li Mu walked out of the ancestral hall and found that Li Si and the other constables were still in their original positions. It seemed that the zombie was very persistent in its target and was bent on sucking the blood essence of its own people. He gathered everyone and went back to the ancestral hall's courtyard. He used glutinous rice to form a circle outside. Hanja looked at Li Mu again and said, "Thank you for what you did just now." "You're welcome." Li Mu didn't care and said, "If it was someone else, I would have saved them too." Hanja didn't say anything else, but a young man ran out of the ancestral hall and said in horror, "It's Grandpa. The zombie just now was Grandpa." Hanja frowned and asked, "That zombie was the older landlord Zhang. Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" The young man trembled and said, "I can't be wrong. It's really Grandpa. How is this possible?" Hanja looked doubtful and muttered, "Older landlord Zhang died not long ago. How could he become a jumping corpse? There must be a problem." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of danger and looked at the door. Almost at the same time, Li Mu also looked in the same direction. He saw a black shadow appear in front of the ancestral hall's courtyard again. The old landlord Zhang turned into a zombie and returned, but Li Qing didn't follow him. One of the constables panicked and shouted, "It's back. That thing is back." Hanja didn't expect the zombie to know how to lure the tiger away from the mountain. His face became even gloomier. He quickly said to the constables, "Go back to the ancestral hall and close the door. Don't come out if you hear anything." Several bailiffs dragged the young man back to the ancestral hall. Only Li Mu, Hanja and the zombie were left in the courtyard. After being burned by the glutinous rice, the zombie didn't immediately charge forward. It let out a low growl and suddenly spat out a cloud of black fog. The black fog spread in the direction of Hanja and Li Mu. The two of them didn't dare to delay and jumped back to the entrance of the ancestral hall. The black fog didn't spread over. It only swept across the ground of the courtyard. When the glutinous rice on the ground came into contact with the black fog, it instantly turned black. Not good. Just as Hanja spoke, the zombie roared again and pounced. Without the restraint of the glutinous rice, he could set foot in any place in the courtyard. His first target was Li Mu. His 10 fingers carried a cold light as he stabbed at Li Mu. His sharp nails were his weapon. As long as Li Mu was pierced by him, there would be 10 more bloody holes on his body. With Hanja around, Li Mu couldn't use his lightning technique. Of course, the zombie was extremely fast. Even if Li Mu used his lightning technique, he might not be able to hit it. Instead, he would be able to close in on him due to the pause in his casting. Fortunately, Li Mu was already very proficient in the light body movement technique. Although the zombie was fast, its agility was lacking. Li Mu dodged left and right with ease. What made him depressed was that he and Hanja were the only 2 people in the courtyard. However, even when the zombie passed by Hanja, it was indifferent. It was determined to attack him as if it had identified Li Mu as its target. Suddenly, Li Mu thought of a possibility. Li Qing said that he had a pure yang body. His soul and blood essence were great nourishment for evil spirits. Could it be that the zombie could sense the difference in his body? "Li Mu, get out of the way." Hanja's voice sounded in his ears. Li Mu rolled on the ground and circled behind a pillar in the corridor. Hanja held the wooden sword in one hand and stabbed it into the zombie's body from the front. Peachwood was the essence of the 5 wood. It had the effect of warding off evil spirits and disaster relief. The peachwood sword in Hanja's hand was a magic tool that had been refined. The zombie had a head of copper and arms of iron. Its body was hard to be injured by blades and swords, but it was still pierced by the wooden sword. It let out a painful roar. With this roar, more black chi gushed out of its mouth and wrapped around the peachwood sword in its chest. He held the sword with both hands and actually pulled it out directly. With a kacha sound, it broke into 2 pieces. Bang! The zombie swept its arms. Hanja raised his arms to block, but his body was sent flying. Roar! After being injured, the zombie seemed to be even more ferocious. It roared a few times at the sky. Several rays of white moonlight were sucked into its mouth. Its body swelled up and its fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth. Its fingernails turned purple and grew an inch longer than before. After this series of changes happened to his body, at a certain moment his body disappeared from where he stood. Li Mu's heart beat wildly. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart. He subconsciously used the light body technique and moved 3 feet to the side. Puff. He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Blood seeped out from under his uniform. At the same time, the zombie appeared where he had been standing. Drops of blood slowly dripped from its purple fingernails. Li Mu clutched his shoulder. He felt dizzy. In the next moment, the zombie disappeared from Li Mu's sight again. Bang! A figure was sent flying. The zombie was stopped by Xianxia for a moment and its figure reappeared. Xianxia crawled up from the ground holding a broken sword in his hand. He then took out an 8 trigrams mirror from his bosom and aimed it at the zombie. A beam of light shot out from the mirror, forcing the zombie to retreat temporarily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked back at Li Mu. He asked, "Are you okay?" Li Mu mobilized the Buddhist mana in his body and channeled it to the wound on his shoulder. The originally greenish-black wound emitted wisps of black gas and stopped bleeding. Li Mu's dizziness also gradually disappeared. He held Bai and shook his head. "I'm fine." Xianxia forced himself to stand up. He said, "This bastard's cultivation is higher than I thought. Get out of the way." Li Mu looked at him. Obviously he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He asked, "Can you do it?" Xianxia twitched the corner of his mouth. He did not speak again. He threw down the broken sword and slowly walked to the corridor. The zombie was obviously afraid of the 8 trigrams mirror in Xianxia's hand. It took 2 steps back and did not attack immediately. Xianxia stood in the courtyard. He crossed his fingers and suddenly made a gesture. Daoist hand seal. Li Mu was shocked. At the same time he sensed that the power of heaven and earth around him suddenly changed. The zombie seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It roared and pounced at Xianxia. However, when his body was in midair he was sent flying back. A faint shadow appeared in front of Xianxia. It was the shadow of an old man. He had white hair and a white beard. He wore a loose Daoist robe. He looked at the zombie indifferently. He stretched out a hand. His index finger and middle finger were straightened. His thumb pressed against the ring finger and little finger. He made a sword gesture. He waved his hand gently and the shadow gradually disappeared. Everything happened in a short period of time. From the appearance of the old man to his disappearance, there seemed to be no change. However, the zombie stood in the same place, motionless. Puff. After a soft sound, its body split into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Xianxia's face was pale. He took out 2 pieces of fulu and threw them at the 2 halves of the corpse. The fulu spontaneously combusted in the air. When it came into contact with the corpse, it burned fiercely. Soon the 2 halves of the corpse on the ground were burned to ashes. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. The dizziness hit him again. His body swayed and fell to the ground. A figure came from afar. Li Mu did not fall to the ground. Instead he fell into Li Qing's arms. "Boss." Li Mu struggled to get up. Li Qing frowned and said, "Don't move. You've been poisoned. I'll help you heal first." She held Li Mu's hand and continuously transferred her magic power to him. Xianxia stood there. He lowered his head and looked at his arm that was accidentally scratched. He walked to the side and silently circulated his magic power to heal it. Chapter 53. The villagers of the Zhang family village were finally relieved that the zombies that plagued the village had been killed. I didn't expect it to really be the older landlord Zhang. Those were the descendants of the Zhang family. How could he eat them? Didn't you hear the Immortal Master say that the older landlord Zhang has become a zombie? He's inhumane and doesn't care about the descendants. I remember that when landlord Zhang was young he also studied Taoist magic in the temple for a while. The Taoist priest even said that he had a good aptitude and that he couldn't even defeat a zombie. I think the monk is more powerful. I heard that the Buddha of Jinshan Temple appeared again the night before yesterday. After dawn, the villagers of the Zhang family village gathered around the ancestral hall of the Zhang family, pointing and discussing. Many people didn't sleep the whole night after such a thing happened in the village. As soon as dawn broke, They gathered their courage and came to the ancestral hall of the Zhang family to inquire about it. Han Zhe, who had gone to check the tomb of the older landlord Zhang, had already returned. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he couldn't help but curse. The Zhang family didn't find a reliable feng shui master when they chose the tomb. They said that it was a good place to bury the dead. Who knows how much evil spirit and resentment have accumulated over thousands of years. No wonder he turned into a zombie as soon as he was buried and evolved into a jumping zombie in such a short time. The only suspicious point about the zombie incident in the Zhang family village was that the older landlord Zhang had turned into a zombie not long after his death. Moreover, his cultivation was so high that Han Zhe and Li Mu were almost killed by him. After Han Zhe carefully checked the tomb, he finally found the answer. Not only was the place where Squire Zhang had been buried not a place with good feng shui, but it was also a cave of great evil. Large amounts of baleful yin energy had gathered underground, and the corpses buried there would transform within a few days. After absorbing the baleful yin energy, their strength would explode for a short period of time. Coupled with the fact that they had absorbed the blood of their kin, they would have the terrifying cultivation base of a zombie. At this point, there were no more doubts about landlord Zhang's death and the case could be closed. The Zhang family could be said to be extremely unlucky. The old official had just died and a month later a new official had died. They even encountered such an evil thing. For the county government and Zhang family village, it was already considered lucky that the situation did not continue to escalate. Li Mu was injured by the zombie yesterday, so his face was still pale. He lamented, "That zombie has only cultivated for less than a month, and it already has such a high level of attainment. It's comparable to dozens of years of cultivation for monsters and humans. It really doesn't make sense. This isn't the only unreasonable thing in the cultivation world. This is nothing." Han Zhe pursed his lips and said, "This beast has absorbed so much baleful yin qi, but it's only equivalent to the third realm of cultivation. There was once a person who was full of resentment before he died and turned into a malicious spirit after his death. His strength was close to the sixth realm and he wreaked havoc in the world. Countless cultivators died at his hands. That time the imperial court sent out powerful cultivators of the upper three realms to completely kill him. The source of power of ghosts was different from that of cultivators. Li Mu could not be envious and there was no need for him to be envious. The case of Zhang family village ended. Han Zhe left 2 constables to clean up the mess and pacify the people. The rest returned to the county government. In the guard room, Li Qing once again sent a stream of mana to Li Mu and said, "You're injured. Go home and rest. Don't worry about the yamen for now." Li Mu nodded. He had not rested for 2 days. Even though he had already started cultivating, his body still could not take it. He walked out of the guard room and prepared to go home. Old Wang poked his head out of the guard room next door and said, "Li Mu, you haven't been here for 2 days. This morning when the yamen just opened, a girl came to the county government to look for you." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "Girl? Which girl?" Old Wang thought for a moment and said, "I can't remember her name. But that girl was very beautiful. She had a good figure." In front of her, Miss Qing was like a child. Hearing Old Wang say this, Li Mu knew who came. Lu Hanyan came to the yamen to look for him this morning. Did she run into some kind of trouble? Li Mu walked all the way home. He planned to change his clothes first and then go next door to ask. He had just taken out his key when the door to the courtyard next door suddenly opened. Lu Hanyan walked out quickly. When she saw Li Mu, she sighed in relief and asked, "Where have you been these 2 days?" 2 cases happened in the yamen. I went out to investigate. Li Mu explained and asked again, "They said you went to the yamen to look for me. What happened?" Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "It was Wan Wan who was worried about you. She asked me to go to the county yamen to ask." As she spoke, she saw the blood on Li Mu's shoulder. She quickly walked up and asked with a worried face, "Are you hurt?" Li Mu didn't have time to change his clothes and was ready to go back to treat the wound. He shook his head and said, "It's just a small wound." Lu Hanyan saw that the clothes on his shoulder were torn into strips of cloth and she could vaguely see a few horrible wounds. Her face was slightly pale and she asked, "How did you get hurt?" Li Mu was afraid that he would scare her by saying that it was a zombie's scratch. He smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I'll go back and change my clothes first." Li Mu returned home and took off his clothes. Li Qing only helped him get rid of the corpse poison. The wound on his shoulder was still there. It looked a little hideous and horrible, which made Li Mu feel a chill in his heart. The zombie's nails were really sharp. If there was a slight deviation last night, his whole arm would have been cut off. Li Mu was about to treat the wound when two exclamations suddenly came from the door. Wanwan was so scared that she covered her eyes. Lu Hanyan first turned around and then immediately turned back. Seeing the 5 wounds on Li Mu's shoulder, she hurriedly said, "Doctor, come in." Seeing a doctor with a medicine box come in, Li Mu knew that she had just called a doctor for him. The old man took a few steps forward and looked at Li Mu's shoulder in astonishment. He asked, "Hiss, it seems like he was scratched by something, but it doesn't look like a beast. Lady Lu, I'll make some medicine for him first. Please help him clean the wound first." Lu Hanyan looked at the little maidservant who was about to cry with a pale face and said, "Wanwan, go and get some hot water." Wanwan quickly ran out and soon came in with a basin of hot water. Lu Hanyan wet the towel and sat in front of the bed. Li Mu quickly said, "I'll do it myself. I can do it." Although he only exposed his shoulder at the moment, he must take off his shirt to clean the wound. Men and women should be careful. At that time she would still be here, so it would be inappropriate. Seeing that Li Mu's other hand was not injured, Lu Hanyan handed him the towel and said, "Wanwan, let's go out first." She walked out of the room and saw 2 figures, one fat and one thin, coming in from outside. Lu Hanyan had seen one of them and knew that he was also a bailiff of the county government. His surname seemed to be Zhang. Although she had never seen the other tall and thin one, looking at his official uniform, he should be another colleague. Li Si's eyes swept over Lu Hanyan and no longer looked at her. Zhang Shan smiled and said warmly, "Lady Lu, you're also here. You're here to see Li Mu, right? The doctor is applying medicine for him inside." Lu Hanyan nodded slightly to the 2 of them. She changed her mind and asked, "What case did he investigate these 2 days? How did he get so seriously injured?" Li Si did not answer, but Zhang Shan seemed to have opened up a chatterbox. He said with joy, "This case is a bit complicated. The chickens and sheep in Zhang village were sucked of blood. At first we thought it was just 2 yellow-skinned elites, but who would have thought that there was a zombie? Last night we fought with the zombie for 300 rounds. Li Mu was scratched by the zombie." Lu Hanyan looked at them in a daze and murmured, "Demon zombie?" Zhang Shan nodded and said, "In fact there was a tiger demon before, but it was killed by a monk. By the way, has the doctor finished applying medicine?" "I'll go in and see." Li Si kicked him in the leg and said, "What are you looking at?" "The boss said to let Li Mu have a good rest and not disturb him. You didn't go back last night. Why don't you go back and tell your wife?" Zhang Shan's expression changed when he heard this. He put down the fruit in his hand and immediately said, "I'll go back first. I'll come to see Li Mu later. Lady Lu, please help us take these things in." Chapter 54. The doctor helped Li Mu apply the medicine and simply bandaged his shoulder. Then he packed up and left. After a while, Lu Hanyan and Wanwan walked into the room. He looked at Li Mu and moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Li Mu leaned against the headboard and said, "I'll give you the doctor's fee and medicine later." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "You're now the storyteller of the tea house. Many customers come here because of you. The tea house depends on you to make money. We can still afford to pay for the doctor's fee and medicine." Since she said so, Li Mu didn't insist. Wanwan trotted to the bed and looked at Li Mu with admiration. She asked, "Young master, did you really go to catch a monster?" Li Mu had just heard Zhang Shan's voice coming from outside. Presumably, the talkative Zhang Shan must have told him everything. He might even add a few more details. He smiled and said, "We didn't catch the monster, but we were almost caught by the monster." Wanwan squatted in front of the bed and said, "Miss has been worried about you these 2 days." Lu Hanyan glanced at her. "Who's worried? Who's been lying on the wall watching you these 2 days?" Li Mu looked up at Lu Hanyan and said, "I'm sorry. The cases in the yamen come and go all the time. I can't go home most of the time. I've made you worry." Lu Hanyan finally couldn't help but say, "It's so dangerous to be a constable, and your body. Can't you just quit being a constable? Whether it's writing or telling stories, you'll be safe. If you go on like this, you'll lose your life sooner or later." Although she knew that demons and ghosts existed in this world, it was only hearsay. She always thought that demons and zombies were things that were very far away from her. Until she met Li Mu could hear Lu Hanyan's concern. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the 2 of them were not only neighbors but also friends. Her words were completely for Li Mu's sake. However, for Li Mu, being a constable could help him condense his soul. He wouldn't give it up no matter what. Moreover, there was still Li Qing in the yamen. Without her help, Li Mu probably only had less than half a year left to live. Lu Hanyan was only a normal person. The details of cultivation couldn't be explained to her. Li Mu didn't want to explain either. He only smiled and said, "Life is important, but if even a constable is so afraid of death, who will protect your safety and the safety of the common people?" He looked at Lu Hanyan and said seriously, "It's precisely because life is important that it can't be wasted. A person's life should be spent like this. When he looks back on the past, he shouldn't feel regret for wasting his time, nor should he feel shame for doing nothing. Even if I only have half a year left to live, in this half a year, I will do what I want to do, what I should do." A moment later, Lu Hanyan and Wanwan walked out of Li Mu's room. Wanwan turned her head and asked in confusion, "Miss, what does the young master mean?" Lu Hanyan was silent for a long time before she sighed and said softly, "You're still young. It's fine if you don't understand, but you have to know that there are many demons and ghosts in this world. The reason why we can live peacefully here is because there are people like him, silently protecting us in the dark." Wanwan nodded as if she understood and said, "I understand. The young master is secretly protecting us. He's injured now. Miss, can I stay and take care of him?" Lu Hanyan nodded and said, "I'll go boil some nourishing soup. Bring it to him in a moment." This wasn't the first time that Li Mu had seen Lu Hanyan's cooking skills, but when Wanwan fed Li Mu spoonful after spoonful of chicken soup, Li Mu couldn't help but have the impulse to marry Lu Hanyan. This way he could drink this delicious soup every day. Wanwan moved a small stool and sat in front of the bed. She put the spoon to Li Mu's mouth and said, "Open your mouth." Ah. Li Mu opened his mouth and she slowly fed the soup to Li Mu. Li Mu originally wanted to drink it himself, but his right shoulder was injured. After applying medicine and bandaging, his entire arm couldn't move. Wanwan saw that it was inconvenient for him to drink the soup with his left hand, so she picked up the bowl and fed him. Ever since Li Mu was weaned, he hadn't been served like this. The little maid was really considerate. He didn't dote on her for nothing these days. Wanwan fed Li Mu soup and asked curiously, "Young master, can a tiger spirit talk? What do zombies look like? The books say that zombies can suck human blood and jump when they walk. Is it true?" Li Mu said leisurely, "They can talk. Not only can they talk, but they can also turn into humans. Zombies can suck the blood of humans, cows and sheep. They don't just jump when they walk. The powerful zombies can not only walk like humans but can also fly." When Li Qing walked into the room, she saw Li Mu lazily leaning against the bed. A pretty little maid was feeding him soup spoonful by spoonful. "Boss." Li Mu almost choked. When he was about to stand up, Li Qing waved her hand and said, "Sit down. I came to see you and give you a piece of fulu. Later you can turn it into talisman water and drink it. After you recover, there won't be any scars left on your body." Li Mu took the fulu from Li Qing and said, "Thank you, boss." Li Qing added, "You can rest at ease and recuperate first. You don't have to go to the government office for the time being. Lord Zhang has already reported that glutinous rice can restrain zombies. It should be of help to the cultivators in Zhou County. When the disaster there is over, the county governor may reward you." Li Mu nodded and asked, "What about Huang Shu and his wife?" Li Qing said, "The Zhang County magistrates asked people to exchange some medicinal herbs for silver to compensate the villagers. The 2 demons were also released back to the mountain." With the 2 cases over, Li Mu had nothing to worry about. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "Boss, the magic that Constable Han used to kill the zombie was a Taoist magic art, right?" "Not exactly." Li Qing thought for a while and explained, "In the Fulu school, his branch once had a strong cultivator of the upper realm. Although he didn't create his own Taoist magic art, he left behind a magic art that was close to Taoist magic art for his descendants. When using this magic art, one could summon his doppelganger and control this doppelganger to use a magic art. When Han Zhu, who was in the soul condensing realm, used this magic art, he could summon a doppelganger of the supernatural realm. The biggest difference between human cultivators and demons was that there was an endless supply of magic arts. Han Zhu was only in the 2nd realm, but he could kill a zombie that was infinitely close to the 4th realm. Dealing with Lin Wan, who was also in the 2nd realm, was as easy as blowing off dust. Although Li Mu could also use the thunder magic with his soul-refining realm cultivation, it was not as convenient as Han Zhi's. He could summon a doppelganger and stand aside to watch the show. He still had to spend a lot of time practicing the technique of striking people. When his thunder magic could hit where it was directed, predict the enemy's position and accurately hit a moving enemy, only then would it be considered a small success. Li Qing's gaze swept past Wanwan and she said to Li Mu, "You rest first. There are still some suspicious points in the case of Zhang family village that need to be investigated. I'll go back to the yamen first and come see you in 2 days." Li Mu sharply sensed Li Qing's gaze and explained, "Wanwan is my neighbor. She specially came over to take care of me." Before Li Qing left, the trusting look in her eyes made Li Mu feel very touched. This showed that as his superior she still understood Li Mu. She knew that he was different from Li Si. He was a true gentleman and would not deceive an ignorant girl's feelings and body. Li Mu picked up the paper talisman and said, "Wanwan, please bring me a bowl of water." The fulu that Li Qing gave him took effect very quickly. The wound on Li Mu's shoulder healed at an unimaginable speed. In just 3 days, the wound on his shoulder had already formed a scab, and there was only a slight inconvenience in his movements. These 3 days were the most comfortable days Li Mu had had since he came to this world. Under Wanwan's care, his clothes and food were all provided to him. Other than going to the toilet, there was someone to do everything for him. Li Mu finally understood why rich families always kept a few servant girls. This kind of life was simply a land of warmth and gentleness. However, a land of warmth and gentleness was also a hero's grave. Li Mu understood this principle. After enjoying the life of a young master for 3 days, he once again went to the tea house of Yunyan Pavilion. In the private room, Lu Hanyan looked at him and advised, "You should rest for a few more days. It won't be too late to come back after your injuries have healed." "No need." Li Mu shook his head and said, "As a storyteller, the people who like me are my parents. I can't let them wait for too long." Lu Hanyan saw that his complexion was good and did not insist. She only looked at Li Mu with a strange expression and asked, "Then do you mind letting your parents know where you live? Many of them want to personally come and give you gifts. Please don't." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You know, I'm a low-key person. I only want to live a quiet life and don't want to be disturbed by too many people." Chapter 55. Yunyan Pavilion Tea House. After the rooster crowed, the old man still didn't dare to go back. It wasn't until noon, when the sun was high in the sky, that he walked back nervously. However, when he returned to Clearwater Bay, he saw an unbelievable scene. He saw the 2 water ghosts, the young man who passed by that day and the Daoist priest working together to steal all his grapes. After a few days, the young storyteller finally returned. Everyone heard the ending of the story of the water ghost and the old man as they wished. Although many people were shocked by the sudden turn of events and slammed the table in anger, they had no choice but to admit that this unheard-of plot was much more exciting than listening to other storytellers. This young storyteller would tell 3 to 5 stories a day. When he reached the last story, in order to keep the guests, he would purposely stop at the most exciting part. Although everyone was angry, they knew that this was the storyteller's way of keeping the guests. At most, they would curse a few words, but they wouldn't rush up the stage to beat the storyteller up. In Yuntai County, there was a county magistrate named Li. His family was very rich and raised 7 beautiful concubines. His treasures were piled up like a mountain. One day, County Magistrate Li suddenly died. A Daoist priest came to his house and said that he could bring him back to life. The Daoist priest gave County Magistrate Li's old servant a paper bag and warned him to look at it only when the situation was critical. After that, the Daoist priest disappeared. When the old servant returned home, he couldn't help but open the paper bag and secretly look at its contents. What was written on the paper was, "If you want to know what was written on the paper tomorrow at the same time, be there or be square." The gripping story, the familiar, "If you want to know what will happen in the future, wait for the next episode." The guests below the stage angrily shouted a few times, "Bastard! This again! I'll break your legs," and so on. Then they scattered while cursing. Li Mu slipped out of Yunyan Pavilion through the back door. He estimated that at this speed he would be able to gather all the anger he needed to condense the second soul in 10 days and half a month. If he had enough courage to refine the anger, he would be able to refine the second soul immediately. He did not know if the tiger demon was bold enough. If it was not, he would have to find other opportunities. Old Wang's theory of survival of the fittest was cruel, but it was a realistic law of survival. Li Mu would not kill demons and take their souls for the sake of cultivation, but if the evil demons were executed on the spot, he would not waste his courage. It was not that there were no shortcuts on the road of cultivation, but one had to stick to one's heart and bottom line. Li Mu was always using Li Qing's words to ask himself. He went to the duty room and saw Zhou Xian, Li Si and Old Wang eating watermelon around the table. Zhou Xian looked up and asked in surprise, Li Mu, why did you come to the yamen instead of recuperating? Li Mu picked up a slice of watermelon and said, the boss gave me a fulu for treatment. I'm almost healed. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, you've just recovered and you're already here. You're really getting more and more diligent. Old Wang asked Li Mu while eating the watermelon, where did you learn that glutinous rice can restrain zombies? I've looked through hundreds of books but I couldn't find any record of it. Li Mu said, a Daoist priest told me when I was young. It might be his secret method. It's also possible. Old Wang threw away the watermelon peel and said, you have to write this down in the Encyclopedia of Monsters in the 10 continents. Later on, when people encounter zombies, they will have one more way to defend themselves. He wiped his mouth and asked, by the way, did you take the zombies' courage? Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, zombies also have courage? Zombies have been dead for so long that their spirits have long been scattered. Of course not. Old Wang shook his head and said, but you don't think that zombies only suck human blood when they harm people, do you? Old Wang read a lot of books and his knowledge was much broader than Li Mu's. Li Mu looked at him and asked, what else? Old Wang picked up another slice of watermelon and said, white zombies and black zombies only suck human blood. They just became zombies not long ago and can only suck human blood. But jumping zombies are different. Not only can they absorb the moonlight to cultivate, but they can also absorb the human spirit when they suck blood. A jumping zombie with decades of cultivation has accumulated a lot of people's courage in its body. It's much more useful than monsters, Li Mu said regretfully. Why didn't you say so earlier? Old Wang shrugged. You didn't ask earlier. Li Mu really didn't know this. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Hanja to burn the zombie later. But on second thought, old landlord Zhang was different from those jumping zombies with decades of cultivation. He had died less than half a month ago and had only bitten one person and 2 sheep. There shouldn't be much courage left in his body. Thinking of this, he didn't feel so regretful. It's not too late to know now. Old Wang finished the watermelon quickly and said, the zombie disaster in Zhou County hasn't been solved yet. If you go to Zhou County now, you should be able to absorb a lot of courage. Many cultivators in Beijing have gone to Zhou County. In addition to helping to quell the zombie disaster, they should also have the same idea. Although the courage of the zombies in Zhou County was very attractive to Li Mu could still weigh his own weight. A jumping zombie almost killed him. Zhou County even had flying zombies. Wasn't it better to follow Li Qing and kill a few evil monsters? There was no need to take such a big risk just to take a shortcut. However, Old Wang reminded him that there was nothing wrong with reading more books. If Li Mu was as knowledgeable as Old Wang, he wouldn't have wasted so many opportunities. He looked at Old Wang and said, what books have you been reading recently? Recommend a few to me. Old Wang thought for a moment and said, Picking Flowers, A Curtain of Spring Dreams, Beautiful Empress of 10,000 Demons, and Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio. It was just published yesterday. Really opened my eyes. There are people and ghosts, people and demons, people and ghosts and demons. There are female ghosts, snake demons, and even dragons. I have to admit that the person who wrote this book is really a genius. When Zhou Xian heard this, he immediately became spirited and said, Old Wang, when you finish reading these books, lend them to me. Picking Flowers, Spring Dreams, Beautiful Empress didn't sound like a serious book. How could it be compared with Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio? One was a pure erotic novel, while the other had depth and connotation. It either exposed the darkness of feudal rule, or resisted the shackles of feudal etiquette. Through the love between demons and humans, the author expressed the author's pursuit of ideal love. A serious person would see a breakthrough in feudal etiquette, but an old man like Old Wang would see a life and death friend, a hero and a son-in-law. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Lend me the Records of Demons in the 10 Continents for 2 days. I'll return it to you after I finish reading it. On the day the first volume of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio was published, Lu Hanyan told Li Mu that this book used to be a forbidden book in ancient times. But here Li Mu wasn't worried. Firstly, the feudal etiquette here didn't bind people so deeply. Secondly, Li Mu didn't use any of the chapters that might involve political sensitivities. The more explicit descriptions in the original work were also deleted by Li Mu. The Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio that he gave to the bookstore. Other than some mysterious stories, the main theme was love. For example, Zhou Xian, Yingning, and Lianqing were full of innocent hearts, the true meaning of love and the praise of true love. Every time Wanwan listened to Li Mu's narration, her eyes would be filled with tears. Wanwan was Li Mu's first reader. Lu Hanyan wouldn't let him go if he wanted to do something inappropriate in the book and lead the innocent girl astray. Li Mu was still on sick leave. He just came to the county office to see if there was a chance to collect emotions. Since there wasn't, he didn't plan to talk to Old Wang and the others about their life and death friendship. Before leaving, Li Mu said to Old Wang, "Next time if something like this happens again, remember to tell me in advance." Even Li Qing didn't know about the matter of extracting the zombie's courage. Old Wang had lived long enough and was very knowledgeable. He could totally act as his cultivation consultant. Li Mu had to remind him so that he wouldn't always give advice after the fact. After leaving the county office, Li Mu went straight home. He had been recuperating at home for the past few days. Although he had found out about the person Su he asked him to find out, he didn't have the chance to tell her. After returning home, Li Mu first cooked noodles for him and Wanwan. After lunch he personally cooked a few dishes and put them in a lunchbox. When he went out and passed by Yunyan Pavilion, he picked up a few novels and left the city in the direction of Clearwater Bay. Chapter 56. At the Bay of Clearwater, in a small house by the water covered by illusion. Suhi glanced at Li Mu and said slowly, "You said you would come to see me when you have time. You haven't come for so long. I thought you had forgotten me," Li Mu said with some embarrassment. "A few days ago there was a murder case in the county government. I was slightly injured when I was investigating the case. I just barely recovered now." Suhi's eyes were no longer bitter. She asked doubtfully, "Although your cultivation is not high, you know Taoist magic arts. The Buddha's light is also specialized in restraining demons and ghosts. What could hurt you?" "It was a jumping zombie," Li Mu explained. "I haven't fully mastered the thunder method. It's not easy to use it in front of outsiders." He didn't continue the topic. He put the food box on the table and said, "Before I came I made a few dishes. Have a taste." Suhi suddenly became interested. She floated to the table and said, "I haven't tasted food for 20 years. You are so considerate." Li Mu just felt that it was not good to come empty-handed. But he was poor and had nothing to give her. The only thing he could give was his cooking skills. Although Suhi had the body of evil ghost, her cultivation had reached the middle 3 realms. It was just a matter of a thought for her to condense a body. Even if the condensed body was fundamentally different from a living person's body, most of its functions were the same. Li Mu sat at the table and asked, "How does it taste?" Suhi's eyes flashed and said, "Even if you say you are not a constable but a chef in a restaurant, I will believe you." Li Mu smiled and said, "If it suits your taste, I will bring more next time." Suhi reached out her hand and said, "It's a deal." Li Mu reached out his hand and clapped with her hand. He said, "It's a deal." Suhi ate slowly. Li Mu thought of the purpose of his visit and said, "I've found the person you asked me to inquire about last time." Suhi paused in the middle of picking up the food and asked faintly, "Is he still in Xianxia County?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "He was only the county magistrate of Xianxia County for half a year before he was transferred to another county. I heard that he was promoted and even married the county magistrate's daughter." Suhi pursed her lips. "Hemen?" Li Mu asked, "Does Miss Su have a grudge against Tui Ming?" Suhi's eyes turned fierce. She gritted her teeth and said, "Life and death grudge." She did not explain in detail and Li Mu did not ask. He only remembered the name Tui Ming. Suhi had saved his life. If he had the chance to meet her enemy in the future, he would figure out the whole story and think of a way to avenge her. Suhi's expression quickly returned to normal. She glanced at Li Mu and said, "You are different from those men. In the future you don't have to call me Miss Su. I'm a few years older than you. It's not too much for you to call me sister, right?" Li Mu thought to himself that she was more than a few years older than him. Even if she was in her teens when she died, 20 years had passed and she was now in her 30s. There was a difference in seniority between the two of them. Seeing that Li Mu did not speak, Suhi looked at him. "Why are you unwilling?" Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "How old were you when you died?" Suhi was startled at first, then she said angrily, "I will always be 18. Demonic ghosts were different from humans. It seemed that age could not be calculated according to human standards. Li Mu hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "What I meant was, sister, are you full? If not, I'll go catch a fish from the lake and roast it for you." Just catching a fish and roasting it was tasteless. Fortunately, Li Mu had thought it through. He had considered Suhi's taste and prepared some seasonings at the bottom of the food box before he came. Although there was not much variety, it was enough to roast the fish. Suhi finished the food Li Mu brought and ate 2 more roasted fish. Only then did a satisfied expression appear on her face. Li Mu went to a faraway place and began practicing the thunder technique. Suhi knew him inside out. When it came to practicing Dao techniques, Li Mu had no need to avoid her. Moreover, this place was far away from the county. Practicing here would not attract the attention of others. Li Mu could practice without worry. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, but it did not hit the ground. Instead, it flew towards Suhi. Li Mu was shocked. When he saw Suhi wave her sleeves, he realized that she had taken the initiative to attract the lightning. When the lightning entered Suhi's body, her body only trembled. Then she looked at Li Mu and said, "This is indeed not an ordinary lightning. The Dao technique you used is also not an ordinary Dao technique. The scripture you used to save Lin Wan was also a little different. 3 years ago there was a monk who wanted to save me. Their Buddha's light was not as powerful as yours." Li Mu sighed in his heart. His strongest attack could not hurt Suhi at all. The difference in strength between the middle realm and the lower realm was too great. "This thunder technique is not ordinary. Wait until you reach the soul condensation realm before you use it. Even I would not dare to take it head-on." Suhi flew over and said, "Wait until you are proficient in this thunder technique. Below the middle realm there will be few who can match you. Try to continue attacking me." With Suhi as his sparring partner, occasionally giving Li Mu some pointers, he became more and more proficient in the use of the confrontation formula. In the beginning he missed every time, but in the end he could already predict and interrupt her attack route. Although he still could not accurately hit her, as long as Li Mu practiced diligently, it was only a matter of time. A moment later, Li Mu's Fa Li was exhausted and he sat on the grass to rest. Suhi lazily laid down beside him and began to flip through the novels that Li Mu brought her. The first few books, after flipping through a few pages, she threw them aside. Those scholars, after 20 years, their routines had not changed at all. Mediocre youngsters who had a fortuitous encounter, slaying demons and eliminating evil for the people. Finally, they became famous all over the world, surrounded by beauties, and walked to the peak of life. She was already tired of reading these stories 20 years ago. Only this book called Strange Stories from a Strange Story. Every story was short, but it was thought-provoking. In the story, whether it was humans, demons, or ghosts, they were all made of flesh and blood. Unknowingly, she was fascinated by it. In those novels on the market, demons and ghosts were almost all evil. They sucked people's blood essence, stole people's souls, and brought disaster to the world. The protagonists in the stories often took it as their duty to slay demons and devils. But in this Strange Stories from a Strange Story, demons and ghosts were no longer evil. They also had human emotions. They were affectionate and righteous, true to their nature. The author of a book would often express their thoughts and views in the book. From this, it could be seen that this person called Pu Songling had a fair heart towards demons and ghosts. Suhi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Is there more at the back?" Li Mu turned his head and said, "Only 1 volume has been published so far. I don't know when the 2nd volume will be published. Next time I'll give you the manuscript at the back." Suhi was slightly stunned. She looked at him and asked, "You wrote this?" Li Mu said sorry to Pu Songling in his heart. There was no Mr. Strange Stories from a Strange Story in this world. In the eyes of Lu Hanyan and Wanwan, Li Mu was Pu Songling. There was no need for him to deny it in front of Suhi. Otherwise, when she found out in the future, she might blame him for hiding it. He said casually, "The salary of a bailiff is not high. In my free time I write novels to earn some royalties to support my family. It was not that Suhi did not believe in Li Mu. She was just surprised that he, as a bailiff, could write such a delicate and touching story. After accepting this fact, she closed the Strange Stories from a Strange Story in her hand and said, "These stories are beautiful, but in reality there are not so many infatuated men." Li Mu knew that she was prejudiced against men. This kind of view could not be changed in a short time. He could only say, "In this world, there are not many infatuated men, but not all of them are heartless people." Suhi said, "Only someone with a pure heart like you can write such a story." Li Mu said, "Demons and ghosts are not all evil things that bring disaster to the world. I just wrote what I thought in my heart." "What is written in the book is what you think in your heart." "Of course." Suhi nodded and said, "I have one more question." Li Mu asked, "What question?" "Why do the humans in the book always have sex with female ghosts?" Suhi looked into his eyes and asked, "Is this also what you think in your heart?" Chapter 57. Li Mu gave Suhi Strange Stories from a Strange Story because he wanted to change her prejudice against men, not because he wanted her to worry about such a pointless question. He also didn't want her to misunderstand and think that he was hinting at something. Li Mu opened his mouth and said, This is not important." Suhi picked up the book again and said, "Speaking of which, there are not only female ghosts in the book, there are also all kinds of female demons and even dragons. You don't have any weird fetishes, do you?" "Of course not." Li Mu said with a straight face, "I'm not married yet and my primordial young is still there. How could I have such fetishes? What I want to express is that love has no boundaries. No matter if it's a human, demon, or ghost, they all have the right to pursue love." Suhi said indifferently, "Even if you do, it's nothing. After all, I'm still your sister. Do you want me to catch a female ghost that can only materialize and give it to you next time? I still have things to do at the yamen. Goodbye." After leaving Clearwater Bay, Li Mu let out a long sigh of relief. The first time they met, he knew that Suhi was not easy to deal with. After they got familiar with each other, she drove so fast that Li Mu could not keep up with her. A female ghost with 20 years of cultivation was indeed different from Lin Wan, who had just died. Next time he should not give her the latter part of Strange Stories from a Strange Story, in case she thought that Li Mu was hinting at something and turned Li Mu into her own kind on a whim. This was not the first time she had such thoughts. Li Mu treated her as a friend, but she always wanted Li Mu's life. Friendship was friendship, but when it was time to guard against her, he still had to guard against her. When he returned to the county and passed by the bookstore, Li Mu glanced at it from afar. Strange Stories from a Strange Story had been officially on sale for 2 days. From the sales it was not very high, but the bookstore would not lose money. In fact, it would make a small profit. Yunyan Pavilion was just a newly opened bookstore in Yangqiu County. Its influence was limited to Yangqiu County. It only had a limited number of readers and there was competition from other bookstores. It was impossible to achieve financial freedom for a book to become popular. Fortunately, those who could read usually came from well-off families. Every bookstore had a fixed number of customers. The Yunyan Pavilion had just opened, so it was the time to attract customers. Although Strange Stories was also a supernatural novel, its content was all-encompassing. Whether one wanted to read love stories, horror stories, strange stories, or fantasies about female ghosts and demonesses who were lonely at night, one Strange Stories from 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 Strange. Li Mu noticed that there were 20 to 30% more customers in the bookstore than usual. For the follow-up story of Strange Stories from a Strange Story, he planned to split the profits. This way, although he would receive less money in a short period of time, he would still have a steady income. In addition to the music and drama that Lu Hanyan had adapted, as well as the money that he earned from the storytelling in the tea house, although it was impossible to get rich suddenly, it was enough to get him out of poverty. The Yamen was not busy every day. Li Mu's injury leave was still half a month away. In this half a month he planned to collect enough anger. He had already reminded old Wang that if there was a suitable case in the Yamen, he should get Zhou Xian to inform him. In the next few days, other than going to the tea house to collect anger, Li Mu spent most of his time cultivating at home. Every time he condensed a soul, his mana would increase tremendously. But the most important thing was still his daily guidance and cultivation. Other than that, he would also spend a certain amount of time every day using his mana to nourish the Bai sword. Although the material of the magical item was important, the improvement in the later stages depended entirely on the owner. An extraordinary magical item, in addition to Li Mu's army formula, could have an unexpected effect in a battle with demons and ghosts. Just as Li Mu was cultivating in isolation in Yangqiu County, a novel called Strange Stories from a Strange Story was quietly circulating in the streets. This novel was published by the Yunyan Pavilion. It was different from normal storybooks. Each volume was made up of dozens of stories. These stories were long and short. The short stories were about 100 words and the long stories were about 1,000 words. The number of words was irregular and the content was also strange and varied. In the first few days there were only readers who found it novel. But in the next few days the number of people who bought this book suddenly increased, and it attracted the attention of other bookstores. They analyzed this novel seriously and finally analyzed 2 reasons why this book was so popular. First, it was new. For more than 10 years, stories about demons and ghosts had been popular. The plot had changed again and again, but in the end, it could not escape the 4 words, slay demons and exorcise demons. However, Strange Stories from a Strange Story was different. In this book, demons and ghosts were not all evil creatures that sucked people's blood and souls. Some of them had flesh and blood and were loyal and righteous. In terms of emotions, they were no different from humans. This novel way of writing attracted many readers. Second, it was broad. This book was a collection of stories and there was no fixed theme. If you wanted to read love stories, there were Shao Qian and Ying Ning. If you wanted to read humorous jokes, there were Fox Alliance and Ghost Command. If you wanted to read strange stories, there were Corpse Transformation and The Man in the Ear. When the night was lonely and unbearable, the ghostly fox in the book had a different kind of charm. After Sage Time, the principles in the book were thought-provoking. The author of this book was the Daoist priest. His imagination was bold and unconstrained, and it also had deep connotations and discussions about reality. Those who read this book, regardless of gender, old or young, would find their own enjoyment in it. In a certain bookstore, the shopkeeper slapped his head and said regretfully, I misjudged him. In another bookstore, someone hurriedly said, quickly go and find this Pu Songling. See if we can spend a lot of money to get him back. This person is a talent. In the Yunyan Pavilion, shopkeeper Huang was beaming with joy. He looked at Lu Hanyan and said, Miss, your eyes are as bright as torches. Old Huang admires you. With Strange Stories from a Strange Story, our bookstore will be able to gain a firm foothold in this place. Almost every bookstore had a few popular authors and a few best-selling novels served as a front. The Yunyan Pavilion had just opened and there were not many readers. The unexpected popularity of Strange Stories from a Strange Story had allowed them to gain a large number of readers. As long as the subsequent volumes maintained the standard, they would be able to retain these readers and become regular customers of the store. Lu Hanyan coughed softly but did not say anything. Actually, she had only felt pity for Li Mu. She did not even read what he wrote. She did not expect that her small act of kindness would bring about such a huge change in the bookstore. She picked up a book and said to shopkeeper Huang, look after the store. I have some matters to attend to, so I will go back first. In the small courtyard, Wan Wan had just returned after eating and drinking to her heart's content. Li Mu rested for a while, then began to practice the sword manual that Li Qing had given him. Although the Bai sword was an immortal weapon, it was the same as a normal sword. Only when it was combined with sword moves could it unleash its greatest power. When Li Qing battled with the tiger demon only relied on its brute strength and instincts to fight against wild beasts. Li Qing relied on her nimble movements and sword moves to easily suppress the tiger demon, even though she did not have the advantage in terms of strength. At that time, Li Mu was determined to consolidate these basic skills. These basic skills could not be learned quickly. There were more than 10 basic sword moves. If he wanted to practice more complex sword techniques, he had to first learn these basic sword moves. Sword piercing, cloud sword, chop sword, hang sword, sweep sword, point sword. Under the scorching sun, Li Mu patiently practiced these basic sword moves over and over again in the courtyard. Only when his entire body was drenched in sweat and he could no longer raise his arms did he put down his sword. He took off his outer and inner robes, leaving only his trousers on. He poured a bucket of cold water over his head, and the cold feeling spread from the top of his head to the rest of his body. He felt indescribably comfortable. After being reborn, Li Mu was quite satisfied with his body. In his previous life he had been bedridden for a long time. His body had long been tortured by illness. Now, although his body was not very strong, it was very healthy. It was just that he did not have the 7 spirits. When he got up in the morning, it was a bit of a fly in the ointment. Because constables often patrolled and practiced, when he took off his clothes, the muscles on his arms were not exaggerated. He also had the 6-pack abs that Li Mu was very envious of in his previous life. His almost perfect figure made even Lu Hanyan, who was at the door, stunned for a moment when she saw it. The next moment she quickly covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Why are you not wearing clothes?" "I just finished practicing and went to take a shower," Li Mu explained. Suddenly he froze on the spot. Although Lu Hanyan covered her eyes, her vision still leaked through the gaps between her fingers. Not only that, at this moment in Li Mu's eyes, her body was shining with a faint light. Yellow light. Of the 7 emotions and 7 colors, yellow was desire. Li Mu swore that from the beginning to the end he really only treated Lu Hanyan as a friend. He never thought that when he treated her as a friend she actually wanted to. Li Mu hurriedly guided this trace of desire over. This was the first trace of desire he had collected. Thinking that other people relied on hard work to cultivate, but he actually had to rely on his body, he could not help but feel sad. The light on Lu Hanyan's body flashed and disappeared. She said angrily, "Hurry up and put on your clothes." Chapter 58. Li Mu went back to his room and changed his clothes. When he came out again he observed Lu Hanyan for a while, but he didn't see the light just now. After thinking about it carefully he understood the reason behind this. If he and Lu Hanyan were to switch roles, if it was Li Mu who saw her naked body, he would probably have a moment of impulse. Just like when he was walking on the road and met a beautiful girl, he would instinctively take a few more glances. This trace of lust was based on instinct, not that Lu Hanyan really had any improper thoughts about him. Li Mu felt that it was a pity. If she really had any improper thoughts about him, it would be good. Lust was related to the condensation of the last soul. It was better to let her take a few more glances than to sell her body. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu with a slightly red face. She wanted to forget the scene just now, but the more she wanted to forget, the clearer the image became. She coughed softly, looked away from Li Mu and changed the topic. "I'm here to ask you, have you finished writing the 2nd volume of Strange Stories from a Strange Story? Li Mu nodded and said, "It's done. I'll bring it to you later." Lu Hanyan said, "There are many people who like strange stories from a strange story. After the 2nd volume, I suggest that you and the bookstore distribute the profits according to the profits. At that time, after excluding the printing and labor costs, you can get 50% of the total profits. Do you have any problems with this?" Li Mu understood the market. Ordinary authors could only get 30% of the profits from books. The more famous authors could get 40%. Lu Hanyan gave him 50%, which was already very considerate. Naturally, there was no problem. Lu Hanyan held a book of Strange Stories from a Strange Story, and said to Li Mu, "I have a question." Li Mu raised his eyes and looked at her. "What question?" Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu with a strange look and asked, "Why is it that in your book the ones who fall in love with human men are either beautiful female ghosts or shape-shifted female demons?" "Is it?" Without waiting for her to finish, Li Mu explained, "Of course it's because the readers like it. That's why they'll buy it. In order to make money, I have no other choice. I'm not interested in female ghosts or demonesses. I still prefer beautiful women. What I mean is, I still prefer human women." Lu Hanyan looked at him strangely and said, I understand. Before Lu Hanyan left, the way she looked at Li Mu made him very depressed. He just wanted to copy books to make some money. It was not worth it to be seen as a pervert who would be attracted to a female ghost and a fox. Li Mu sighed and returned to the study. He opened the Records of Monsters in the 10 Continents and started reading. Strange Stories from a Strange Story was just the imagination of a poor scholar. In reality, there was no story of a fox turning into a human and repaying him with her body. In the Records of Monsters in the 10 Continents, there was no record of a fox repaying a debt of gratitude. However, there were a few detailed accounts of a fox taking revenge. The most recent case related to this happened 30 years ago. A county magistrate of a certain county killed a nest of foxes for no reason. He skinned the foxes and made them into foxskin quilts. However, what he did not know was that one of the foxes actually escaped. 20 years later, the fox had successfully cultivated and slaughtered the county magistrate's entire family. It skinned them and pulled out their tendons. Their corpses were hung in front of the county magistrate's gate. Although the fox was killed by the imperial court in the end, it made people have a deep understanding of the fox clan's vengeful nature. Looking at the story about foxes, he wondered what happened to the little fox he saved last time. He hoped it would not fall into the hunter's trap again. Li Mu was distracted for a while and continued to flip through the pages in his hand. Outside Xianxia County, there was a secluded valley in the mountains that was rarely visited by humans. A few foxes were jumping and playing in the mountains. An old woman walked into the valley and the group of foxes immediately rushed over. "Grandma, Grandma, you're back. Grandma, what good things did you bring us this time?" "It's roast chicken. I smell roast chicken. Grandma, I want to eat roast chicken." The foxes that could speak human language surrounded the old woman and jumped non-stop. The old woman put down the basket she was carrying at her waist and took out a few roast chickens. She distributed them to the foxes. The foxes held the roast chickens in their mouths and ran away quickly. Only a white fox remained in the same place. It looked at her eagerly and said softly, "Grandma, Granny hasn't forgotten you." The old woman smiled and took out a thin book from her bosom. She said, "This book is the bestseller in the city. Tell me, you don't like roasted chicken, but why do you like these things written by humans? If I had known, I wouldn't have taught you how to read." In the old woman's nagging, the little fox held the book in its mouth and ran under the tree. It put the book called Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio on the ground and used its small claws to flip open the pages and read seriously. This story called Zhou Xian made it tear up. When it saw the ending where Zhou Qian and Ning Kaichen lived happily together, its tears turned into laughter. In the story of Fragrance of Lotus, why did the fox spirit and female ghost get together with humans? Could the fox spirit and female ghost also fall in love with humans? Then it saw Fox Couplet. It was about two fox beauties who barged into a scholar's garden. The scholar sternly told them to leave. The fox spirit sneered at the scholar and made a couplet for him to match. The couplet was Wu and Shu in the same body, only lacking a little in the stomach. The scholar couldn't match it. After the fox spirit sneered at him, she matched the couplet herself and left. Wu and Shu in the same body, only lacking a little in the stomach. The fox spirit matched the couplet with, "Already gone, why don't you double pick?" The little fox rolled its eyes a few times but still couldn't understand the meaning of the couplet. She couldn't help but admire the fox spirit's literary talent. They were both foxes, but the fox spirit could match the couplet. She couldn't even recognize all the words. She held the book in her mouth and ran to the old woman. She asked curiously, "Grandma, Grandma, what does double pick mean?" The old woman looked at the fox couplet and spat. She said, "Don't look at these messy things. Go and practice." Since her grandma didn't tell her, the little fox could only walk back with the book in her mouth. She whispered, read one more and I'll go and practice." She opened the book again and muttered, "Xiao Chui, it's about a fox repaying a debt of gratitude." How does a fox repay a debt of gratitude? Yunyan Pavilion Tea House. Noon was the fixed time for the young storyteller to tell a story. Every day at noon the tea house would be full. Many customers would come an hour in advance to reserve a seat. Those who came late and did not manage to get a seat would order a pot of tea and stand in the corner to drink. To them, drinking tea wasn't important. What was important was listening to the story. God knows where the young man got so many strange stories. Sometimes it was heart-wrenching, sometimes it was thought-provoking, sometimes it was hilarious. Every time people couldn't stop. Today he was telling the story of a fox repaying a debt of gratitude. In Yuntai County there was a hunter. One day when he went hunting in the mountains he caught a fox. Seeing that it was pitiful, he couldn't bear to kill it, so he let it go. But what the hunter didn't expect was that after he let the fox go, something strange happened. Every day when the hunter came back from hunting, there would be a bowl of piping hot porridge in the pot. After drinking the porridge, the hunter went hunting in the mountains. Half a year later, a Taoist priest told the hunter that he had a strong demonic aura. The hunter remembered the porridge and brought it to the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest told the hunter that the porridge couldn't be eaten because it was made by a fox spirit. The next day, the hunter pretended to go hunting and secretly hid in the pile of firewood outside the door. When he heard strange noises coming from inside the house, he suddenly pushed the door open and found, "If you want to know what happened, meet me tomorrow at the same time. Be there or be square. Bastard, you're doing it again. I beg you, please do something humane." Amidst the curses of the crowd, Li Mu jumped off the stage, slipped out of the back door and walked to the front door. He followed the guests of the tea house and cursed Cliffhanger. After he had stirred up enough anger, he came to the county government. After a while, Zhou Xian walked into the duty room from outside and asked curiously, "Li Mu, have you heard the story of the hunter and the fox? What do you think the hunter saw when he opened the door?" Li Mu said, "Of course it was the fox cooking porridge." Zhou Xian was stunned. "That's it?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What else? If it wasn't porridge, then was it the fox that was blaspheming itself in the pot?" Zhou Xian stood there thinking. Li Mu saw a familiar figure flash by outside the door and immediately walked out of the duty room. He walked to Li Qing and said, "Boss, I've accumulated enough anger. I think I can start to condense the second spirit." Chapter 59. The courage of the tiger demon was extraordinary. Li Mu could not refine the anger in his body. When it met the pure courage of the tiger demon, it melted instantly. After the sun had set, Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed with his 5 hearts facing the sky. He said in a low voice, "The 9 cycles of plain qi, the soul controlling evil, the heavenly beast guarding the door, the delicate girl guarding the pass, the 7 souls in softness are at peace with me, do not act rashly." After a few minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Concealed arrow, condense." Within Li Mu's body, the gray light that represented anger flashed. It disappeared from the surface of his body into the depths of his flesh. At the same time, Li Mu once again felt the familiar feeling when he condensed the first soul. When the second soul was condensed, the instantaneous increase in his mana was equivalent to a month of cultivation. Li Mu sighed in relief. Although he had only condensed 2 of the 7 souls, it had only taken him a month. If he could condense 2 more souls in the next 4 months, he would be able to break through the half-year limit that the Taoist priest said. After condensing the second soul, Li Mu tried to use the Dao techniques that he could not use before. He found that although his mana had increased, he could only master the first 2 words of the 9 syllables mantra. The only thing was that the casting time was longer than before. Endurance was always a good thing. What he needed to do next was to prepare for the 3rd soul of the Sparrow Shade. Condensing the Sparrow Shade required a large amount of grief. Li Mu had already found the method to collect grief. However, Lu Hanyan had not finished arranging the script of butterfly transformation. No matter how anxious Li Mu was, it was useless. He wanted to ask Lu Hanyan, but she did not come yesterday. However, today was the day that her youth-retaining talisman lost its effect. Li Mu finished the youth-retaining talisman and prepared to ask her when she came to collect it. However, Li Mu waited until nighttime, but Lu Hanyan did not appear. Li Mu lit a charcoal fire in the courtyard and placed the skewers of meat on it. Not long after, Wan ran over from next door and squatted beside Li Mu to watch. Li Mu handed her a skewer of barbecued streaky pork and asked, "Where is your miss?" Wan said while eating, "Miss is in the shop. She hasn't come back yet." Li Mu asked, "Is the shop very busy these days?" Wan nodded and said, "The tea houses and bookstores have a lot of customers, especially the bookstores. As soon as the new books are printed, they will be sold out." A few bookstores asked about the author of strange stories from Liao Zhai, but young mistress didn't tell them. There was also a bookstore that wanted to buy strange stories from Liao Zhai, but young mistress didn't agree. Lu Hanyan was a woman, but she dared to wander around in an unfamiliar place with a servant girl. She had to resist pressure from all sides. It was indeed not easy. Li Mu had Wan bring the youth-retaining talisman back to her. Ever since his mana increased, The effectiveness of the youth-retaining talisman increased from 3 days to more than 6 days. The effectiveness of Fulu was mainly related to 2 factors. One was the quality of the materials used. Ordinary cinnabar and yellow paper could only carry a limited amount of mana. No matter how powerful the talisman writer was, he would not be able to draw a Fulu that exceeded the limits of the materials. The second was the cultivation of the talisman writer. When the quality of the Fulu materials was extremely high, the greater the mana of the talisman writer, the longer the power and effectiveness of the Fulu. Of course, this was for ordinary cultivators. Some of the more powerful cultivators could even condense talismans out of thin air. Of course, this was not something that Li Mu could come into contact with at his current level. After condensing the second essence, he returned to the Yamen to cancel his injury leave and patrolled Weiyang Street daily. The Yunyan Pavilion was located on Weiyang Street. Li Mu was wearing his official uniform. When he strolled into the tea house, he heard a commotion coming from inside. Where's that scumbag who always ends chapters? Why hasn't he come out today? Hurry up and call him out. We've been waiting here for more than an hour. We still haven't finished the story of the fox's repayment yesterday. What did the hunter see when he opened the door? The waiter of the tea house looked at the crowd and said helplessly, "That storyteller has already left the tea house. We don't know where he went either." What? Left? Why would he leave? Did you guys embezzle his wages? Hurry up and call him out. If he doesn't come out today, I'm not leaving. Li Mu stood at the door and listened for a while. Then he shook his head and left. Now that the second essence had been condensed, he no longer needed to collect their anger by breaking chapters. His identity as a storyteller had naturally come to an end. He had returned to his original job as a constable. Walking out of the tea house and passing by the bookstore, Li Mu heard a familiar voice coming from inside. His footsteps paused. In the bookstore, Lu Hanyan's pretty face was frosty. She said to a middle-aged man, "Shopkeeper Rin, what you said is impossible. Please go back." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, why do you have to do this? We can all do business together. You're just a weak woman. Don't you feel tired running such a big store? I'm just helping you out of kindness," Lu Hanyan said with a cold face. "Shopkeeper Rin, you don't have to worry." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Since Shopkeeper Lu is unwilling, I won't force you. Goodbye." Li Mu walked in from outside and turned to take a look. Then he turned back and asked, "Who was that?" "The shopkeeper of the Four Seas bookstore." Lu Hanyan walked to the table and said, "He wanted to buy the rest of Strange Stories from Liao Zhai and publish it with the Yunyan Pavilion. I rejected him. There was no copyright protection law in this world. The Yunyan Pavilion's books could be printed by other bookstores. Similarly, the Yunyan Pavilion could also print their books. However, without the original manuscripts, they had to wait until the Yunyan Pavilion sold the books. Then they would buy the printed books back and reprint them. Reprinting took a lot of time and effort. In the middle of this, a lot of time would be wasted. Others would have already bought the books from the Yunyan Pavilion. The ones they worked so hard to print could only be destroyed in their hands. Only by having the original manuscripts could they dominate the market and obtain the greatest profits. Lu Hanyan was a little angry. She said, "Strange Stories from Liao Zhai is now the Yunyan Pavilion's top book. New customers rely on it to attract them. How can we sell it to them? Moreover, the price they offered was clearly robbery. They're bullying me because I'm new here and don't have anyone above me." Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Who said you don't have anyone above you?" Lu Hanyan said, "Wan Wan and I have only been here for less than 2 months. We don't have time to make arrangements. How can there be anyone above me? Don't say that a bailiff is not an official." Li Mu looked at her with dissatisfaction and said, "Don't forget, this is my jurisdiction. Everything that happens on Weiyang Street is under my jurisdiction. The person above you is me." Lu Hanyan glanced at him and asked, "Is a bailiff an official?" No. Li Mu turned and walked outside. He said, "Since a bailiff is not an official, if you get bullied in the future, don't come looking for me." Lu Hanyan hurriedly pulled him and said, it's fine. Lordly, I'm new here. I'll rely on you to take care of me in the future. Lord, please sit. I'll make tea for you." Strictly speaking, a bailiff was not an official but an official. However, an official in Great Zhou received a salary from the state and was not just an errand boy. Any case that happened on Weiyang Street, whether it was theft, robbery, bullying, molesting, or swindling, Li Mu had the right to manage it. After the event, he only needed to submit an official document to the Zhang County magistrates. If there was a serious case in his jurisdiction, Li Mu also had to take responsibility. Li Mu finished his tea and went out to continue patrolling. Lu Hanyan personally saw him out. Watching the figure in official uniform disappear into the crowd, Lu Hanyan looked away. Her eyes were still a little absent-minded. When she was 7 years old, she was sold to the music house by her parents. She could only eat 1 meal a day. The rest of her time was spent practicing the zither. When her fingers were cut by the zither strings, she had to bandage them herself. When she was bullied by the older musicians, she could only endure it. She practiced with all her might and learned all the instruments in the music house. She played for more than 12 hours a day and refused the help of countless men who had ulterior motives. After she saved enough money to redeem herself, she played even harder and earned enough money to open a shop. All of this was her own hard work. When she was hungry, she would cook for herself. When her clothes were torn, she would mend them herself. Alone, she brought a servant girl and traveled thousands of miles from Zhongjuan to here. She bought 4 shops and recruited people from everywhere to open the Yunyan Pavilion. For more than 10 years, she had never relied on anyone. She also never knew what it felt like to have someone to rely on. Now she seemed to know. Chapter 60. Lu Hanyan seemed to have realized that Weiyang Street was under Li Mu's protection. She had treated him exceptionally well these past 2 days. Not only did she personally cook for lunch, the dishes she made were all Li Mu's favorites. If not for the fact that she did not take any further action, Li Mu would have reason to suspect that she had some thoughts about him after seeing his body that day. After eating and drinking to their fill, Lu Hanyan went to work on the shop. Li Mu went to the study and took out a brush, ink and talisman paper to practice a few of the new fulu that he had learned. Other than Daoist techniques, many of the Daoist spells and fulu techniques were open and transparent. Li Mu was not a disciple of the fulu school and could not learn the unique fulu techniques of the fulu school. However, he could obtain some of the basic fulu techniques through other means. After condensing the second essence, Li Mu asked Old Wang to search his library. He actually found a complete collection of the basic fulu techniques of Taoism. Other than the soul-locking talisman and the youth-retaining talisman, Li Mu also found a few other fulu techniques that he could draw at his current level. The ghost-seeking talisman had a similar effect as the Immortal shows the way. However, it was not as comprehensive as the Immortal shows the way. Could only search for ghosts by sensing yin qi. Of course, with the incomplete effect, the restriction on mana was much less. With Li Mu's current insignificant cultivation, he could easily draw it. The opposite of the ghost-seeking talisman was the demon-seeking talisman. It worked on a similar principle. Those with profound cultivation could use these 2 types of fulu to search for demons and ghosts within a radius of dozens of miles. Li Mu's mana was limited. The fulu's sensing range was only a few dozen feet. In addition, he had also learned an evil-warding talisman and a ghost-slaying talisman. As for divine abilities, with his current cultivation he could not learn a single one. He had only learned 2 or 3 small auxiliary spells. In fact, what Li Mu wanted to learn the most was the soul-searching talisman, which was the fulu that he used to search his past memories. However, this fulu was not of the lowest level and required a cultivator of the soul condensation realm to write it. Fortunately, he had gotten a few from Li Qing last time, which was enough for him to use for a while. Li Mu picked up a piece of fulu paper, stuck it to his forehead and began to copy the rest of the content. He had to make some slight changes to the names of the places and the names of the officials to make it fit the geography of the 10 continents and 3 islands. On the way back to the county office, Li Mu passed by the Yunyan Pavilion. He took a look and realized that there were more customers than the previous 2 days. Xianxia County was not big and there were even fewer people who were literate. However, in the North County, Xianxia County was located on the main road and was the hub that connected all the counties. Usually, there would be a lot of people and it could guarantee a steady flow of customers. This was probably the reason why Lu Hanyan chose to set up her shop in Xianxia County. Indeed, strange stories did not disappoint Li Mu. On one hand, he could earn a steady income from it. On the other hand, as a new shop, the Yunyan Pavilion could attract customers and stand firm against the competition of other bookstores. This was Li Mu's way of repaying Lu Hanyan. In a tea house not far from the Yunyan Pavilion, Seeing the steady flow of customers, a young man said, "Shopkeeper, that Lu woman is quite capable. She's only been in Xianxia County for a little more than a month, but her business has grown to this extent. She's even snatched away many of our customers." The middle-aged man sitting next to him smiled and said, "She's still too young and doesn't know how to do business. She's a woman who's new here and doesn't have any background. Doing this will anger a lot of people." The young man asked, "Should we teach her a lesson?" "No need." The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Yesterday I saw that Ren from the Four Seas bookstore went to the Union Pavilion. He seemed to want to discuss some terms with shopkeeper Lu. In the end, it didn't seem like they came to an agreement. Ren isn't a good person." The young man hesitated and said, "But if we don't do anything now, the Four Seas bookstore will take all the benefits. What's the hurry?" The middle-aged man said, "Let's wait and see. If a woman dares to make a living outside, who knows if she has any background? Let the Four Seas bookstore test the waters first." The young man thought for a while and saluted the middle-aged man with admiration. "Shopkeeper, you're really thoughtful." While eating with Wanwan, Li Mu suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Lu Hanyan for 2 or 3 days. The Union Pavilion had 4 shops in Yangqiu County. Among them, the bookstore's business was the best. After Li Mu left, the tea house's business declined. Lu Hanyan discussed with Li Mu and asked him to go to the tea house as a storyteller once every 7 days. Li Mu agreed without hesitation. He had a lot of stories and didn't have to worry about finishing them. Once every 7 days wasn't a lot. There was no harm in collecting more stories of the 7 emotions. A Chinese strange stories from a strange story allowed the bookstore to gain a foothold in Yangqiu County. As for the music and opera house, they were just getting started. Coincidentally, the music and opera for transforming into butterflies were being arranged. Lu Hanyan was busy with these and had been resting in the shop for the past 2 days. After Wanwan finished eating, she looked at Li Mu pitifully and asked, "Can you cook another bowl of noodles?" "I'll send it to Miss later." Li Mu nodded and said, "I'll be going to the county office later. I'll send it to her on the way." He looked at Wanwan and asked, "How old is your miss this year?" The young girl thought for a while and said, 21. Lu Hanyan was 3 years older than Li Mu. Women in Great Zhou didn't get married so early. However, when they were 18 or 19 years old, they usually considered getting married. It was rare for them to not get married at 21 years old. Li Mu asked in a gossipy manner, "Hasn't she thought about getting married?" Wanwan was puzzled and asked, "Why would she want to get married?" Li Mu said, "When she gets married, she'll have someone to rely on." Wanwan said, "Miss said that she doesn't rely on men. She only relies on herself. Men are unreliable." After thinking for a while, she realized something. She immediately looked at Li Mu and said, "I'm not talking about young master. Young master is not a thing." Li Mu roughly knew why Lu Hanyan had developed such a personality. Her parents' betrayal had caused great harm to her heart. After she became an adult, she wouldn't easily trust anyone. Of course, another important reason was that she was originally a rich woman. In this world, there weren't many things that couldn't be bought with money. She didn't need to rely on others. It was more likely that others relied on her. When Li Mu sent the food to Union Pavilion, Lu Hanyan was arranging a song in the music workshop. Li Mu didn't understand music and could only rely on his memory. Lu Hanyan needed to keep the main structure of The Lovers of Liang and recompose it. This wasn't an easy task. Li Mu saw that her complexion was somewhat haggard. He put the food box on the table and said, "Eat and rest. If you continue like this, the youth-retaining talisman won't have any effect." Lu Hanyan nodded, but her gaze didn't leave the score. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Remember to eat. I'm going to patrol." A moment later, Lu Hanyan put down the score and leaned back on the chair. She stretched her body and suddenly heard a sound from her stomach. She then remembered that she had been changing the tune of transforming into a butterfly since early morning and hadn't eaten anything. She opened the food box on the table. The bowl of Yangchun noodles was still steaming. A poached egg lay in the bowl, exuding a tempting fragrance. Lu Hanyan's appetite was greatly stimulated. She picked up the chopsticks and quickly finished the bowl of noodles. He even drank the soup. It had to be said that Wanwan didn't like to eat the noodles he cooked for no reason. After eating, she rubbed her sore eyebrows. She remembered Li Mu's advice and wanted to rest. However, she remembered that as long as she slept for the next 2 days, she would have terrible nightmares. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the score again. The night was quiet. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed, guiding her cultivation as usual. At a certain moment, his closed eyes suddenly opened. Just a moment ago, Li Mu suddenly felt a trace of vigilance in his heart. This vigilance was very subtle. If he hadn't been concentrating on his cultivation, he might not have noticed it. After a cultivator refined the first soul, the corpse dog, he could develop spiritual awareness outside of the 5 senses. He could keenly sense the impending danger. This sense of vigilance was so subtle that it meant that the danger was not directed at Li Mu. Or perhaps, the thing that triggered this sense of vigilance was too weak to pose much of a threat to him. Perhaps he was too sensitive. Li Mu closed his eyes again. However, not long after, his eyes opened again. He suddenly stood up and looked in a certain direction. Just a moment ago, he felt a trace of vigilance in his heart. The source of this feeling was the house of Lu Hanyan and Wanwan. At the same time, the ghost hunting talisman on the table also emitted a faint fluctuation of mana. Chapter 61. Li Mu walked out of the room and came to the courtyard wall. With a light leap, his whole body flew up and landed in the courtyard next door. It was already late at night. Lu Hanyan and Wanwan had already gone to bed, and the lights in all the rooms had been extinguished. Li Mu walked to the door of Lu Hanyan's bedroom. He heard 2 breathing sounds coming from the room and also felt 2 familiar auras. One belonged to Lu Hanyan and the other belonged to Wanwan. There was also another aura, full of yin qi, which did not belong to a human. The door was closed, but the window was opened a small crack. Lu Hanyan must have opened it to ventilate the night. Li Mu opened the window and jumped in. He used his heavenly eye and looked in the direction of the bed. Lu Hanyan and Wanwan were sleeping on the bed. An illusory shadow floated above them. Traces of yin qi spread out from the illusory shadow and wrapped around Lu Hanyan's body. In her sleep, Lu Hanyan seemed to have dreamed of something terrible. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly knitted, and her body was curled up, trembling slightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room. The resentful spirit also turned her head and looked over. She did not know why this person broke into the boudoir of 2 women in the middle of the night. The figure slowly floated over and floated in front of Li Mu, tilting her head to look at him. The female ghost's hair was disheveled and her face was pale and bloodless. There were only the whites of her eyes in her dead fish eyes. There were no pupils, but her lips were strangely red. If Li Mu had encountered this ghost a month ago, he would have been frightened. At this moment, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he also smiled at the female ghost and asked, "Have you seen enough?" The female ghost's figure immediately retreated as if she had been greatly frightened. She screamed, "You can see me." Li Mu said coldly, "What kind of ghost are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here? Who let you come here?" The ghost didn't answer, but a panicked cry came from the direction of the bed. It was unknown when Lu Hanyan had woken up. She shielded Wanwan with one hand and wrapped the quilt with the other. She shouted, "Who are you? Why are you here? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. My neighbor is a constable. He's very powerful." Li Mu said helplessly, "It's me." Hearing Li Mu's voice, Lu Hanyan was slightly relieved, but she still wrapped the quilt tightly around her body and asked nervously, "What are you doing here? Now is not the time to talk about this." Li Mu glanced at the ghost and saw that she was about to escape. With a wave of his hand, a fulu flew out and stuck to the door. The ghost wanted to escape through the door but was bounced back. She ran to the window and another fulu flew out. Li Mu used 5 exorcism talismans in a row and stuck them in 4 directions of the room. He even stuck one on the roof, completely blocking the female ghost's path. Lu Hanyan shrank in the corner of the bed and asked in panic, "What are you doing?" She had just woken up from a nightmare when she saw a black shadow standing in the room. She was greatly frightened. When she heard Li Mu's voice, she was slightly relieved, but when she saw his strange behavior, she was still a little panicked. As a man, he broke into her bedroom in the middle of the night. If it weren't for her trust in Li Mu, she would have already started shouting. Li Mu flicked his finger slightly, and the lights in the bedroom were lit up, illuminating the room. The light made Lu Hanyan's heart calm down. When she saw Li Mu, she immediately lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, What do you want to do?" Li Mu looked down and realized that he was worried that Lu Hanyan and Wanwan would be in danger. He came out in a hurry and didn't even have time to put on his clothes. At this moment his upper body was still naked. Generally, in this kind of situation, it was obvious that he was here to pick flowers. If it was in court, Li Mu wouldn't even have a chance to explain. In order to avoid Lu Hanyan's misunderstanding, he thought for a moment and strode to Lu Hanyan's bed. What do you want to do? Don't come over. Li Mu, how can you do this? Li Mu didn't explain anything. He made a hand seal with his right hand. After channeling his magic, he pointed his index finger at Lu Hanyan's forehead. Don't go away. Lu Hanyan protected Wanwan. Her voice was trembling. She wrapped herself in the quilt and curled up in the corner of the bed. However, Li Mu didn't make any next move. She raised her head and saw that Li Mu was still standing by the bed. And in the corner of her room there was a figure in white. The woman's hair was disheveled, her lips were red like blood, and her eyes were only white. She was exactly the same as the female ghost that appeared in her dreams these 2 days. Ghost. Her face turned pale. She covered her head with the quilt and hid in the corner of the bed, trembling. She said in shock, Li Mu, there's a ghost, there's a ghost. The female ghost's path was blocked by Fulu. She knew that this person had some skills. Her body floated up and pounced on Li Mu. In the next moment, a golden light appeared in her eyes. When her hands touched the golden light, they immediately collapsed. The female ghost screamed and retreated. She curled up in the corner and looked at Li Mu in horror. She screamed, Don't come here, don't come here. Li Mu forced the female ghost to the corner. While absorbing her fear, he coldly asked, How dare you harm people in the county? Tell me who ordered you. Wanwan said that Lu Hanyan often had nightmares these 2 days. Li Mu originally thought that she was too tired. When he saw the female ghost, he realized that it was her doing. This resentful spirit repeatedly used ghost tricks on Lu Hanyan. It caused her body to be invaded by yin qi. If it was light, she would be weak for a while. If it was serious, she would fall seriously ill and her life would be in danger. The female ghost curled up in the corner. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Mu. She said in a trembling voice, I was ordered by someone. That person captured one of my souls. If I don't do as he said, he will disperse my soul. Li Mu asked, Who? The female ghost shook her head and said, I don't know. He only said that after it was done he would come and find me. Li Mu continued to ask, What did he ask you to do? The female ghost said, He just asked me to pester this lady. For a person with 7 complete souls with the cultivation of a vengeful spirit, it was impossible to directly harm them. It could only use some methods to torture their minds and drive the yin energy to invade their bodies. Through this indirect method, after half a month, the victim's mind and body would be on the verge of collapse, and they would die in a short period of time. The popular saying for this was that if one was haunted by something evil and did not ask someone to exorcise it, they would not live long. Some Jianghu swindlers took advantage of people's psychology to cheat. Some of the bolder ones would even raise a little ghost and drive it to harm people. When the person was tortured to the point of death, they would appear as a master and perform a play of catching ghosts and exorcising evil spirits. They would collect a high fee from it. These people had always been the targets of the Yaman's strict crackdown. Lu Hanyan had just arrived and someone had asked a little ghost to harm her. Li Mu did not need to guess to know that it must be because of business matters. However, he did not know who did it for the time being. However, there was no need to worry. Since they did this, they must have a purpose. They would definitely appear when the time was right. Li Mu looked back at Lu Hanyan and found that although she covered her head in the quilt, she still lifted a corner of the quilt and looked outside in panic. Li Mu glanced at the female ghost and said, You turn around and stand facing the wall. Li Mu had seen many demonic ghosts and even fought zombies. Naturally, he was not afraid of her appearance. However, when a normal person saw her ghost appearance, they could not help but be afraid. The female ghost obediently turned around and stood facing the wall. Li Mu walked to the bedside and said to Lu Hanyan, That female ghost has been subdued by me. It's fine. Wanwan was awakened by the movement in the room. She crawled out of the quilt and rubbed her sleepy eyes. When she saw Li Mu, she was stunned and asked doubtfully, Young master, why are you here? She looked at Li Mu and caught a glimpse of a white shadow in the corner of the room. Coincidentally, the female ghost looked back nervously and met her eyes. Ghost, ghost. The girl jumped up from the bed and threw herself into Li Mu's arms. He cried out loud. Li Mu turned his head and coldly glanced at the female ghost. He angrily said, "Turn around. If you dare to look back, I will destroy your body and soul." Chapter 62. It was not a good idea to be naked all the time. At least Wanwan and Lu Hanyan were still wearing undergarments. Li Mu did not have the habit of wearing clothes when he slept at night. He comforted Wanwan, put away the talisman and drove the female ghost to his yard. Then he put her in the soul-recovering bag he picked up from the lizard spirit last time. After getting dressed, he went to the next door again. The two girls were already dressed. Lu Hanyan's face was still a little pale and Wanwan's little face was still wet with tears. She shrank in the corner of the bed and shivered. Obviously, she was scared by the female ghost. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I thought. It's okay." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I just sensed the Yin Qi here and was worried that you were in danger. I came out in a hurry and may have scared you." Lu Hanyan looked around timidly and asked, "Then where is the female ghost?" Li Mu said, "I took her. Tomorrow I'll bring her to the county office for questioning." He looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "The female ghost said that she was ordered by someone. Do you have any suspects?" Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "The Union Pavilion's business is getting better and better. It affects the interests of too many people. I don't know who it is." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow I'll report this to the county magistrate. Don't worry, no matter who is behind this, we'll catch them and deal with them impartially." The female ghost had been subdued. It was already late at night. Li Mu didn't want to stay here any longer. He said, "It's very late. You should rest first. I'll deal with this matter tomorrow." Li Mu turned and prepared to leave. Lu Hanyan grabbed his hand and said in panic, "Don't go." At this moment she only had the weakness of a woman. She no longer had the aura of a female shopkeeper. Wanwan quickly ran over and hugged Li Mu's arm. She sobbed, "Young master, I'm scared." In the middle of the night, a man and a woman were alone in a room. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll stick a few exorcism talismans outside. In this way, even if there are ghosts, they can't come in." Lu Hanyan asked in a trembling voice, "Will there be more ghosts coming?" Li Mu wasn't sure either. He could only comfort her by saying, "I don't think so." Lu Hanyan gave Wanwan a look. The little maidservant hugged Li Mu's arm and shook it. She begged, "Young master, I'm scared. Please don't go." If it was just Lu Hanyan, Li Mu could barely hold himself back. However, Wanwan was with him day and night. They even ate at the same table. When Li Mu was injured, she poured tea and massaged his back and shoulders. Looking at her pale face, Li Mu couldn't refuse. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then you can sleep. I'll keep watch outside." Anyway, he planned to cultivate at night. The courtyard was open, so the effect of cultivation would be better. "How can that be? Wan, go and bring a quilt over." Lu Hanyan shook her head and looked at Li Mu. She said, "I'll have to trouble you to sleep on the ground tonight." "No need." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'll be fine outside." Seeing Li Mu walk out, Lu Hanyan sat at the head of the bed, her eyes wandering. It was unknown what she was thinking. Wanwan hugged the quilt and quickly fell asleep again. A sweet smile appeared on her little face. Lu Hanyan stroked her head and looked outside. Although she couldn't see Li Mu's figure, she still felt indescribably calm. It seemed that as long as he was outside, even if some terrifying evil spirit came, it wouldn't be so terrible. After rejecting Lu Hanyan's proposal, Li Mu walked outside, closed the door and sat at the stone table in the courtyard. The moon tonight was very round and the moonlight was bright and clear. Li Mu didn't immediately cultivate. Instead, he stared at the moon in a daze. It had been nearly 2 months since he came here. Because the non-poisonous soul hadn't been condensed, it was very difficult for him to fall asleep at night. He could only pass the time by guiding and cultivating. The night was long. He would often think of things from his previous life. Although his current body was no longer tormented by illness, there were still many things in that world that were worthy of his attachment. Lu Hanyan slowly walked over and draped a shawl over Li Mu's shoulders. She asked, "What are you thinking about?" Li Mu withdrew his gaze from the moon and said, "Thinking about the past, family, friends." Lu Hanyan sat beside him with her arms around her knees. Looking at the moon above her head, she said, "I've forgotten what my family looks like." Li Mu still clearly remembered the appearance of his parents. With the soul-searching talisman, his memories were even clearer. He looked at Lu Hanyan and said, I have a fulu that can let you recover your past memories. There's no need. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, It's not easy for me to come to this point. I don't want to recall the past. How can there be such a strange fulu in this world? Li Mu didn't continue this topic. He asked, Why don't you go to sleep? Lu Hanyan said, I can't sleep. Li Mu asked, Were you scared by that female ghost? Lu Hanyan looked at him and asked in surprise, Aren't you afraid of ghosts? I used to be afraid. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Later on I've seen a lot of them, so I'm not afraid anymore. The evil ghosts are nothing but tricks. Your means are more powerful than theirs, so they should be afraid. Lu Hanyan sighed and said, You're obviously young, but you've experienced so much. It's not easy to be a constable, is it? Li Mu smiled and said, Nothing in this world is easy. For me it's easy to catch ghosts, but it's difficult to run a shop. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to get to where you are today. As Li Mu spoke, there was suddenly no response beside him. He was about to turn his head when he felt a weight on his shoulder. Lu Hanyan was leaning on his shoulder and had fallen asleep. She had been haunted by the resentful ghost for the past few days, and she had suffered such a fright tonight. She should have a good rest. Li Mu picked her up and returned to the room. He put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Then he left and closed the door. When Lu Hanyan and Wanwan got up and opened the door, they saw that Li Mu was not outside the door. They panicked for no reason. At this moment, a figure flew over the courtyard wall and landed in the yard. Wanwan's eyes widened and she said in shock, Young master can fly. You're awake. Li Mu looked at them and said, I've made breakfast. Come and eat. Breakfast was very simple. Li Mu cooked some porridge and 2 side dishes. Wanwan drank 3 bowls of porridge in a row. She put down the bowl and wiped her mouth. She looked at Li Mu pitifully and said, Young master, can you teach me how to catch ghosts? Li Mu looked at her and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Are you not afraid of ghosts? I'm afraid. Wanwan retracted her head. After a moment she summoned her courage and said, But I want to protect Mississippi. Lu Hanyan looked at her dotingly and then looked at Li Mu and asked, Can we cultivate? Li Mu nodded and said, Everyone can cultivate, but everyone has different aptitudes and talents, and the difficulty of cultivation is also different. However, as long as one is willing to work hard and learn Dao techniques for 2 to 3 years, no matter how bad one's talent is, dealing with ghosts like last night is still more than enough. Lu Hanyan hesitated for a moment and finally summoned her courage to ask Li Mu, Can you teach me cultivation? After that she hurriedly said, I know this request may be a bit too much. If your sect doesn't allow it, then forget it. What's wrong with that? Li Mu shook his head and said, I don't have any sect. I usually cultivate by myself. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Lu Hanyan's face lit up with joy. I want to. Li Mu put down his chopsticks and said, Wait for me to come back tonight. I have to go to the yamen to deal with that female ghost. Lu Hanyan nodded. I'll wait for you. Xianxia County Government. Zhang County Magistrate sat in the front hall and said, I have some impression of Yunyan Pavilion. It's a newly opened shop in our county more than a month ago. I heard that their business is very good. At the end of the year they will definitely pay taxes. What do you think happened to Yunyan Pavilion? Li Mu said, The shopkeeper of Yunyan Pavilion encountered some problems today. Someone used evil ghosts to harm people. This was much worse than a robbery. After Zhang County magistrates heard Li Mu's report, he slammed the table and said angrily, This is outrageous. How can there be such audacious people in Xianxia County? Li Mu. Yes, sir. County Magistrate Zhang said in a low voice, This is a case that happened in your jurisdiction. I order you to protect the shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion. You must ensure her safety. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Li Mu cupped his hands. Sir. Chapter 63. In Great Zhou, public security and tax collection were important criteria for local officials. Lu Hanyan was the shopkeeper of Yunyan Pavilion. Yunyan Pavilion had 4 shops and was a major taxpayer in Xianxia County. Therefore, Zhang County magistrates attached great importance to this case and ordered Li Mu to protect her closely. Fortunately, she was his neighbor. After Li Mu returned to the county office to report, he received orders from Zhang County magistrates and returned home. Lu Hanyan and Wanwan hadn't left yet. After what happened yesterday, they didn't dare to return to their courtyard. One was washing dishes in the kitchen, and the other was helping Li Mu tidy up his room. Lu Hanyan made Li Mu's bed. She turned around and saw him enter the room. She was surprised and asked, "Why are you back so soon?" Li Mu said, "The county magistrate attached great importance to this case and asked me to protect you closely. I will be by your side for the next 2 days." "That's great." Lu Hanyan smiled and said eagerly, "Then teach me how to cultivate first." Li Mu knew 2 cultivation methods. One was Haotian Taoism and the other was Buddhism. The Haotian Taoism cultivation method was taught to him by Li Qing. Later on, the half of the Taoist book that Suhi gave him had detailed records. The Buddhism cultivation method originated from the scripture Xuandu gave him. That was only an introductory scripture with no follow-up. It wasn't suitable to teach Lu Hanyan. Moreover, without Xuandu's permission, he couldn't teach it to anyone casually. There were no secrets in Taoism cultivation. Some demons and monsters worshipped Taoism and would also cultivate Taoism. Li Qing taught Li Mu and Li Mu taught Lu Hanyan. There was nothing wrong with that. After making up his mind, Li Mu looked at her and said, "Get on the bed." Lu Hanyan looked at him blankly and asked, "W?" Li Mu added, "Just take off your shoes." Lu Hanyan was a little hesitant. Although it was just taking off her shoes, it wasn't convenient for a woman's feet to be seen by men other than her husband. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, "Can I not take them off?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Cultivation requires the 5 hearts to face the sky. The 5 hearts are the hearts of the feet, palms, and the top of the head. You need to maintain a specific posture. Since it's your first time cultivating, the posture must be correct." Lu Hanyan thought of the nightmares of the past few days and the horror of the female ghost. Her cultivation heart immediately became firm. She silently took off her shoes and sat on the bed. Lu Hanyan's feet were white, slender, and well-proportioned. Her toes were small and round. Li Mu subconsciously took a few more glances. It was the first time Lu Hanyan was barefoot in front of a man. Feeling Li Mu's gaze, her face turned red and she hurriedly covered it with her skirt. Li Mu coughed lightly and looked away. He said, "Lift your left foot to the base of your right thigh. Place your right foot on the base of your left thigh. Make the hearts of your feet face the sky and the palms face the sky. Place them on your legs. Draw chi into your nose and slowly into your abdomen. Keep going down. When you feel stuffy, slowly exhale from your mouth." Li Mu's path of cultivation had been introduced by Li Qing. He had long been familiar with the process of guiding others to enter the sect. While Lu Hanyan was trying to breathe, Li Mu stretched out his index finger and gently touched her forehead. He sent a weak trace of mana into her body. He looked at Lu Hanyan and asked, "Do you feel a warm current?" Lu Hanyan nodded and said in surprise, "It seems like something has entered my body." Li Mu controlled the flow of mana in her body as he said, "Focus your attention and guard your mind. Remember the circulation path of this trace of mana in your body. Try to use your mind to guide it." In order to help her remember the circulation path of her dermic powers, Li Mu let this trace of dermic powers circulate in her body for a quarter of an hour before slowly retracting his finger from Lu Hanyan's forehead. With a pale face he said, "I left a trace of dermic powers in your body. You just have to circulate it according to the path just now when you're guiding it. When you've cultivated your own dermic powers, I'll teach you how to refine your soul. This trace of mana will not stay in Lu Hanyan's body for too long. If her talent is average or if she is lazy, by the time this trace of mana dissipates, she will still not have cultivated her own mana. If it is still the same after a few times, it means that she has no fate with cultivation. Li Mu will also not be able to help her." Lu Hanyan took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on Li Mu's forehead. She said gratefully, "Thank you." "It's nothing." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I will rest for a while first, then I will go help Wanwan." After teaching Lu Hanyan how to guide the mana, Li Mu went outside. Looking at Wanwan sitting on the swing under the tree, he thought of what happened last night and asked in confusion, "Wanwan, how did you see the female ghost last night?" Last night, the vengeful spirit did not take the initiative to show itself. If Li Mu did not open Lu Hanyan's eyes, she would not have been able to see it. But Li Mu did not do anything to Wanwan, so how did she see it? Speaking of the female ghost last night, Wanwan's small face could not help but turn pale. She jumped down from the swing and tugged on Li Mu's sleeve. She shook her head and said, I also do not know. Li Mu could not figure it out for a moment, so he planned to ask old Wang when he returned to the government office. He stopped thinking about it for the time being and said, "Come to my room with me. I will teach you cultivation. When your cultivation is successful, you can catch ghosts by yourself in the future." Hearing that Li Mu wanted to teach her cultivation, Wan followed him to the room eagerly. Li Mu walked to the bed and said, "Take off your shoes and get on the bed." Wan was not as shy as Lu Hanyan. She quickly took off her shoes and socks and climbed onto the bed. Li Mu stood in front of the bed and said, "Bend your left foot to the base of your right thigh, then bend your right foot to the base of your left thigh." Wan picked up her fat foot. After trying for a while, she said in distress, "I can't bend it over." The movement of the 5 hearts facing the sky required a certain flexibility of the body. It was not easy for the average person to do it. Wan's short legs were not as slender as Lu Hanyan's legs. After trying for a long time, she was still unable to cross her legs. Her legs were under her skirt. Li Mu could not help her, so he could only turn around and say, "Try to use more strength. This is a fixed position for cultivation. You must do it." Wan hugged her small foot and tried to bend it. She cried, "It hurts." Li Mu comforted her, "Bear with it. It won't hurt in a while." After a while, the little maid said with a sobbing voice, "It still hurts." In this short period of time, Lu Hanyan poked her head outside the door 3 times. Li Mu could not stand it anymore. He walked to the door and said, "Come and help her." After less than an hour, Li Mu walked into the courtyard and let out a long sigh. Teaching them cultivation was more tiring than fighting with demons and ghosts. However, he finally passed a trace of transcendence energy into the master and servant's bodies. Next, they would have to rely on themselves. Teaching Lu Hanyan and Wan to cultivate was a piece of cake for Li Mu. Whether they could succeed or not depended on their talent and hard work. Even if they only had a little talent for cultivation, after cultivating for a few days, they would be able to improve their cultivation and have more ability to protect themselves. Li Mu could not always be by their side. 2 weak women alone outside, if they did not have any tricks up their sleeves, it would be too dangerous. The female ghost that was pestering Lu Hanyan was temporarily guarded by Li Mu in the soul recovering bag. It had a one-way connection with the person behind the case. At this time, the other party had no idea that the female ghost had fallen into Li Mu's hands. After lunch, in order to not arouse the suspicion of the person behind the scenes, Li Mu first let Lu Hanyan go to the shop before he left the house. Although the Zhang County magistrates asked him to protect Lu Hanyan closely, Li Mu still kept a certain distance from her to avoid alerting the enemy. He walked on the street. Zhou Xian and Li Si were eating noodles on the side of the street. They caught a glimpse of Li Mu from afar. Zhou Xian waved to Li Mu and said, "Li Mu, over here." Li Mu walked over. Zhou Xian waved to the stall owner and said, "Boss, another bowl of noodles." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No, I've already eaten at home." Lu Hanyan cooked for lunch. Only the dishes were washed by Li Mu. Zhou Xian asked curiously, "What's the matter? You haven't eaten with us for a long time. Is there someone at home or something?" Li Mu sat down beside him and said, "Cut the crap. Come with me after lunch. There's a case that needs you." Chapter 64. Union Pavilion. Not long after Lu Hanyan returned to the shop, shopkeeper Huang came up and said, "Miss, Shopkeeper Ren of the Four Seas Bookstore is here." The Four Seas Bookstore wanted to collaborate with Union Pavilion to publish strange stories from a Chinese studio, but was rejected by Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan stood up and said, "Let him in." A moment later, a middle-aged man came up and looked at Lu Hanyan. He pretended to be surprised and said, "It's only been a few days. Shopkeeper Lu, why do you look so haggard?" Lu Hanyan smiled and said, "There are many things I need to do in the shop. Maybe it's because I've been too busy these days and haven't had a good rest." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to say this, but Shopkeeper Lu is still young. Although business is important, it's not as important as your health. You can do less business, but you can't let your health deteriorate." Lu Hanyan looked at him and said, "Shopkeeper Ren is right." The middle-aged man smiled again and said, "If Union Pavilion's business is too heavy, my Four Seas Bookstore doesn't mind helping Shopkeeper Lu." Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, "This is my Union Pavilion's business. There's no need for Shopkeeper Ren to worry." Shopkeeper Ren sighed and said, "I'm just afraid that if Shopkeeper Lu continues like this, your body won't be able to take it. If a person is too tired, it's easy for them to have nightmares at night. They dream of evil spirits coming for their lives. Lu Hanyan suddenly looked at him and asked, "You did it?" Shopkeeper Ren shook his head and said, "What do you mean by I did it? I didn't do anything." "Shopkeeper Lu, please don't frame me." Lu Hanyan took a deep breath and looked at Shopkeeper Ren again and said, "As long as you can stop me from having those nightmares, I'll agree to your conditions last time. I don't know what evil spirits are." Shopkeeper Ren smiled and said, "However, I think Miss Lu might be too tired, which is why you often have those nightmares. Why don't we, the Four Seas bookstore, help you share some of the pressure? Naturally, you won't have those nightmares." Lu Hanyan looked at him coldly and said, "Things have come to this. If you still want to hide it, then we have nothing to talk about." Looking at him, the smile on Shopkeeper Ren's face gradually disappeared. He said mockingly, "So what if I am? Shopkeeper Lu, you're new here and don't know the situation in Xianxia County. Aren't you a little too naive to think that you can get a share of the profits?" Lu Hanyan asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll report it? Do you think I haven't investigated you? You're an outsider with a maid. How long have you been in Xianxia County? You don't have anyone backing you up. How dare you report this to the authorities?" Shopkeeper Ren curled his lips and said, "Besides, what's the use of reporting to the authorities? Do you have any evidence to prove that I did it?" Lu Hanyan looked at him and suddenly smiled. Shopkeeper Ren's expression froze as he asked, "Why are you laughing?" Lu Hanyan said, "You said something wrong." Shopkeeper Ren asked suspiciously, "What?" Lu Hanyan said, "There's someone backing me up." While Shopkeeper Ren was bewildered, a cold iron chain was wrapped around his neck. Zhou Xian kicked him in the butt and said angrily, "You're rebelling. What's the use of reporting to the authorities? Do you think the yamen is run by your family?" Li Mu held the iron chain and looked at the extremely flustered Shopkeeper Ren. He said calmly, "Take him away." The Four Seas bookstore and Yunyan Pavilion were competitors, so they had a motive to commit the crime. When Shopkeeper Ren admitted that he was involved, Li Mu, Zhang Shan, and Li Si were all present. There were also witnesses. However, this person quibbled on the way there. When he arrived at the court, he flatly denied it. When he was questioned by Zhang County magistrates, he said firmly, "Sir, this commoner has been wronged. This commoner has always been fair and law-abiding. How could I do such a thing?" Zhang County magistrates was expressionless. He said, "Raise your head and look at me." Shopkeeper Ren raised his head and looked at Zhang County magistrates. When their eyes met, the shopkeeper of the Four Seas bookstore suddenly froze. At the same time, Li Mu also noticed that Zhang County magistrate's eyes seemed to have turned into a deep pool. With just a glance, his gaze seemed to have sunk into it. He hurriedly looked away. At this moment, Zhang County magistrates looked at Shopkeeper Ren and asked calmly, "The Yunyan Pavilion's shopkeeper has been haunted by evil spirits recently. Was it your doing?" Shopkeeper Ren nodded mechanically. "Yes." Zhang County magistrates continued to ask, "Why did you do this?" Shopkeeper Ren said, "The Yunyan Pavilion stole our Four Seas bookstore's business. Their shopkeeper is a woman who just came to Xianxia County not long ago. She has no background, so I wanted to force her to give up a portion of the profits." "Who was the one controlling the evil spirits?" "I found a Daoist priest on the streets and spent 10 taels of silver to ask for his help." "Where is the Daoist priest?" "The Earth Temple in the west of the city." Cultivators were not under the jurisdiction of the government, but if there were any who committed crimes, it would be difficult for them to escape punishment. The imperial court had always had zero tolerance for cultivators who used Taoism to harm others. Those who harmed others' lives would be killed. Those who used evil spirits to harm others to achieve certain goals would be beaten 100 times, crippled of their Taoism, and expelled. Han Zhe led people straight to the Earth Temple in the west of the city and found a wandering Daoist priest. The Daoist priest was only at the soul refining realm. Han Zhe sealed his Taoism and brought him to the yamen. After being identified by Shopkeeper Ren, Zhang County magistrates personally crippled his Taoism and destroyed his dantian, cutting off any possibility of him harming others in the future. As for the shopkeeper of the Four Seas bookstore as the mastermind behind the scenes, he naturally could not escape punishment. After being beaten 50 times, he was barely alive. In addition, the Four Seas bookstore was closed for 3 months and fined 100 taels of silver as compensation to the shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion. As for the evil spirit, it would be a pity to destroy it. Li Mu simply applied to Zhang County magistrates to send her to the Jinshan Temple. After all, Xuandu loved to entertain ghosts and demons. Li Mu would treat it as returning a favor to him. Shopkeeper Ren was carried away by 2 constables. Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and said, "Thank you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "What are you thanking me for? This case happened in my jurisdiction." Lu Hanyan did not stand on ceremony and said, "Then I'll go back first. Remember to come back for dinner tonight." After Lu Hanyan left, Hanja, who had been paying attention in this direction, came over and asked Li Mu, "Do you know the female shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion?" Li Mu said, "She's my neighbor." Hanja looked at him and asked, "Just your neighbor?" Li Mu asked, "What else could it be?" Hanja asked again, "Is your neighbor married?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Why are you asking this?" Hanja probed, "She's so beautiful and she's not married. Don't you have any other thoughts about her?" Li Mu said impatiently, "What are you trying to say?" Hanja said, "I just want to ask, if you had to choose between her and Miss Qing, who would you choose?" Li Mu looked at him in confusion and asked, "Why should I choose?" Looking at Li Mu's back as he left, Hanja touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The best result was, of course, Li Mu and shopkeeper Lu being together. This way there would no longer be an eyesore between him and Li Qing. But what did he mean by that? Why should I choose? Did he mean that he didn't choose one, or did he want both? In the guard room, old Wang looked at Li Mu and said uncertainly, "You want both?" Li Mu nodded. "I want both." Old Wang looked at the books Li Mu picked out and asked, "These books are all basic knowledge before cultivation. You have no use for them, so what do you want them for?" Li Mu said, "I have other uses for them. Anyway, no one is reading these books. Why don't you lend them to me for a few days? I'll return them to you after a few days." Although Li Mu didn't need these books, Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. They still needed to build a foundation and broaden their knowledge. It was unrealistic for Li Mu to explain things about cultivation to them one by one. It was better to give them a few books and let them read by themselves. Old Wang nodded and said, "Okay, remember to return them when you're done." Old Wang was well-read and knowledgeable. Li Mu thought of Wan Wan and asked, "By the way, Old Wang, can ordinary people see wraiths?" Chapter 65. Nope. Lao Wang shook his head and said, "Unless the wraith shows itself or a cultivator opens the third eye for them." Li Mu added, "If the wraith doesn't show itself, then no cultivator opens the third eye for her." Lao Wang looked at him and said, "Then there's only one possibility." Li Mu asked, "What is it?" Lao Wang said, "This person is born with spiritual eyes." Li Mu was stunned. What is born with spiritual eyes? You can understand it as some kind of talent. Lao Wang explained, but this kind of talent is more common in the demon clan. For example, bat demons are born with the ability to attack using sound waves, and those monsters transformed from poisonous insects are very good at using poison. The dragon clan is born with the strength of the middle realm. These can all be attributed to talent. Humans sometimes have this kind of situation. Born with spiritual eyes is equivalent to opening the third eye at all times. It's normal for them to be able to see things that ordinary people can't. Li Mu didn't ask any more questions. He thought about the possibility of Wan Wan's natural spiritual eyes. With her courage, she would cry when she saw a female ghost. If she was born with spiritual eyes, why didn't he discover it? Li Mu thought about it again and felt that it was normal for this kind of thing to happen to Wan Wan. Although there were demons and ghosts in this world, under the protection of the imperial court, demons and ghosts and humans mostly minded their own business. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to come into contact with these things in their lifetime. Under normal circumstances, Ean's spirits and wraith looked like ordinary people. Ghosts were transformed from humans, so they had dignity and beauty. If it wasn't a special situation, who would want to make themselves hideous and terrifying with Wan Wan's personality? Even if she really saw a ghost, she probably wouldn't be able to tell. This reminded Li Mu of the first time he met Zhang Wang clan. He only thought of her as an ordinary woman. While Li Mu was thinking, Lao Wang found a book in the corner of the bookshelf. He blew off the thick layer of dust on it and threw it to Li Mu. He said, "There are records about spiritual eyes in this book. Take a look yourself." Lao Wang really had all kinds of books here. Li Mu put the book together with the other books. He left the yamen and bought some talisman paper and cinnabar on the street. After the condensation of the second spirit, he could write a few more talismans, and they were the more practical ones that could expel evil spirits and kill ghosts. These talismans could only be drawn when he needed them. Obviously, there was not enough time, so he had to prepare them in advance and carry them with him. After returning home, Li Mu wrote more than 10 talismans in a row. He only stopped when his mana was almost exhausted. After dinner, he handed 2 talisman exorcism to Yu Hanyan and said, "These 2 talismans have the effect of exorcism. You and Wanwan should carry them with you. Normal ghosts will not be able to get close to you. You can read the books in my study later. They are all about cultivation. You can understand them." Li Mu didn't give the book about spiritual eyes to her. He planned to study it himself first. Yu Hanyan accepted the talisman. Li Mu asked again, "Is the bit of mana I sent into your body still there?" Yu Hanyan nodded and said, "It's still there." People with average talent often needed several months of guidance to produce the first bit of mana in their body. If they had the help of other cultivators to help them familiarize themselves with the flow of mana, this time could be greatly shortened. Even so, those who were slightly talented still needed the help of other cultivators several times before they could condense their mana. Li Mu had a pure yang body and was extremely talented, so he easily retained the mana that Li Qing sent into his body. Li Mu just checked Wanwan's body and found that the mana he sent into her body in the morning had already dissipated. He thought that Yu Hanyan would be the same and would need to try a few more times. He didn't expect that the mana in her body had not dissipated yet. Li Mu looked at her and said in surprise, "Give me your hand." Yu Hanyan stretched out her hand. Li Mu held her hand. Yu Hanyan blushed slightly, but she still allowed him to hold her hand. Li Mu sent a trace of her dermic powers into Lu Hanyan's body. After a cycle, she was surprised to find that not only did the dermic powers she had left in Lu Hanyan's body in the morning did not disappear, but instead increased a little. Although it was only a negligible increase, it showed that her talent for cultivation was not inferior to Li Mu's. Yu Hanyan saw his strange expression and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He looked at her and asked, "What are your birth characters?" Other than marriage discussions, Yu Hanyan couldn't think of any other time to ask about her birth characters. She asked in confusion, "Why are you asking this?" Li Mu said, "Tell me first. This is very important." Yu Hanyan thought for a moment and said, "I Cho Xn Si Ding Mao Gui Mao." Li Mu calculated with his fingers and looked at Yu Hanyan in shock. Li Mu was born in the year of the dragon. His birth characters were Wu Qin, Gung Wu, Bing Wu, Ren Qin. The 4 pillars were pure yang. Yu Hanyan was born in the year of the ox. She was 3 years older than him. Her birth characters were I Cho Xn Si Ding Mao Gui Mao. She was the opposite of Li Mu. The 4 pillars were pure yin. Pure yang, pure yin, body of the 5 elements. The soul and the body were great supplements that even demons and heretical cultivation would covet. It was also an excellent body for cultivation. Li Mu used to think that since he had a pure yang body, his cultivation speed would be as fast as cheating. However, he recently realized that although his cultivation speed was not slow, it was far from the description of a pure yang body in the books. The reason why he could condense 2 souls in such a short time was because he collected the 7 emotions very quickly. His cultivation path was different from others. Li Mu had thought about this question before and quickly found the answer. Although his body was still pure yang, his soul belonged to his previous life. Because of this, his cultivation speed was greatly reduced compared to people whose souls and bodies were pure yang. However, Yu Hanyan was different. He had a complete pure yin body. In terms of normal cultivation speed, even Li Mu could not compare to her. Li Mu looked at Yu Hanyan in a daze. She and Wanwan, one had a pure yin body and the other was born with spirit eyes. What kind of master and servant were they? Yu Hanyan saw his strange expression and felt a little uneasy. She asked, "Is there a problem?" Li Mu came back to his senses. He never expected that Yu Hanyan would have such a rare body like him. He looked at Yu Hanyan and asked, "Has anyone told you that you have a rare pure yin body?" As soon as he said this, Yu Hanyan's body trembled and her face immediately turned pale. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Hanyan lowered her head and said with a calm expression, "When I was young, father and mother found a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that a pure yang body and a pure yin body would bring calamity to their loved ones. Father and mother thought that I was inauspicious and sold me to the music hall. Although there was no such thing as a pure yang body and a pure yin body, they would easily attract the covetous of evil beings. To a certain extent, it was not wrong to say that they would bring calamity to the people around them. The cause of death of Li Mu's predecessor was probably because of this. He could only comfort Yu Hanyun by saying, that fortune teller was obviously a Jianghu swindler. Don't take it to heart. Yu Hanyun looked up and smiled. She said, you don't have to comfort me. So what if I'm a pure yang body? After so many years, haven't I still survived? There is no such thing as a pure yang body. I also have a pure yang body, but no one has ever said that about me. Li Mu took out the book on the basics of cultivation that Li Qin gave him from the study. He turned to a page and said, she has a pure yin body. Not only is she not a loner, but she is also a genius in cultivation. Take a look for yourself. Really? Yu Hanyun took the book and looked at it expectantly. On the yellowed page there were a few sentences. People with a pure yang body and a pure yin body have souls that are different from ordinary people's. They are easily coveted by evil beings. If they cultivate, their cultivation speed will be several times faster than ordinary people. A man with a pure yang body and a woman with a pure yin body are a match made in heaven. They can form the great Tao of dual cultivation. Yin and yang combine and complement each other. Yu Hanyun looked up at Li Mu and said suspiciously, this book? You didn't write it, did you? Li Mu glanced at the contents of the page and knew that she had misunderstood the latter part of the words. To prevent her from thinking that he was hinting at something, Li Mu shook his head and said, don't misunderstand. You are not my type. Chapter 66. Li Mu had some admiration for Lu Hanyun. He admired her independence and self-improvement as a woman. She had traveled thousands of miles from Zhongjun with a servant girl, and in such a short period of time, she had expanded the Yunyan pavilion to its current scale. Other than admiration, he also craved for her. Of course, it wasn't her body but her cooking skills. Li Mu didn't deny that Lu Hanyun was a very outstanding woman in every aspect. Appearance, figure, cooking skills, wealth, personality. There were probably countless men who dreamed of marrying her. However, to Li Mu this kind of person was fine as a friend. As a wife, he liked the kind of gentle, considerate, cute, obedient girls who knew how to act coquettishly and take care of others. He didn't like overly strong girls. As a man, he preferred to protect his woman, not be protected by a woman or be kept by a woman. Even if Lu Hanyun had a pure yin body and was a natural match for him, feelings were more important than one's constitution. No, I'm not your type. Even if Lu Hanyun had never thought of developing a relationship with Li Mu, hearing this answer from his mouth was still a blow. As a woman, she had a figure, looks, cooking skills, and money. What reason did he have to not like her? She glanced at Li Mu and asked unhappily, then what kind of woman do you like? In order to reassure Lu Hanyun, Li Mu spoke the truth. Cute, obedient, well-behaved, and knows how to take care of others. As for age, it's best if she's younger than me. Cute, obedient, well-behaved, and knows how to take care of others. Lu Hanyun felt that she fit this description very well. It was just that she was older than him by 3 years. But so what if she was older by 3 years? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than him would have a gold bar. Moreover, if he had her, it wouldn't be just a gold bar but a pile of gold bars. It would be enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. Was he looking down on her age? This caused her to be instantly enraged. It wasn't that she liked Li Mu. It was just that she was a woman who had absolute confidence in her looks, figure, and other conditions. Yet she was ignored and disdained by a man, which made it difficult for her to accept. She opened her mouth and was about to refute when she suddenly thought of something. She looked at Wan, who was swinging under the tree in the yard. Cute, obedient, well-behaved, and knows how to take care of people. She's a little younger than you. She suddenly looked at Li Mu and said warily, are you thinking about Wan? If Lu Hanyun hadn't mentioned it, Li Mu wouldn't have thought about it. After her reminder, Li Mu suddenly realized that if Wan was 2 years older, wouldn't she be his ideal type? No wonder he liked Wan so much and always treated her well. He put away these thoughts and shook his head at Lu Hanyun, saying, if I'm unlucky, I only have a few months left to live. How would I have the time to think about these things? Li Mu successfully changed Lu Hanyun's mind. She asked, aren't you a cultivator? Don't tell me you can't treat your illness? To be exact, what I'm suffering from is not an illness. Since Lu Hanyan had also stepped onto the path of cultivation, the things that were inconvenient to talk to her in detail before could be explained now. Deciding to be honest with her, Li Mu continued, I stepped onto the path of cultivation in order to survive. Humans have 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. 2 months ago my 7 physical souls were taken away by a demon. Only by condensing 4 physical souls within half a year can I have a chance to survive. Lu Hanyan listened carefully and asked, Then how many physical souls have you condensed now? Li Mu answered, 2 physical souls. Lu Hanyan hurriedly said, Then hurry up and condense the other 2 physical souls. Condensing the physical souls is not that simple. Li Mu took the opportunity to teach Lu Hanyan about the path of cultivation. He slowly said, Humans are born with the 7 physical souls. The 7 physical souls are born from the 7 emotions of happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. If you want to condense the 7 physical souls again, you have to accumulate a large amount of the 7 emotions. These 7 emotions need to be generated by others. This is easier said than done. Accumulating the 7 emotions. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and said in realization, I understand now. The reason why you told stories in the tea house and stopped at the most interesting part every time was to collect the anger of the customers? Li Mu nodded. Lu Hanyan continued to ask, Then the reason why you deliberately barbecued meat in the courtyard last time was actually to make me angry and then take away my anger. Li Mu smiled awkwardly and explained, I also wanted to survive. You should understand this, right? Lu Hanyan glared at him but did not pursue the matter. She thought of something else and asked, You wanted to play Liang Shanbo because you wanted to absorb the sadness of the customers, right? Li Mu nodded and said, Yes. Lu Hanyan looked at him with a resentful gaze and said, You even said that it was your dream. A man's mouth is a liar, Li Mu said embarrassedly. I had no choice at the time. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and continued to ask, Happiness, anger, sorrow, and fear are easy to obtain. What about love and desire? This was also Li Mu's headache. He said helplessly, Let's first condense the first 4 physical souls and live for half a year. Lu Hanyan nodded and said, I will personally go to the theater and ask them to change the script as soon as possible. Li Mu cupped his hands and said, Thank you. Lu Hanyan waved her hand. What are you thanking me for? I haven't thanked you for teaching me cultivation yet. Speaking of cultivation, Li Mu thought of something and his expression became serious. He said, There is something you must be careful about. Seeing his serious expression, Lu Hanyan also became serious. She asked, What is it? Li Mu said, The bodies of pure yin and pure yang are indeed suitable for cultivation, but our souls and bodies are also great nourishment for demonic ghosts and evil creatures. Not only are they easy to attract demonic ghosts and evil creatures, they will also attract the covetous eyes of heretical cultivation. In the future you must never tell anyone about your birth date and horoscope, let alone let anyone know that you have a body of pure yin. Lu Hanyan nodded and said solemnly, I understand. The bodies of pure yang, pure yin and 5 elements could not be seen from the outside, unless someone knew their birth date and horoscope, or came into close contact with evil creatures that were more sensitive to these types of bodies. That night in the Zhang family village, the zombie did not chase after Han Zhi and only chased after Li Mu because of this reason. Lu Hanyan closed the introductory book and said, Let me have a look at this book. This book could help her understand more about cultivation. Li Mu nodded and said, Take it. Take the other books in the study as well. Remember to return them to me when you're done. Although this book was no longer of any use to Li Mu, it was still a gift from Li Qing. It would not be good to give it to someone else. Lu Hanyan returned home and put the book under her pillow. She said to her servant girl, Wanwen, go to the opera house and tell the masters to write the script for Transforming into Butterflies in 3 days. Their wages for this month will be doubled. Run residence. The Four Seas bookstore was closed for 3 months as a punishment and had to pay 100 taels of silver to the shopkeeper of the Yunyan Pavilion. The shopkeeper was also beaten 50 times. In the Ren residence, the servants looked worried. In a room in the inner courtyard, shopkeeper Ren's wails could be heard. A young man walked into the room. When shopkeeper Ren saw him, he immediately said, Yun, you have to avenge father. The young man's face darkened. He said, Didn't I tell you to do business honestly and not engage in these crooked practices? Do you really think those cultivators in the yamen are useless? Shopkeeper Rin said regretfully, I thought that woman was new here and did not have any background. Who would have thought that she had someone backing her? Alright, let's forget about this matter. Stay at home and recuperate. Don't provoke the yamen again. The young man walked to the bed, stretched out his palm and placed it on Shopkeeper Ren's back. A white light flashed on his palm. Shopkeeper Ren climbed up from the bed and said in surprise, It doesn't hurt anymore. The young man said faintly, I've only eliminated your pain. You still need to recuperate. Stay at home and don't think about money all the time. When I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll have as much money as I want. Shopkeeper Ren lay back on the bed and said, Cultivate well with your master. When your cultivation is successful and you earn a lot of money, buy all the bookstores in Xianxia County. The young man walked out of the room and went to the deepest courtyard of the Ren residence. He said to the two servants at the door, I want to cultivate in peace. If it's not a big matter, don't disturb me. Chapter 67. Li Mu was practicing his swordsmanship in the yard. Lu Hanyan put a thin book on the stone table in the yard and said, This is the script of transforming into butterflies. Take some time to read it and memorize the lines as soon as possible. Li Mu put down his sword and said in surprise, So fast. Wan Wan stood aside and said, Of course it's fast. In order to urge them to finish the script, Miss didn't sleep for 2 nights in a row. Li Mu looked up and saw that Lu Hanyan's originally delicate face was a little haggard at the moment. Her slumbering was more obvious than 2 days ago. He was a little touched. He held his sword with both hands and said, I can't thank you enough. I will repay you in the future if I have the chance. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't talk about the future. Teach me how to draw talismans now. After I learn how to draw talismans, I can draw youthful talismans by myself. At this time, only 2 days had passed since Li Mu taught Lu Hanyan how to cultivate. Last night, with the help of Li Mu, she successfully refined the first soul. In order to condense the soul, Li Mu had worked hard to do good deeds like Lei Feng. He helped the old lady cross the road, cut Zhou Xian's leeks and helped Lin Wan get justice. He collected joy everywhere and finally condensed the first soul. Lu Hanyan only took 2 days to do what Li Mu could do in a month. Of course, it was because Li Mu gave her the remaining strength of the tiger demon's soul from the last time he condensed the soul. The talent of the pure Yin body in cultivation played a greater role. Of course, without the courage of a demon, she would not have been able to refine the second soul so quickly. Lu Hanyan remembered the feeling of rapid improvement in cultivation last night. She couldn't help but lick her lips. She looked at Li Mu and asked, Did you put anything into my body last night? No, not a drop. Li Mu looked at her and said seriously, You have to be down to earth when you cultivate. Don't always think about taking shortcuts. Otherwise, in the end, if you don't harm others, you will harm yourself. In terms of cultivation, Lu Hanyan only obeyed Li Mu. After being reprimanded by him, she lowered her head and whispered, I understand. After refining the first soul, Lu Hanyan's mana could already write the 2 most basic Fulu talismans. One was the soul-locking talisman, and the other was the youth-retaining talisman. Li Mu first let her copy the runes of the 2 talismans. Being able to draw the runes in one go was the first step to writing talismans. Lu Hanyan was proficient in many musical instruments and had a pair of skillful hands. Painting and calligraphy were not difficult for her. The difficulty of writing talismans was that she had to eliminate all distracting thoughts and pour her mana into the runes. For beginners, it was impossible to successfully write talismans without a long period of practice. Even for those with a little talent, it would take 10 days to half a month to master it. For those with mediocre talent, it was common for them to practice for several months before they could master it. Lu Hanyan had already failed several times. Her mana was overdrawn and her face was pale, but she was still persevering. Li Mu could see the stubbornness in her personality from the matter of writing talismans. Once she set her mind on something, she would definitely not turn back even if she hit a wall. Li Mu looked at her and comforted, Why don't you try again tomorrow? Lu Hanyan's expression was firm and said, I can definitely do it. I'm so close. Li Mu was worried that she would be exhausted if she continued to persevere, so he took the brush from her hand and said, Recite with me. Your heart is as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapses, you won't be alarmed. After teaching Lu Hanyan, Li Mu reminded her again, Just remember this technique. Don't tell anyone else. The art of tranquility did not belong to the category of Daoist techniques, but it was very effective in situations where one needed to calm down and concentrate. After learning the art of tranquility, Lu Hanyan only failed once before she successfully drew a face-retaining talisman. In this world, the art of tranquility was a secret technique that only Li Mu knew. It was different from the art of leading Yin. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Hanyan stayed up late to help him write the script, Li Mu wouldn't be so generous as to teach her. Using sincerity to exchange for sincerity, this was what Li Si taught Li Mu. Although Li Si said that it was to pick up girls, it could be used in other situations as well. Speaking of which, he couldn't favor one and discriminate against the other. Since he taught it to Lu Hanyan, he should find a chance to teach it to Li Qing as well. Although Lu Hanyan was also kind to him, it wasn't 10 to 20% of Li Qing's kindness to him. And from Li Qing, Li Mu had never asked for anything in return. When Li Mu found Li Qing in the guard room, she was cultivating with her eyes closed. The lower three realms of cultivation were soul refining, soul condensing, and spirit concentrating. Soul refining was to refine the 7 souls, allowing the cultivator to completely control the body. Soul condensing was actually soul refining. It was the process of the cultivator gradually controlling the 3 souls. In this realm, the cultivator's soul gradually grew stronger and could freely enter and leave the body. Moreover, when the soul was in the state of leaving the body, it could still retain part of its strength. Spirit concentrating was the last realm of the lower 3 realms of cultivation. At this realm, the cultivator's 3 souls merged into one and completely transformed into the primordial spirit. Even if the body died, the primordial spirit could leave the body and enter a new body to be reborn. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, the cultivator would not truly die. 4 cultivators in the spirit concentrating realm, their cultivation was all in the primordial spirit. Even if the body died and only the primordial spirit was left, their strength would not be weakened too much. This was similar to monsters in human form. Although the lizard spirit and the tiger spirit's body died, their souls were still strong. However, after they turned into souls, they would be more afraid of thunder arts and Buddha's light. Li Mu walked into the guard room. Li Qing slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Did something happen in your cultivation?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I came across a spell by chance. Can clear the heart and restrain the mind. When I use it when I'm writing talismans, it can stabilize the mind and increase the success rate of writing talismans." He handed a piece of paper to Li Qing and said, "This is the spell." Li Qing did not take it. She shook her head and said, "There are many spells of calming the heart and clearing the heart in Taoism, but none of them have this effect. Even in the 6 ancestral courts, this spell can be called a top-notch spell. It's very precious. I can't accept it." Li Mu put the paper on the table in front of Li Qing and said, "Boss taught me cultivation, saved my life, and gave me a book and a sword. What's this little spell?" Li Mu had many Daoist spells and scriptures. The clear heart spell was the least effective among them. It was not that Li Mu did not want to give her something good. With Li Qing's kindness to him, it was not too much to ask Li Mu to repay her with his body. It was just that Li Mu himself had not figured out the 9 words mantra. If he took it out like this, he would not even be able to come up with an excuse. Although this little clear heart spell could not repay Li Qing's kindness, they lived under the same roof every day and had many opportunities to interact. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities to slowly repay her. After all, the future was long. Putting the paper on the table, Li Mu smiled at Li Qing and said, "Boss, continue cultivating. I'm going out to patrol. Wait a moment." Li Qing glanced at the paper on the table and said nothing. She only looked at Li Mu and asked, "You've already condensed corpse dog and concealed arrow. Which one are you going to condense next?" Li Mu embarrassedly said, "Sparrow shade." Li Qing continued to ask, "Have you thought about how to collect grief?" Li Mu nodded and told her his idea. "That's actually a good idea. Only you could think of it." Li Qing smiled and said, "Go. I'll leave the matters of the yamen to Zhou Xian and Li Si. You just need to focus on condensing the soul." Li Mu stood at the door and did not immediately walk out. Li Qing looked at Li Mu standing at the door and asked, "Is there something else?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Boss, you look really good when you smile. You should smile more often." Li Qing froze for a moment. Then her gaze wandered for a moment and she said, "Go on patrol." Zhou Xian, who had just returned from his patrol and was preparing to rest in the duty room, stood outside the door, his eyes wide open. A moment later on the Weiyang Street he wrapped his arm around Li Mu's shoulder and said in shock, "Li Mu, are you crazy? You even dare to tease the boss. Aren't you afraid that the boss will get angry?" Li Si walked by his side and said, "A woman will never get angry because you praise her beauty." Zhang Shan asked in return, "Is the boss an ordinary woman?" Li Si looked at him and said, "Immortals are also women." Li Si spoke of great principles, but Li Mu had no choice but to accept it. Just now he had blurted out what was on his mind on a whim. He did not know if she would get angry. When they reached the door of the Yunyan Pavilion, Li Mu temporarily put aside his thoughts about Li Qing and focused on condensing the sparrow shade. For him, what he needed to condense was not just the third soul. There was also the dignity of a man. Chapter 68. Li Mu had already memorized the script of transforming into a butterfly with the help of the clear mind technique. Lu Hanyan asked him to come to the theater to rehearse when he was free. 1 minute on stage was 10 years of practice off stage. Before officially going on stage, everyone had to memorize the script thoroughly and rehearse it in advance without any mistakes. Only then could they walk from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. When shopkeeper Huang saw Li Mu, he ran over eagerly and said, "Young master, you're here. Please change into your costume first. We'll start rehearsing in a while." Li Mu needed the audience to feel sad for him. Naturally, the more miserable the character he played, the better. Who else could he choose to play Liang Shanbo? However, in fact, he wasn't very sure if he could collect sadness in this way. If he couldn't, he would let Li Qing break his legs and pretend to be a beggar. He would beg at the city gate. A man should be more ruthless to himself. Survival was always the first priority. Dignity and other things could be abandoned in the face of life. Because it was just a rehearsal, Li Mu changed into his costume and didn't put on makeup. He sat backstage. After a while he saw shopkeeper Huang coming over with another handsome scholar in costume. Li Mu looked at the handsome scholar's face. No matter how he looked at it, it was familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The handsome scholar crossed his arms and asked, "What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said in surprise, "Why are you dressed like this?" "Because I'm acting in a heroic stage." Lu Hanyan looked at him proudly and asked, "How is it? Do I look like you?" Needless to say, Lu Hanyan was beautiful. After dressing up as a man, she immediately became a heroic young man. If she walked on the street, she would probably attract a lot of ignorant girls. "That sounds like it." Li Mu nodded, then he thought of something and asked, "Wait, do you know how to act?" As the female lead of Liangzhu, Zhu Yingtai had a lot of scenes and lines in the drama. If she screwed up, she would just lose a few customers. However, to Li Mu he would lose a bunch of leaks. No, he would lose the hope of condensing the sparrow shade and becoming a real man. This was not something for her to play with. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and said, "If you don't believe me, I can arrange for someone else to act in Yingtai." Although Auntie Wang is in her 50s, her basic skills are solid. Acting as a young woman in her 20s shouldn't be a problem. Li Mu said without hesitation, "Of course I believe you." Liangzhu was a couple in the drama. Although there weren't any restricted scenes, it was inevitable for them to hold hands and hug. If he had to choose between Auntie Wang and Lu Hanyan, Li Mu would still choose her. The only thing he was worried about was that Zhu Yingtai was going to dress up as a man. If he let Li Qing act, she wouldn't need any props and would just wear a loose costume. No one would be able to tell. However, Lu Hanyan was different. Unless the audience was blind, they would be able to tell at a glance. Li Mu subconsciously looked at her and noticed that her originally bulging chest had become flat. After being stunned for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Don't you feel uncomfortable from being strangled?" Lu Hanyan lowered her head and said in embarrassment, "It's none of your business." Li Mu was also worried that she would hurt herself. It wouldn't be good if she hurt her body in order to satisfy her desire for acting. However, since Lu Hanyan didn't care, he couldn't say anything more. He said, "Since you're ready, let's start rehearsing." While the two were rehearsing on the other side of the theater, several actors gathered there and looked at the two figures not far away. One of them was puzzled and said, "Transforming into butterflies is such a good script. Why did you find a newcomer to act as the lead? Isn't this messing around?" The person next to him looked at him and said, "Yeah, I thought you would act as Liang Shanbo. This is a rare opportunity to show your face." I don't know what you're thinking. That person listened to Li Mu's clumsy lines and sighed. He said, I'm really not convinced. How am I not better than him? Lu Hanyan was a professional. Not only was she proficient in musical instruments, but she was also good at singing. Li Mu was completely a layman. After the two of them rehearsed their lines, Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, You can't go on stage directly like this. A real actor knows how to arouse the emotions of the guests. When they act as the bad guys, they can make the guests hate them so much that they even forget that this is acting and rush to the stage to curse. When they act as the good guys, they can gain the sympathy of the guests and make the guests cry for them. Your acting is too stiff. Even if you act as Liang Shanbo, you can't move the guests and get their grief. Grief was a very important thing. Li Mu also became serious and said, I'll think about it carefully. Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, A good actor takes 10 years to become a beginner, 20 years to become an actor, and 30 to 50 years to become a master. In this line, without the guidance of a master, it's difficult to understand anything. Li Mu asked, Is there any quick way? There's no quick way to improve your acting skills. You can only practice hard. Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and said, Come to my room tonight. We'll rehearse our lines as many times as possible. On the other side of the theater building, the young man just now lowered his head and said, I'm convinced. Li Mu thought that he could gain the grief of the guests by acting as Liang Shanbo. After he really understood the line of actors, he found that he was too naive. Outstanding actors and excellent performances could indeed move the hearts of the guests and control their emotions. However, all of these people had more than 10 years of acting experience. Acting was not a matter of wearing a costume and reciting lines at all. Not to mention the expression and movements, just the foundation of the lines was a hurdle that Li Mu could not cross in a short time. It was late at night. Li Mu leaned against Lu Hanyan's bed and sighed, It's so difficult. Lu Hanyan covered her mouth and yawned. She said, Every line is not easy. It's impossible to reach the level of the masters without 10 years of hard work. I'm sorry for making you practice with me so late. Li Mu stood up and said, You should rest early. I'm going back. Lu Hanyan nodded and asked, If the acting doesn't work, what are you going to do next? What else can I do? Li Mu sighed and said, I can only break my legs and go outside to beg for sympathy. Lu Hanyan was stunned and asked, Are you so cruel to yourself? Li Mu said helplessly, If I'm not cruel to myself, I'll lose my life. Humans have 7 souls and 2 souls are born from love and lust. Lu Hanyan seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask, What are you going to do about love? You can't go and harm so many girls, right? Li Mu didn't even have the chance to collect grief, let alone love. He could only say, This we'll talk about it in the future. Lu Hanyan continued to ask, Love is fine, but what about lust? Li Mu lowered his head and looked at his own body, then looked at Lu Hanyan and shook his head. We'll talk about it in the future. After another night of studying the lines, Li Mu remembered that he hadn't visited Zhou Xian in a few days. He personally cooked a few dishes and went to Clearwater Bay. As Zhou Xian ate, she said, Next time remember to bring me a jar of wine. Is the wine shop in the east of the city still there? I really like their autumn dew wine. I haven't drunk it in 20 years. As she spoke, she saw Li Mu's absent-minded appearance and asked, What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Is there another difficult case in the yamen? Li Mu shook his head and told her about the problems he'd encountered in the past 2 days. Zhou Xian glanced at him and smiled. That's normal. It's the same no matter what line of work you do. You don't want to use your 3 to 5 days of interest to compete with someone who's been eating for decades, do you? Li Mu sighed and said, If there's really no other way, I'll just have to go to the city gates and beg. That's not necessary. Zhou Xian put down her chopsticks and said, A good actor can act like a character in a play, but in the end it's just acting. They can't act out the full charm. If you're a character in a play, why do you need to act? Li Mu was confused. I'm a character in a play. What do you mean? You can hypnotize yourself to forget Li Mu, forget your identity as a bailiff, and think that you're a character in a play. Once you've really deceived yourself, you'll really be a character in a play, Zhou Xian explained. She looked at Li Mu and asked, This is a type of illusion technique. Do you want to learn it? Li Mu swallowed his saliva and said, Yes. Zhou Xian crossed her arms in front of her chest. Call me sister and I'll teach you. He was just calling her sister. As long as he could gather grief and condense the sparrow-ine, Li Mu would agree without hesitation even if he called her wife, let alone sister. He was secretly delighted. Looking at Suhi, he blurted out, wife.
Chapter 642. Xianxia was suspicious, but he didn't point it out. His attitude towards Ouyangxing couldn't be more obvious. Qin Rongfang had tried to persuade him at first, but now he was too lazy to say anything. How much do you know about He Ping? Ouyangxing finally asked. I'm not very interested in his affairs. Jiang Zhao thought to himself. If he wanted to use He Ping's back door, wouldn't it be better to ask his father? His father had a stronger relationship with him, and it was easier for the older generation to talk to him. Why did he come here to ask him? Do you have a deep opinion of family Ouyang now? Ouyangxing let out a deep breath and stared at Jiang Zhao without blinking. Jiang Zhao met his gaze, but he was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of nervousness. Slowly, he pursed his lips and couldn't help but smile. Fourth Master, everyone is talking about family Ouyang. You also know that with my identity here, I should avoid arousing suspicion. Jiang Zhao's punishment could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. First, it hurt Ouyangxing's vitality. Second, once Ouyangxing got involved with those filthy places, the Ouyang Yan incident could no longer be linked to him. It was impossible under any circumstances. Not to mention that the Qin and Jiang families didn't agree to divorce so easily. Even if they forced him to divorce, they couldn't let him marry into family Ouyang. The background of an underground casino was not something that a politician should be involved with. Avoid arousing suspicion. Ouyangxing's withered palms rested on his knees, the white of his fingernails showing his strength. Do you not want to take responsibility for Yunyun? Do you think you can avoid arousing suspicion just because you want to? Responsibility. Jiang Zhao knew that this matter couldn't be let go so easily, but when it was mentioned, there was still a flickering flame in his consciousness that burned very quickly. Don't say that nothing happened between us. Even if something did happen, I can't take responsibility for her. Do you think I don't know that you've drugged me and set me up? Don't talk about responsibility. Even if you ask me to compensate you with money, I won't do it. I feel like I've suffered more losses. Jiang Zhao. Ouyangxing abruptly stood up. Suddenly, he felt his blood rushing to his head and could not stand steadily. He realized that his illness was acting up again. Yunyun has been in a relationship with you before. How dare you say that you want to compensate her? How dare you say that you're at a disadvantage? Am I not at a disadvantage? Jiang Zhao was still sitting on the sofa. He crossed his legs and tilted his head to look at Ouyangxing. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he smiled. Don't you think that I'm the one at a disadvantage? I'm married. My wife divorced me because of this matter. My grandparents got ready in the middle of the night and rushed to High City early the next morning because of your call. Most importantly, my grandmother has always been afraid of flying. Because of my wife's divorce, my work efficiency has decreased and my quality of life has decreased. Is this not serious enough? Tell me, what did you guys lose? Is Ouyang Yan's family in danger of falling apart because of this? Who do you think is at a disadvantage? Even if I have to compensate, I think it should be you, the person who set us up, who should compensate me. What responsibility do you want me to take? Yunyun said that you would wait for her to come back. Jiang Zhao, you're a traitor. Literally, I said that I would wait for her to come back. Aren't all of you waiting for her to come back? My original words were that no matter where she goes, High City will always be her home. We will all wait for her to come back. Did I say anything wrong? You. Fourth Master, do you have anything else to say besides this? Jiang Zhao started to use honorifics again, but this also proved that he was alienating him. Jiang Zhao, tell me clearly. Did you do something behind He Ping's matter? Ouyangxing exhaled and sat down again. He was almost angered by this brat because of his granddaughter. Jiang Zhao laughed heartily. Me? What can I do? When this news was released, I was shocked. I did not know that Fourth Master has such a powerful background. You had gambled a few $100 million in one night. How much money did you get? How many people will be jealous of you? It's not you. Do you think I am only a deputy mayor and have such capabilities? Jiang Zhao belittled himself. Xianxia snorted. What's impossible? It was too difficult for him to not suspect Jiang Zhao. He remembered the look in Jiang Zhao's eyes when he carried Yunyi away that day. It was clear that there was hatred and vengeance in his eyes. If Jiang Zhao wanted revenge, then it was reasonable that the casino was destroyed, but Jiang Zhao had no reason to know. For a businessman like you, you should be close to the Public Security Bureau. Fourth Master, is it because you did not distribute your shares evenly? Jiang Zhao started to mislead Feng Yu. Of course, Xianxia had considered this as well. Are you trying to be bureaucratic with me? No need for that. During that period, I was busy comforting Madam and did not even have time to deal with you. Xianxia was furious when he saw Jiang Zhao's attitude. In the past, whenever Jiang Zhao looked at him or called him, he would be very polite. He would call him Fourth Grandpa, Fourth Grandpa, Fourth Grandpa affectionately. Now, he directly drew a line and openly confronted him. How could he not be on guard against such a person? I won't let go of Yunyun's matter. Jiang Zhao, you'd better listen to the family Ouyang's arrangement. Yunye's family is not good for your future. Get rid of that burden. The marriage between you and Yunyun is the most suitable choice for the two powerful families. Xianxia's sense of superiority was fully revealed from his words. Jiang Zhao stood up and stretched out his hand, meaning to shake hands with Xianxia. Xianxia was delighted, thinking that Jiang Zhao had thought it through. Just as he was about to praise him, he did not expect Jiang Zhao to say something so serious that Xianxia could not accept it. Fourth Master, in any case, I have a public position. With a monthly welfare package and a bonus, I will be well off. Even if I'm a prodigal son of a wealthy family, I won't be able to squander my mother's money in a short time. Even if I'm a useless prodigal son and can't support my wife and father-in-law, the Jiang and Qin families can support me. I won't even be short of breath. So from my point of view, I really don't feel that the Yun family is a burden. It's too easy. Xianxia looked at Jiang Zhao's hands, which were intertwined with his, and suddenly understood. It turned out that Jiang Zhao was sending him off. If you don't get a divorce, I will also post the photos of you sleeping on Yunyun's bed. Jiang Zhao had thought of this before. Qin Rongfang had told him not to go against Xianxia because Xianxia had photos of him and Ouyang Yan sleeping together. The reason why he didn't make a fuss about this matter was because he was afraid that Yi would take offense. It was fine if he didn't bring it up usually, but whenever he did, Yi would explode. However, if something had already happened and there was no turning back, he had already thought of the worst outcome. His hand was still holding Xianxia's. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the corner of his left eye narrowed. Fourth Master, hurry up and post it. The sooner this matter spreads, the sooner it will end. You just want to make me unable to be the deputy mayor. I will not be the deputy mayor. I will not be the deputy mayor. In the future, I will still be able to support my wife and children. At most, I will lose my position. But I will never get a divorce. I will never marry Ouyang Yan. You should be prepared today. I will also be prepared to post your photos to every corner of Haiqing. When Yi woke up, it was already 9:30 am. Yun Hongwei had never woken up Jiang Zhao and Yi. That's why Yi slept until 12 am. She will not wake up unless there is an alarm. She touched her body, legs, and arms. Her whole body was sore. She felt that turning over was harder than running 5,000 meters. She slowly opened her eyes and quickly opened them. The furnishings in this room were shocking. This was not her room. It was Xianxia's room. The events of yesterday became clearer and clearer in her mind. The sleepless night had caused her to be unable to move her legs. Furthermore, it wasn't Xianxia who was squeezing her, but she was the one who was squeezing Xianxia. She rewound her memory. She remembered that he would always tell her in a shocked tone, "Darling, you are awesome today." In fact, Xianxia rarely called her darling or darling intimately in bed. Unless he was so satisfied that he could not help but say, "Ah, my little sweetheart, you are killing me." She did not know how satisfied Xianxia must have been to call her darling in such a mushy way. Yi Er covered her face. Even though there was no one in the room, she was too embarrassed to raise her head. What kind of mentality did she have when she ate Xianxia dry yesterday? It was hard to believe how thirsty she was. Thirsty. Indeed, she was so thirsty yesterday. Drinking glass after glass of water was useless. Even cold water was useless. Other than those images, there was nothing else in her mind. She suddenly felt that it was very strange. She knew that no matter how much she loved Xianxia, it was not necessary for her to do that. She thought about the color of her skin at that time. She stood in the bathroom and looked at her eyes and cheeks in the mirror. She was full of desire and her face was red. How could a person change like this so suddenly? She suddenly quivered. That time when she went to threaten Xianxia, he also changed suddenly after drinking the glass of water. Last night, Xianxia gave her a glass of water to drink. After that, she was thirsty and her mouth was dry. Xianxia. It must be him. That cheap man. She must find him and get even. She was naked, not even wearing underwear. She put on her nightgown. She was crazy. In this weather, she actually took out her nightgown. She jumped out of bed and saw a letter on the bedside table. The handwriting on the letter was strong and powerful. Dear Yunyi, I have already contacted someone to help you supervise the renovation of the dance studio. You don't have to go there today. Don't go there in the future. It's noisy and dirty. I will arrange it. If you have nothing to do, read a book. Don't forget that you have class in the afternoon. Love, Zhao. This was the first time she had received a letter from him. The size of the letter was only the size of a man's palm. The background was a green bamboo that was faintly reflected on the edge of the letter. She had never seen such handwriting before. She didn't know if it was Dear Yunyi in front or Love, Zhao in the back. Anyway, she felt that her vision was a little blurry. During this period of time, he had told her many times that he loved her. Every time she sent him to work, after he planted a kiss on her forehead, he would always say softly, Yunyi, I love you. If she could turn back time, it would be a wonderful thing. After putting the letter back, Yi Er tidied the bed and left Xianxia's room. Beauty Novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 643. Yi Er went to class in the university town, which was much more peaceful than before. The hairstylist also lowered his head when he saw her. He didn't show off his LV or Cartier in front of her like he used to. Yi Er thought that he probably knew who her husband was, so he was being polite. She didn't know that the hairstylist couldn't even work for 15 yuan anymore. He could only do it at home to save money. The family business was hard to run and his pocket money was so deducted that he couldn't use it to pick up girls. Men always wanted to save face. They really didn't want to be embarrassed in front of the girl they liked. When Yi Er was in the university town, she always ate with Zhou Xian. Xianxia was going to start her internship next year. The two found a relatively empty table in the cafeteria and sat down. Yi Er, what do you think of me? Xianxia took a sip of soup. Pretty good. Yi Er didn't lie. She thought Xianxia was pretty good. Xiaoya was also very good. I mean, what do you think of me as a host? Ah. Yi Er felt that she was being rather unprofessional. In the past, she didn't even need to draft a script when she saw Jiang Zhao lying. But now, when she was facing Xianxia, she was conflicted. It wasn't just a normal kind of conflicted. How should she say, I think you can definitely do it well. If she became a host in the future and didn't do well, she would scold her and say that she chose to be a host because of her. But if she said, impossible. If she went into another industry and didn't do well, she would still scold her and say that she didn't become a host because of her. If she became a host, she would definitely be popular. Xianxia, this idiot, could definitely say these words. She was also afraid of being scolded by Xianxia. Yunyi. You're not loyal. Xianxia snorted and threw a piece of braised pork into her mouth. She chewed it with relish. How am I not loyal? Xianxia finally had a piece of meat in her stomach. Let me put it this way. I want to develop my career as a host. Do you support me? Yi Er slapped his thigh and said generously, of course, as your friend, I will support you no matter what decision you make. If you have a dream, then go ahead and do it. I will support you no matter if you succeed or fail. Well, it's worth it to have a friend like you. Yes. Xianxia scooped up a spoonful of tomato and egg soup and said generously, cheers. Yi Er was already used to it. He also scooped up a spoonful of tomato and egg soup. Their spoons touched. Cheers. The two of them picked up their spoons and drank the tomato and egg soup in one gulp. But as soon as he drank it, Yi Er wanted to spit it out. Xianxia said, then tell Jiang Zhao tonight and ask him to arrange an internship for me at the TV station. Pfft, Yi Er really wanted to spit out the soup. Ah. Why do you want to look for Jiang Zhao? It wasn't that she didn't want to. Firstly, it wasn't the right time for her and Jiang Zhao to talk about this. Secondly, she was afraid that Jiang Zhao would owe too many favors outside. Her father's matter was already very difficult to handle. Xiaoqian's mouth twitched. Didn't you just say that you would support me? Yes, I said that I would support you. That's why I asked you to support me. You found Jiang Zhao and I entered the TV station. This is the best support. Qian, I said that I would support you spiritually. I didn't ask you to support me physically. Yi Er said, even if you want my body, I can't give it to you. Are you saying that you're messing with me? Are you just trying to show off your glib tongue? What do you mean spiritually? Are you trying to trick a 3-year-old child? Who doesn't know how to talk big? Is this how friends do things? It's fine if you don't have the resources, but even if you have the resources, you won't help me. Xiaoqian began to display her expertise as a media person. Do you think it's easy for me? I'm already so old, but I only have one best friend other than my sister. I even treated you sincerely. When you were pestered by a hooligan, with one phone call, I came all the way here to save you and bring you from the darkness to the light. When you were hospitalized, I visited you every day. I even found music for you and taught you which songs and which dances to which. I don't know how to dance, so I just looked for information online and told you when I found something. I just hoped that you would wake up soon. Those who didn't know better would think that I fell in love with a lesbian. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Yi Er screamed in her heart. She really couldn't afford to be hurt. Going from one door to another in the university town was like trekking through mountains and rivers. Who would dare to argue with a media person? However, she really remembered how Zhou Xian and Xiaoyu treated her when she was hospitalized. The soft parts of her heart were always touched. Okay. I'll go back and talk to my husband tonight. But I can't guarantee that it'll work, Zhou Xian interrupted her. Whether it works or not depends on your sincerity. Damn it. Yi Er's teeth were itching. Was this girl looking for a job or trying to persuade her to drink? Why don't you look for your sister? Your sister is very capable. Zhou Xian shook her head and scooped rice into her spoon. I think it's time for me to be independent. I'm already so old, but I rely on my sister for everything. I feel very guilty. With that, she put a spoonful of rice into her mouth and chewed. Yi Er told herself that she couldn't lower herself to Zhou Qian's level. She had to maintain a normal heart. However, she couldn't help but say, "You've become independent from your sister, and now you're looking for someone to rely on. When are you going to become independent from me?" Wait until I find someone to rely on. God, please give Zhou Qian a person to rely on. Amen. Yi Er began to pray sincerely. Zhou Qian snorted, "See, I only asked you for a favor and you're already trying to get rid of me. Can I still count on you in the future?" Yi Er rolled her eyes at Zhou Qian. Jiang Zhao adjusted his schedule and said that he had something to deal with in advance. In fact, he was going to the university to pick up Yi Er from school. Yi Er already drove. In front of Zhou Qian, she said that she would drive back so that it wouldn't be inconvenient for her to go to school tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qian quickly said to Jiang Zhao, "Take Yi Er home. Ask Yi Er to give me the keys. I'll drive the car to 9th Mansion. I'll throw my bicycle in the trunk and ride it back. I have to ride it every day anyway." Yi Er said, "Huh?" She looked at Zhou Qian in surprise. She didn't dare let Zhou Qian drive the car. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhao agreed to Zhou Qian's request. Yi Er got into Jiang Zhao's car but sat in the back. Jiang Zhao was disappointed. Did their relationship not improve after what happened last night? "Wifey, let's go watch a movie after dinner." "Who are you calling wifey? I told you not to call me that." Yi Er rolled her eyes at the man driving the car and continued to look out the window. Jiang Zhao's passion was like a fire being poured with a bucket of cold water, but he continued to pull the wind and reignited the fire. "Of course I'm calling you. Who else do you think I'm calling? There's only one woman named Yunyi on my marriage certificate. Aren't you Yunyi?" Yi Er knew that she was drugged last night. But she didn't want to expose this layer of paper. "I can't be bothered with you. Stay away from me in the future. Even if you can't be bothered with me, you still have to care." Jiang Zhao hummed a little. "Last night, you promised me that you wouldn't get a divorce, that you wouldn't ignore me, and that you wouldn't live separately from me. That's why I'm with you." Jiang Zhao. At first, Yi Er only felt awkward in her heart, but now, she had completely turned into an angry little lion. Jiang Zhao's words were to remind her that she had forced herself on him last night, and he had been forced to have sex with her because of those tempting conditions. But the main culprit was him. "You called me hubby last night. Why are you so fierce now?" Jiang Zhao clearly felt that he couldn't be as petty as Yi Er. In any case, she had to admit it even if she didn't want to. He had evidence. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Er knew that because of the drug, she had been forced to cry out like a kitten last night in order to squeeze Jiang Zhao dry. Calling him hubby made her tremble all over. "Let me tell you, Yunyi, you told me before, you admit it. Don't try to deny it now. When you rushed into my room, pressed me down on the bed, and took off my clothes, why didn't you talk to me with such an attitude?" Jiang Zhao. "You still have the face." You drugged me. Do you think I don't know if I don't say anything? I originally wanted to leave some face for you, but now you don't want any face at all. If you don't want it, then don't want it. I can't be bothered to leave it for you. I don't understand what you're talking about. Although there was a sense of awkwardness from being seen through, Xianxia had more experience than Yi Er, so he concealed his emotions rather quickly. What drug? Yi Er leaned against the back of the back seat and crossed her arms. Xianxia, stop acting. I know everything. How despicable are you? I ignored you, so you drugged me. If you have the ability, do it again. If you give me this drug again, I'll go out and find another man to cure me. You dare. I dare. Try it if you don't believe me. I'm not going to try. I don't care about such despicable methods. Xianxia thought to himself. Just because he didn't care about despicable methods, it didn't mean that he wouldn't use them. I won't pursue what happened last night. Don't try to take a mile after taking an inch. Yi Er, you said that I drugged you. Show me some evidence. If you don't have evidence, don't slander me like this. The two of them quarreled all the way home. At night, Xianxia barged into Yi Er's bedroom with his pillow. Yi Er said in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to sleep." Xianxia threw the pillow on the bed confidently, lifted the blanket, and went to sleep. As soon as he fell asleep, he hugged his wife and wrapped his legs around Yi Er. Finally, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. No matter how much Yi Er pinched, twisted, or pushed him, the man slept like a pig as if he had been drugged with sleeping pills. "Xianxia, if you don't go back to your room to sleep, I'll go out to look for a place to stay tomorrow and won't come back." Xianxia immediately rubbed his eyes and sat up as if he had just woken up. He got out of bed and left the room in a few steps. Yi Er sighed and was about to get out of bed and close the door when Xianxia came in with a digital camcorder. He took out the card inside and inserted it into the computer on the table for Yi Er to see. Then he burrowed under the blanket again and poked his head out. He said, "Yi Er, take a look for yourself. What did you promise me last night when you wanted to sleep with me? I reminded you not to think with your lower body. What did you say? You said you would admit it. If you didn't say you wouldn't divorce me. You said you wouldn't separate from me." Yi Er would have been better off if she hadn't seen it. The moment she saw that extremely restrictive scene, her whole body heated up. Oh my God, this guy actually recorded it. Did he have any shame? Did he still have any shame? How could he have the nerve to record something like this? Welfare, Songshu 566. Chapter 644. Yi Er wanted to crawl under the bed and hide under the bed. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. Although he was exhausted last night, the scene was replaying now. The scene was revisited, and the scene was replaying in his mind. He sighed. "Honey, let's go to sleep." When he heard the sound from the computer suddenly stop, he thought Yi Er was going to turn off the computer and go to sleep. But when he got up, he saw that the computer was deleting. He jumped up from the bed, hugged the computer, and hid by the door. He didn't click on the confirmation button and immediately exited. It wasn't easy for him to get this result. How could it be deleted just like that? What a pity. It was such a shocking video. Xianxia ejected the memory card from the computer and put the computer on Yi Er's dressing table. "Honey, let's go to sleep." "Xianxia, come and sleep. If you dare to sleep in my bed tonight, I promise to go out and look for a place to live tomorrow. Anyway, this house is a wolf's den. Who knows what you'll do to me next day." Yi Er got on the bed and laid down. "Come and sleep." Xianxia heard Yi Er's calm tone, and his heart tightened. He couldn't be thick-skinned anymore. He squeezed the memory card in his hand and said, "Good night." Then he turned and walked out the door. Xianxia returned to his room. He lay on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. Love a person needs how long? Hate a person needs how long? From love to hate a person needs how long? After hate, will you continue to love? The room was very quiet. He turned off almost all the electrical appliances, and the doors and windows were closed. But his watch was on the bedside table. The sound of the mechanical gears was infinitely amplified in his ears. It was like a big gear in a big processing plant making an unpleasant sound. It felt like someone was stuck in the gears. The gears kept turning, and the person was crushed into a bloody mess, screaming in pain. He didn't understand why he would think of such a scene. Just as he said to Ouyangxing, his work and life were greatly affected because of that incident. He had to think about how to make Yi laugh almost every day. Human nature was not like this, but it had to be like this. He didn't know how much he loved her, but he knew that she hated him. Now, he was like a person standing outside a large gear, feeling like someone was going to push him in. That bloody and mangled appearance was really disgusting. He started to hate himself. I hate myself now. Southern Family Garden. Zhou was applying her makeup in front of the mirror. Yuan Shichang stood behind her and held her shoulder. Shaoli, there's hope. His words were full of emotion and relief. Oh. The family Ouyang servants released some shocking news. Your daughter caught Jiang Zhao in bed and even hit the Ouyang Yen. Her face was so swollen that she still hasn't gone to work. It's not surprising that no one knows about Ouyangxing's nephew, but have you thought about it? If this matter gets out, Jiang Zhao will be forced to divorce. Moreover, if he gets involved with the family Ouyang, who has a background in the casino, Jiang Zhao's future will be affected. I don't have to be too afraid of him. Yuan Shichang was very excited as he described it vividly, but Zhou was already having a variety of expressions. Caught in bed. You're saying that Jiang Zhao has another woman behind Yi's back. You don't know, right? Why would your daughter tell you about this? She doesn't even treat you as her mother. Zhou Li's heart was filled with bitterness. She wanted Yi to get a divorce, but when she heard Yuan Shichang say that Jiang Zhao had an affair, she felt sad for Yi. Before she could apply the lotion on her face, she stood up, picked up a fur coat and her bag, and got ready to go out. Where are you going? Zhou Li had already reached the entrance and changed into her favorite high heels. They were a magic weapon that could add points to her temperament. I'm going to 9th Mansion. It's the middle of the night. Yuan Shichang was very unhappy. Don't tell me you're going to see Yin Hongwei. Don't think too much. Just as Jiang Zhao was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, he received a text message from Yi. Jiang Zhao, don't do those things to me in the future. Give each other some freedom and let me liberate myself, okay? If you don't let me forget about that matter and rush to be with me again, it won't do either of us any good. I'll always be bothered and can't let it go. Actually, I really want to let it go, but I need time. Jiang Zhao looked at the text message and saw what she said. Actually, I really want to let it go too. Actually, she wanted to let it go too, but she couldn't. Okay, from tomorrow onwards, I won't interfere with you anymore. Do whatever you want to do, no matter what. I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Zhao sent this text message, deleted it, and changed it. It took him nearly half an hour. He wanted to be strong and domineering. He wanted to say that he wouldn't allow it. But when it came to things like standing, it was never clear. He was the one in the wrong now. He had no position or right. What he needed was to give her time and beg for her forgiveness. The doorbell downstairs rang continuously. Yi knew that her father would open the door, but she still got out of bed. When Jiang Zhao heard Yi open the door, he also got out of bed. Yun Hongwei looked at Zhou Li at the door. His mouth opened, but he didn't say anything in the end. He let out a soft, trembling sigh. Mom. Jiang Zhao and Yi Er walked to the door together. Jiang Zhao spoke first. Mom, come in and have a seat. Yun Hongwei didn't say anything and made way for Zhou Li. The moment Zhou Li entered the door, she didn't even take off her high heels. She stood in the shoe-changing area, one hand gripping her bag tightly while the other was stretched out. She raised her head and slapped Jiang Zhao's face harshly. You're so shameless. Yi Er quickly grabbed Jiang Zhao, touched his face, and shouted, Mom. Yi Er was a little angry. His mother knew that Jiang Zhao wouldn't fight back, but she still hit him so hard. Jiang Zhao was stunned. At the same time, he saw the fire in Zhou Li's eyes and vaguely felt something. Yun Hongwei was shocked. He grabbed Zhou Li. Zhou Li pushed Yun Hongwei away and glared at him. She roared fiercely, Yun Hongwei. You're useless. You didn't even leave money for your daughter when you went to jail. You couldn't afford to raise your daughter, so you made her work at a nightclub to earn money to run your lawsuit. She didn't divorce a man who was caught in bed with her. Isn't it all because of you? Because of you, this burden. Because of you, your daughter had to swallow her anger when she married a man. Because she had to rely on your position as her son-in-law to feed you. You caused your daughter to be so miserable. If it weren't for someone telling me that Jiang Zhao slept with Ouyang Yan, and this Yi Er ran over to make a fuss and even hit Ouyang Yan, I still wouldn't know about this. You'd still be living with them every day. Do you have a conscience? You're staying outside to eat and drink. Do you have a conscience? Can you eat and sleep? Jiang Zhao only felt a loud bang in his head. It was a loud bang that blew up his nerves. Yi Er hurriedly hugged Yun Hongwei, who was about to collapse, and cried out in grief, Mom. Shut up. Zhou Li. Go away. You shut up. Jiang Zhao returned to his senses. He took a large step forward and used even more strength to support Yun Shichang's body. Yun Hongwei felt like he couldn't breathe or breathe. His chest was blocked by a surging, metallic stench that wanted to rush out like magma. The pain was so intense that he felt like his life was about to end. At this time, he felt that the tears that flowed out of his eyes would definitely be bright red. He never thought that his existence would cause his daughter to live so bitterly. Yun Hongwei struggled to pry open Jiang Zhao's hands. Looking into his eyes were filled with pain that made him wish he was dead, but his voice was already weak. Jiang Zhao, I'm begging you. Divorce Yi Er. I'm begging you. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Like a plum blossom blooming in winter, it dripped onto the bright and clean floor tiles of the shoe-changing area. The smell of blood suddenly filled the air, causing Yi Er to cry like a madman. This was the second time Yun Hongwei had been hospitalized after being released from prison. Both times, it was due to excessive stimulation. However, Yi Er understood that there was only one person who could give her father this kind of stimulation. That person was her mother, Zhou Li. A person's unbearable heartache for another person was because they cared. Her father cared about her mother's every word. While those words added fuel to the fire of her past suffering, they also expressed her mother's serious contempt and disdain for her father. Her father cared about the pain she had suffered in the past. Catch the traitor in bed. There was no need to say anything else that hurt his self-esteem. This was enough to make a father grieve. No man could accept his own daughter being a prostitute, and the purpose of being a prostitute was to help him run a lawsuit. No matter how dignified a man was, he would still be suppressed by these words. Hearing the sound of the ambulance again, smelling the smell of disinfectant that she had inhaled because of her father, Yi Er stared blankly at Zhou Li in the quiet and eerie corridor outside the resuscitation room. She didn't let Zhou Li leave. She let Jiang Zhao forcefully drag Zhou Li to the hospital. Yi Er pulled Zhou Li from Jiang Zhao's arms. Jiang Zhao held Yi Er's arm and said, "Yun Yi, calm down, okay? Dad will be fine." Yi Er looked at Jiang Zhao and shook her head gently. "Ah, Zhao, don't come over. I want to talk to my mom." Jiang Zhao let go of her hand. He was so annoyed that he wanted to go to the corridor to smoke a cigarette, but he didn't dare to turn around. He only nodded at Yi Er. "Go ahead." "I won't go over." Yi Er dragged Zhou Li out of the resuscitation room with great force. Zhou Li was even a little scared. She had been scared when she saw Yun Hongwei vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Yi Er's tears kept welling up in her eyes, but she didn't let the tears that symbolized weakness escape her eyes. She looked into Zhou Li's eyes and saw the pain of struggling, but the corners of her lips curled up. "Mom, when Dad vomited blood, it must have been very nice to watch, right? It was so exciting, wasn't it? You must think that this was the most meticulous and soul-stirring performance you've ever seen in your life, right? A man who has loved you for so many years finally had his pride hurt by you. He was beaten so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. You must feel a great sense of accomplishment, right? Look, he's inside. There must be a lot of tubes inserted. It's all thanks to you." Zhou Li had never seen Yi Er like this. Yi Er had always been unreasonable since she was young, so she still respected her parents. At this moment, she saw that Yi Er's eyes were filled with disgust for her. Those words were filled with deep disdain. Zhou Li suddenly felt that her heart was a little empty. "Yi Er, Mom didn't do it on purpose." Mom heard about what happened to Jiang Zhao and got angry in a moment of anger. No matter how much resentment Jiang Zhao had in his heart, Zhou Li was still his mother-in-law. At a time like this, he could only listen to Yi Er. Yi Er said to take Zhou Li to the hospital, so he did as he was told. Yi Er said to catch Zhou Li. He didn't allow her to leave, so he did as he was told. Yi Er didn't want him to go over and stand by her side, so he could only do as he was told. Awesome novel, Songshu 566. Chapter 645. However, the fear and uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. It was as if her heartbeat had been placed in a secret dark room. The sound echoed loudly in the dark area, creating a terrifying rhythm that made one's heart and soul tremble. Looking at Yi Er's expression, perhaps only he knew what Yun Hongwei, Si Jia, and Yi Er meant to her. Yi Er had always hoped to have a family with her family. She had said before that she wanted to have a family, she needed that little bit of warmth to penetrate her. She wanted to get back the things she had lacked in the past, the life she had lost when she was 17 years old. Those were very important to her, and they would make her feel at ease. Angry. Yi Er's spirit seemed to have suffered a huge blow. She hugged Zhou Li's shoulders tightly. She was very tall, and Zhou Li was not necessarily taller than her even though she was wearing high heels. Instead of hugging her shoulders, it was more accurate to say that she was tightly strangling her. "Mom." Yi Er chuckled. "Aren't you embarrassed? Aren't you embarrassed to say, Mom didn't do it on purpose to me? Do you feel at ease when the word Mom comes out of your mouth? You asked if Dad has a conscience. What about you? What right do you have?" Yi Er bent her back and rested her head on Zhou Li's shoulder. She pressed her lips against the side of Zhou Li's face, who was already trembling slightly. She moved closer to Zhou Li's ear, and her voice was filled with hatred. There were 2 doors to the emergency room. The upper half was made of glass, and there was a curtain on the inside. At this moment, the 2 women were standing together. Their faces were so close that their images were reflected on the glass of the curtain. Zhou Li was afraid of Yi Er like this. Actually, Yi Er was just being naughty, but she was very filial to her parents. There was no lack of good things in the rich, but every time she received a gift from someone, she would never forget to share it with her parents. Zhou Li was trembling slightly. Right. Sorry. Are you saying it to me? Or are you saying it to yourself? That's funny. Actually, I just want to ask you. Just now at my house, what right do you have to talk about my dad like that? Yi said, my father is at home. Zhou Li's lips were still trembling. She realized that Yi wanted to embarrass and humiliate her. She wanted to break free, but Yi felt her buttons moving, so he tightened his grip. Yi said slowly, You. What right do you have to be angry at Jiang Zhao? Because you said he slept with another woman. He's my man. He did something wrong to me, so it's only right that I hit him. What about you? What right do you have to hit him? Mother-in-law. Did you come when we had our wedding banquet? Have you ever drunk from him? If it was my father who hit him today, I would have nothing to say. I would even kneel down and beg my father not to be angry. I hid it from him because I didn't want him to worry. But you, I don't think it's necessary. You don't have the right to hit Jiang Zhao. You don't even have the right to call him a shameless. Jiang Zhao did everything that you should have done for me. You should be grateful to him. Grateful that he took me as a burden and didn't drag you down, right? If it wasn't for Jiang Zhao taking me in, aren't you afraid that I would be forced to look for you in desperation? Jiang Zhao could hear it. He was standing not far away. He exhaled and turned around. His palms slowly clenched into fists. The more he clenched them, the tighter they became. Yi's choked and trembling voice hammered at his heart. Pain. Zhou Li opened her mouth in shock. Her eyes were getting more and more wet. She couldn't tell if the curtain behind the glass was white or light blue. Yi laughed self-deprecatingly. Now you care. Now you're saying that you're angry. You said that I sat in a nightclub. Stage. I sat in a nightclub. Why didn't you get angry when I was on stage? I caught Jiang Zhao sleeping with another woman. Just because of that, you have the right to be angry. You didn't get angry when he saved me from the gangster's knife. You didn't get angry when he snatched me back from under the wheels of the killer. You didn't get angry when he found a better school for Xianxia. You didn't get angry when he married me. You didn't get angry when he gave me a big house to live in. You didn't get angry when he put his money in my hands. You didn't get angry when he put up with pressure to get my father out for medical treatment. Now that there's some trouble, you're angry. If you're angry, you'll anger my father to death too. You'll be satisfied. Yi's voice was very low. He was like a ghost in the dark night, casting a suffocating curse. Zhou Li's body started to tremble. You said that you're angry. Tell me why. Because you love me. Because you care about me. Because you're afraid that I'll be wronged. You heard that my man is having an ambiguous relationship with another woman. You're upset, you're heartbroken. You think that since I'm your daughter can't bear to be wronged. Yi sniffed hard and looked at the reflection in the glass. You said that I'm living in silence. Madame Zhou, do you know that before I met Jiang Zhao, I was living in silence even more than I am now? Do you know that? Do you know why I had to suffer in silence in the past? Because I don't have a mother, my father is in prison, and I don't have any skills. I can only work as a waiter in a nightclub. You said that my father is a burden, but I don't think he's a burden at all. Do you think he wants to be like this? He's a gentleman. He's smart and can do business, but he can't do it now because he's carrying a case. But I'm still willing to look up to him like before. Because he never gave up on me. When he was at his toughest, he also wanted me to live well. When you say that he's useless, how useless are you? He's afraid that his daughter will put herself in danger. Every time I visit him in prison, he always says that he's fine. But do you know what kind of life there is? In order to make him confess, those people will do anything. In the past, I didn't know why I rarely saw my father in the summer. Now I understand. He doesn't wear much in the summer. He's always injured. He's afraid that I'll be sad if I see him. I believe that he'll suffer more humiliation, but he never told me that last time he was beaten to the point that he couldn't get out of bed. I went to see him, but he didn't want to see me. I saw him in pain on the bed from the surveillance camera. In that kind of environment, he still comforted me. He said that he'll be fine. He told me not to cause trouble for him. He told me to go to school, but I still wanted to save him. Madame Zhou, do you know why? Because every time he comforted me, he let me know that I have a father. My father loves me. He loves me so much that he doesn't let me run around. I feel love. A father's love for his daughter. When I'm loved and cared for, I have a lot of motivation to do things without hesitation. Yi Er sobbed. I believe that those people not only tortured him physically, but also mentally. He's changed a lot. I never knew that he had a heart problem. I never knew that he would talk about something like this. He's like an old man going through menopause. But he's still so young. The last time I went to the market with him, when someone locked the moped, his face suddenly changed. He grabbed my arm in fear, but he refused to say anything. I saw that he was trembling. I followed his gaze and saw that the person locked the moped with a metal chain. The sound of the metal chain made him afraid. That night, he sat in the living room, turned on the lights, and kept watching TV. I stayed by his side until dawn. He needs me very much. I feel that I'm his pillar of support. He's no longer the Yun Hongwei of the past. Do you have to be so bent on killing him? At least he treated you well. At least he didn't want to drag you down when he was in trouble. He never wanted to be anyone's burden. No matter how much you look down on him, he's still my father. But no matter how I look at it, I feel that he's more than worthy of you. Because I need him more than I need you. I believe that Xianxia feels the same way. Yi Er looked at the blurry scene in front of her. She really wanted to bite off the woman's ear, but she still had some rationality left. She couldn't. Miss Zhou, since you hate us so much, don't appear in front of us again, okay? Actually, I don't need you. You feel sorry for me. You're angry at Jiang Zhao. You hit him, but I feel that he loves me more than you do. Why do you have to make your stand clear? I really don't need you. Yi Er suddenly laughed hard. Do you think that it's easy to snatch Xianxia after angering my father to death? You're wrong. I'll make Xianxia not want to be with you. Maybe I'll even make him hate you. Don't force me to do that. You know that I, his sister, am more important to him than you, his mother. Zhou Li covered her mouth. Her face was already full of tears. Yi Er smiled. She didn't wipe the tears from her face. Instead, she reached out and wiped the tears from Zhou Li's face. She smiled happily. Mom. She called out softly, don't cry. You're such a beautiful person. How many men's hearts will break when you cry? Look, you don't look much older than your daughter. If you cry too much, you'll have wrinkles on your face and you won't be beautiful anymore. Once you're not beautiful, men won't like you. If you're abandoned, even if my father wants to treat you like before, he won't have the ability to provide for you. What will you do? Take good care of yourself and keep fit. Make sure that your face doesn't change shape. Don't add wrinkles to it. Don't let it fade away. This was the first time Yi Er had used such vicious words since she met Zhou Li again. She didn't care about the other party's feelings. She sighed and looked up. God, if you think I'm unfilial, strike me with lightning when I leave the house later and kill me. Zhou Li immediately covered Yi Er's mouth. Yi Er, don't say that. Don't say that. Yi Er was still hugging Zhou Li. She slowly slapped her hand away. Don't worry. If I'm still alive tomorrow, it means that God agrees with what I said. Jiang Zhao kept listening. He promised Yi Er that he wouldn't go over, but he didn't know how long Yi Er was going to say this. He didn't know if those words could hurt a woman like Zhou Li, but he knew that Yi Er's heart must be completely broken. Without asking for Yi Er's permission, Jiang Zhao went over and pried her hands off Zhou Li's shoulders. He pulled her into his arms. Yunyi, after calling Yi Er's name, she felt her mouth dry. She opened her mouth and stroked Yi Er's back. After a while, she said, "Go ahead and cry. If someone says no noise, I'll carry you to the rooftop and cry, okay?" Sob. Yi Er hugged Jiang Zhao's waist tightly. "I don't want to go to the rooftop. Sob, I want to stay here. I want to wait for the doctor to say that Dad is out of danger." Sob. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 646. Alright, then you can cry here. If anyone dares to criticize you, I will use my power to suppress them. Let's see what they can do. Cry, cry. Yi Er sank deeper into Jiang Zhao's arms. Jiang Zhao stroked Yi Er's back. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He looked at Zhou Li. He did not say anything, but his eyes told Zhou Li that he wanted to kill her. Zhou Li trembled. This time, after Yun Hongwei was hospitalized, Yi Er did not stay by his side like before. She hired a nurse and went to the dance studio in high spirits. She went to class and visited the hospital once at night before going home. She knew that if she stayed by his side at the hospital, Jiang Zhao would come to the hospital. She did not have much to do now, but Jiang Zhao was really busy. He needed to rest well. The two of them still slept in separate rooms, but they ate and went out together every day. Before they went to bed at night, they said goodnight to each other. Jiang Zhao felt that as long as they did not get a divorce, their days would be peaceful and would get better. Unknowingly, it was already mid-February. Yi Er and Jiang Zhao did not return to Jiang district to officiate their wedding. Jiang Zhao did not insist on it either. It was not the right time to bring it up. Yi Er's dance studio was opened. Her work had not been sorted out yet, so she had to do a lot of things by herself. Especially when it came to finance, she had to come up with a lot of packages. It was very troublesome to calculate the money. Yi Er felt that she had to ask Jiang Zhao properly when she got home at night on how to solve the financial problems. Xiaoya's custom-made dance studio was just opposite Yi Er. Yi Er was very busy, but Xiaoya was not. Zhuang Yichen had helped her manage her career very smoothly. She had matured a long time ago. So Xiaoya always went to Yi Er's dance studio to look for Yi Er. After finding out about Yun Hongwei's hospitalization, Xiaoya was much more principled than before. She would always say in front of her, "Actually, a woman should find a reliable man. It's really impossible to live without a man at home. Jiang Zhao is really a good person. You're so lucky. Men like that are rare nowadays." Yi Er just smiled and said, "He is indeed a good guy. You shouldn't always be single. Yes, I will also find a man to marry." Yi Er was checking the accounts at the cashier counter. She had been talking to Xiaoya with her head lowered. At this moment, she looked up in surprise. "Oh, you changed your mind pretty quickly. A few months ago, you said that you didn't want to get married. Seeing you women who have husbands so happy, I'm also envious." Yi Er laughed. Then she suddenly sighed and said, "Sigh, every family has its own difficulties." She didn't think that Jiang Zhao was bad, but that incident was still a knot in her heart. She could forbid anyone from talking about him and despising him, but she couldn't bring herself to not mind it, even though she really wanted to forget that memory. Apply for a card. When Yi Er came back to her senses, there was a woman in front of her. She hadn't seen this woman in a long time. The finger marks on her face had disappeared. Yi Er didn't tell Xiaoya about this before. After all, it was something that would hurt her reputation. So Xiaoya smiled and said, "Business is really good." Yi Er didn't respond. She just looked at Ouyang Yen. Ouyang Yen smiled gently and said, "What's the matter? You're open for business, but you don't dare to do it." Xiaoya could hear the hostility in her words. She felt that something was wrong, but what was wrong? How can that be? Open for business means open for business. "Miss, why would you apply for a card?" Xiaoya didn't regard herself as an outsider and helped Yi Er drum up business. Yi Er wanted to stop her, but it was too late. An annual card. It's from the GB standard. Ouyang Yen took out a credit card from her bag and handed it to Yi Er. Yi Er took a deep breath. With Xiaoya around, she didn't want to make things ugly with Ouyang Yen. If word of this reached Zhuang Yichen's ears, all men would lose face. Pull the card and get Ouyang Yen to sign it. Ouyang Yen signed it and handed it to Yi Er. Yi Er took the cash register and compared it with the signature. When she saw the two words, her expression changed. It was actually Jiang Zhao's card. They were still in contact. The cash register in her hand was already crumpled, but she still handed it to Ouyang Yen. Ouyang Yen looked at Yi Er provocatively and revealed a victorious smile. Before Jiang Zhao got off work, he received a call from the Qin family urging him to go back to the Qin family mansion after work. He tidied up the things on the table and called Yi Er, telling her that he would pick her up for dinner at the Qin family mansion. Yi Er said that she wanted to go to the hospital to accompany her father, but she refused. Jiang Zhao said that he would get someone to send food over later. Yi Er agreed. These few months, Jiang Zhao had been very tense and tired. He could guess why she was going back to the Qin family mansion, so he prepared for the worst. The atmosphere in the Qin family mansion was intense. During dinner, everyone was happy and harmonious. Qin Fian and Zhuahao were both there, but there were only Qin Rongfang, Qin Fian, Zhuahao, and Jiang Zhao, who had just returned home. "Zhao Zhao, you must be tired out during this period of time, right?" Qin Rongfang ate in small bites. Firstly, he was a scholar, and secondly, he was old and had a slow appetite. Jiang Zhao glanced at Qin Fian and Zhuahao and guessed the atmosphere. "Grandpa, you're worried." "It's been good. Has your father-in-law woken up?" "Not yet," Jiang Zhao said honestly. "Okay, take good care of him." Qin Rongfang had a small appetite. After a while, he stopped picking up his chopsticks and drank his after-dinner tea. Jiang Zhao, Qin Fian, and Zhuahao buried their heads in their food and didn't say anything. There's one good thing about having a big family. There are many brothers and sisters, and we can take care of each other. It's very good. I'm also very gratified. Our family is different from the other wealthy families. As Qin Rongfang sipped his tea, he looked at his three grandsons who were eating with their heads lowered and began to murmur to himself. The other wealthy families have different surnames, such as direct grandson, eldest grandson, inner surname, and outer surname. Our family doesn't have that. I treat everyone the same. In the future, none of my grandchildren will be short. Qin Rongfang's hair and eyebrows were all silver. At this time, his hair shone like snow under the light. His eyes held a loving smile, but his three grandchildren didn't raise their heads to look at him. He sighed softly. There's nothing I can't figure out. After living for so long, all my children and grandchildren are considered talents. Although Fian is often angry to the point of blowing his beard and glaring, but he's actually more mature. Qin Fian knew that when his grandfather said this comparison, what he was most dissatisfied with was his sexual orientation. Zhou Xiao and Hao Hao are also very filial to me. They're not worse than their own grandfather. I'm actually gratified. There aren't many grandfathers who can be as comfortable as me. Fian doesn't need to say anything. She's obedient and sensible. It's just that she's too soft-hearted. I'm worried that she'll be taken advantage of when she grows up. Jiang Zhao finally felt his heart getting heavier and heavier. Qin Rongfang had always been like this. The bigger the matter, the more he would downplay it. He would definitely make others feel like their hearts were being bitten by dogs and wolves before he would talk about serious matters. Qin Fian raised his head to look at Jiang Zhao. He winked at him and then deliberately pushed his glasses up to avoid Qin Rongfang's discerning eyes. Jiang Zhao looked at Xue Hao again. Xue Hao smiled. The three of them buried their heads in the delicious food again. Sigh, the one I'm most worried about is Fei Yu. When I die, the three of you will be wearing the same pair of pants. You still have to take care of your sister. Don't just let the three of you play secretly and let others bully her. Here we go again, the three of them said in unison. Qin Fian sat next to Qin Rongfang. He stood up and took the kettle to refill Qin Rongfang's tea. Then he put down the kettle and patted Qin Rongfang's shoulder. He sat down and said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Fei Yu. I'll protect her by my side and be an old maid for life." Qin Rongfang couldn't hold it in any longer. Every time this happened, Qin Fian would always be the first to jump out and ruin the atmosphere. It wasn't easy for him to create such emotions. He slapped Qin Fian's hand away and said, "Get lost. Don't think that your sister will end up like you." Actually, the three of them all knew that the person they were going to judge today was Jiang Zhao. So Xue Hao rushed to say, "Grandfather, tomorrow I'll introduce an officer to Fei Yu. You can become a great-grandfather earlier, okay?" Qin Rongfang slammed the table in anger. He didn't even care about his immortal aura anymore. Nonsense. Fei Yu is only a few years old. You want to be a great-grandfather now. Are you trying to harm her? Jiang Zhao didn't answer. Qin Rongfang waited for a while. Jiang Zhao didn't answer. He knew that none of his grandsons were rabbits. They were all foxes. "Zhao Zhao, don't you have any objections?" Jiang Zhao looked like he was enjoying his food. He waited until all the food had gone into his stomach before saying, "Why don't we ask Fei Yu if she's in a relationship? Why don't we bring her boyfriend home to take a look?" Humph. Qin Rongfang's silver eyebrows were about to turn green with anger. He didn't want to talk about this at all. His main thought was that the three of them were in cahoots. They were working together to deceive this old man. Were they trying to act dumb? "Tell me, what have you been doing these past few months?" Jiang Zhao wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and smiled. "I'm the eldest. I'll go first." Jiang Zhao coughed. "I'm laying the foundation for my next promotion to the standing committee. I won't go into the details. The business of my two companies is getting more and more important. I want to hire a CEO, so there are a lot of chores at home. Luckily, Yunyi is taking care of me a lot, so I'm not too distracted." Qin Fian raised his hand. "I'm number 2. Brother, I'm done talking. I said that the land that I wanted to get for Route 326 was taken by the Shi family and I felt uncomfortable about it. Brother showed me the blueprint for Route 2 and I circled a few pieces of land to watch the auction. Last month, I won one of them and I still want to get 2 pieces of land from the other 2 prime locations. My focus is on this because the company's other businesses are going well and I don't have to worry too much. Oh right, another company is holding a press conference for their high-end swimming product this month. Zhou said, then it's my turn. There's a real combat exercise at the end of January, so I've been busy with these things for a while. Qin Rongfang slammed the table. Enough. Have you brats learned how to play dumb now? Have you learned how to play dumb? Are you trying to anger me to death? Xianxia said with a smile, Grandpa, we want you to live for 1,000 years. Am I an old monster? After Qin Rongfang finished speaking, he snorted. Xianxia, how do you explain the family Ouyang incident? Grandpa already knows, so there's no need to explain, right? Xianxia took a sip of his after-dinner tea. Qin Rongfang's angry expression changed and he said seriously, have you ever thought about the position of the Qin family when you worked together to destroy the family Ouyang? What did the Qin family of Haiqing rely on to be the #1 family in Haiqing? The Qin family is not like Xianxia in the underworld. Not only did he rely on his power, he relied on his benevolence. I've been the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce for so many years. Every year, I've said that all the major families and companies should support each other and advance and retreat together. At least the Qin family's image to the outside world is positive. But soon, there will be rumors in Haiqing that the Qin family wants to be the only big family and can't tolerate the family Ouyang. That's why they destroyed the family Ouyang. Qin Fian pushed his glasses up his nose. Grandpa, you can't blame us for this. You're the older generation, so it's not convenient for you to take action. We don't have any friendship with Ouyang. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 647. Zhou Hao was a handsome and resolute soldier. He was more serious than Qin Fian when he spoke. Grandpa, if we intervene in this matter, my brother will do it alone. It will be easier for him to get into trouble. It's not like you don't know his temper. He did this because he couldn't take it lying down. If you want to talk about taking the big picture into consideration, we've already taken the big picture into consideration. Xianxia was the last to speak this time. He looked at Qin Rongfang's reproachful eyes and said, Grandpa, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame me. It has nothing to do with Fian and Haozi. Because of that matter, my life has been completely messed up. I should have gone back to Jiang district to officiate the wedding, but I didn't go back. The family isn't peaceful, and I can't even devote myself to work. Ouyang Xing went to the building to threaten me. Actually, after being threatened by him, I thought about the situation in Haiqing and tolerated it if I could. The problem was that I couldn't tolerate the series of things that happened after that. Qin Rongfang knew that the situation was irreversible. In the past few months, the family Ouyang had encountered major problems one after another. There were product quality issues, illegal buildings being demolished, financial deficits being reported in advance, share prices plummeting, capital chain problems, workers going on strike, and recently, even the project with the Zhou family had problems. The family Ouyang couldn't get a loan, and Ouyang Yu couldn't use his connections to help Ouyang Jian get a loan. They couldn't continue working with the Zhou family. The termination of the contract was considered a breach of contract, but when something happened when the project was about to end, the Zhou family was the one who benefited. The outside world couldn't see anything fishy, but he knew his grandson's roundabout methods and methods. You're a man. What can't you tolerate? Didn't I ask you to marry Ouyang Yan before the divorce? Then wouldn't it be better to avoid trouble? Grandpa, is it possible to solve this matter by avoiding unnecessary trouble? Must you ruin Ouyang Xing's reputation, and then the matter between you and that girl from the Yun family will be resolved? Even if it can't be resolved, I have to do this. Jiang Zhao's tone was calm at first, but it became more and more unyielding. He seemed to have forgotten that he was talking to an extremely prestigious elder. Qin Rongfang patted his chest. I'm so angry. Qin Fian reached out and patted Qin Rongfang's back. He knew that his grandfather was exaggerating a little, so he did the same. The action of patting the back was big and light, so it was useless. Grandpa, it's not that I want to criticize you, but being the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce is indeed a good thing. Can't you just sit there with your back straight and not feel guilty? Now, someone is saying that the Qin family is having a family Ouyang. Did anyone say that I was taking revenge? No one said that, so why are you so anxious? Seeing that Qin Rongfang was so anxious, Qin Fian smiled and continued, besides, we are your grandsons. What kind of deep friendship do you have with Ouyangxing? You have a good relationship with the Shi family, so when Unwu stole the land I wanted, I didn't even spare a fart. That's different, isn't it? Qin Rongfang glared at Qin Fian. Stop patting, it's worse than scratching an itch. Qin Fian raised his hand. Fine, I'm sorry, Grandpa. Zhao, where it's possible to make mistakes, let it go. Let it go. Give him a chance to come back from the dead and retaliate. Xianxia chuckled lightly. Grandpa, I never thought of letting it go. Qin Fian recklessly interjected, Grandpa, I'll support brother to the end. Why don't you go abroad to relax? What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Zhou Xian agreed. Grandpa, why don't you pick a place with better scenery to relax? You bunch of stinks. Kid. I've already said so much and you still don't know how to repent. Grandpa, I don't think I've done anything wrong, so I don't want to change. Xianxia leaned back. His voice was light, but his gaze was firm. Qin Fian added, Grandpa, as the saying goes, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Don't tell me you encountered something like this in the past. Would you have tolerated it? In any case, I don't think brother did anything wrong. If you don't like it, just turn a blind eye and pretend you don't know. Qin Rongfang closed his eyes. It's easier for me to just close my eyes. Then the three of us will send you back to your room to rest. All of you, leave. We'll take our leave. Qin Fian stood up with a smile and gestured to Xianxia and Zhou Xian. The three of them left the hall. Zhou Xian patted Xianxia's shoulder and said somewhat mockingly, Brother, about this matter, I actually think you were a little too harsh. Ouyangxing was so angry that he was hospitalized again. There are even blisters on his mouth. Xianxia laughed. I wasn't the only one who did it. You were the one who was the most ruthless. Don't forget, the Zhou family is the one who really profited. I remember you told me before that you wanted to ask Big Brother Jiang to build a 7-star hotel for him. Look at how anxious you are now. He keeps spitting out money, and it doesn't even go into your pocket. It's not worth it. Qin Fian bumped into Xianxia. We can't wait. If we want to do it flawlessly, it'll take too long to contact him. Brother, you said that even Grandpa noticed it. How can Ouyangxing not notice it? Zhou Xian was a little worried. He stopped in the courtyard and looked sideways at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. If he had guessed it, with his arrogant and conceited personality, he would have made a fuss long ago. Didn't we set up so many smoke bombs and side projects to cause him to be confused? He's probably suspecting the provincial party committee now. Moreover, Dad acquiesced to this matter and covered for me, so Ouyangxing can't be that sensitive. Qin Fian pushed up his glasses and laughed. At critical times, Grandpa is not as forthright as uncle-in-law. As soon as Qin Fian finished speaking, something hit him in the back. Before he could turn around, Qin Rongfang walked over quickly. Little bastard, how dare you speak ill of me behind my back? Qin Fian took a step to hide behind Xianxia. Qin Rongfang pointed at his nose and scolded, if you don't give birth to a child of the Qin family by next year, I won't strip you naked. You'll be hung at Haiqing's toll booth for public display. Xianxia had heard Qin Rongfang say this more than once. He held the old man's shoulder and suggested in a friendly manner, Grandpa, why don't I help you contact the art school's teachers and say that they'll let Fian's body be a model for the students and charge them some money? Who knows, maybe they can even make a fortune. Maybe people from other places will come because of your reputation. Qin Fian pretended to be angry and said, brothers are used to betray others, aren't they? Qin Rongfang didn't continue this topic. Zhao, Ouyangxing isn't easy to deal with. If he finds out that you're messing with him behind his back, his connections aren't to be trifled with. I know, things are almost done. This time, Ouyangxing is under investigation. Once the bank connection is cut, it'll be difficult for him to even think about it. Ouyangxing just moved his company to another city before the new year. Ouyanghai has no one who can really help him. Qin Rongfang sighed. Ask that girl from the Yun family to come over often for dinner. I'll ask Qin Jin to persuade her another day. It'll be easier for women to talk when they're together. Okay. The next Qiming festival, Jiang Zhao left the house early. The radio kept talking about Qingming festival. She was thinking about what gift to buy for Yi that night. However, just as Yi picked up her bag and was about to leave, the doorbell rang. She opened the door and felt disgusted. What are you doing here? I'm looking for second brother. What's the matter? I'm pregnant. Yi tightened her grip on the handbag, feeling a little breathless. She hurriedly turned around to hide her expression from Ouyang Yan's eyes. She placed her handbag on the counter in the shoe-changing area, opened it, and took out her makeup bag. She stood up straight and looked at the small mirror in her hand to reapply her eyebrows and lips. However, when she saw that her face in the mirror had gained some color, she thought about the credit card that belonged to Jiang Zhao on the cash register yesterday. She bit down on her heart, but she quickly calmed down on the surface. She casually took out her phone and dialed a number. She said gently, "Hello, hubby. Your mistress is waiting for you at home. Do you want to book a couple's private room? It's so hard to book a table today." When Jiang Zhao received the call and heard Yi call him hubby, he was stunned and smiled like a happy child in front of Lu Qing, who was still reporting work. However, what she said next made his expression turn colder and colder. He propped up his chin at Lu Qing and gestured for him to leave. The woman's voice on the phone was still smiling like a spring breeze, but he could hear the stiffness in her voice. "You're going to be a father. Are you excited? Your mistress has brought you and her baby here to look for you." "Yunyi, what nonsense are you talking about? What mistress? She was fine this morning." "Ouyang Yan, isn't she your mistress? But a mother's status rises because of her son. I'm afraid she won't be your mistress soon. She'll be Mrs. Jiang, right? I have something to do today. I'm hanging up." Jiang Zhao's throat was on fire and he couldn't make a sound. When he took a sip of water and was about to speak, Yi had already hung up. When he called again, her phone was turned off. Yi hung up the phone and smiled at Ouyang Yan, who was standing at the door. "Oh, how should I address you?" "Mistress Miss. My husband will probably be back soon. Wait for him at the door." After packing up her bag, she realized that Ouyang Yan was still staring at her with a smile on her face. Her smile was like spring water, so gentle that it made one want to hold it in their hands and drink it into their stomach. The corners of her mouth were slightly curled up. She was the perfect example of a lady from a wealthy family. No one could find any flaws in her. This green TB*TCH had always been AB*TCH like a jasmine flower. Ouyang Yan wanted to enter the door, but Yi pushed her and closed the door. He stood at the door and glanced at Ouyang Yan, who staggered and leaned against the wall. He sneered and said, "Be careful. This house was under my name when I bought it. This is a single-story villa. The place you're standing now is my territory. You came to my house without my invitation. Are you trying to steal something? Steal. Ouyang Yen slowly stood up straight and regained her composure. However, she suddenly smiled mockingly. Do I need to? Yes, it's my nature. Yi Er brushed past Ouyang Yen. I have something to do. You can wait here. Ouyang Yen didn't expect Yi Er to react so indifferently after finding out that she was pregnant. Yunyi, is it fun for you to hold on to Xianxia like this? Things have already come to this point. Don't you feel guilty for holding on to the title of Mrs. Jiang? Now that I'm pregnant with his child, what do you think? Yi Er was about to walk to the elevator. She admitted that she was angry with Ouyang Yen. However, when she hit Ouyang Yen last time and Jiang Zhao was whipped, she knew that her impulsiveness had caused the Qin and Jiang families to be threatened by the Ouyang family. This time, she wouldn't be so foolish. The elders of the two families didn't do anything to her. She didn't need to make them angry. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 648. Even so, there was a limit to her patience. She turned around and glanced at Ouyang Yan's abdomen. Then, she looked at her face and sneered, "What am I afraid of? I'm not pregnant. If I really get divorced, I'll still marry a good man. What about you? Are you so sure that I'll get divorced?" Actually, I'm thinking right now. I won't get divorced even if I die. I'll let you bear a big belly until you give birth. As a single mother, what's so great about being able to give birth? Any woman can give birth as long as her body functions are normal. Can you give birth to a rare egg? Yi Er stared at Ouyang Yan's belly again and sneered, "But I see that you really can only give birth to eggs when you're with a human." Ouyang Yan held her head. Too many things had happened at home recently, and she had been dealing with them all the time. Now that Yi Er had scolded her inhumane, she was annoyed and angry. You can't even give birth to an egg. Yi Er saw that Ouyang Yan was a little angry. This woman changed so quickly. In the past, when they stood together, she really couldn't see any changes in Ouyang Yan's mood. Now that she was angry, it was so obvious. Why did she feel so happy to see this woman angry? It's not that I can't give birth to a child. I'm different from you. I'm too young and don't want to give birth at all. We haven't even spent enough time together. Wouldn't it be troublesome to give birth to a child? I'm different from you. You'll be lonely if you're alone. You're not like me. I have a husband to eat with, chat with, sleep with, and travel with my husband every day. If you don't give birth to an egg and come out to play, I'm afraid you'll go crazy and jump off a building. Yi Er didn't continue talking to Ouyang Yen. She was just showing off. This woman was more sophisticated than her. She was no match for Ouyang Yen at all. If she stayed any longer, she would be the one who would be angry. She ignored Ouyang Yen and pressed the elevator button to leave. Ouyang Yen was really angry at Yi Er's words. Seeing the elevator door close, her watery eyes became as cold as a knife. She gritted her teeth and felt that she had always been too dignified. That was why she was defeated by Yunyi. Jiang Zhao had loved her before, but she, who had always been cautious, was not as free and easy as Yunyi. Men liked the new and hated the old. Jiang Zhao must have felt that a woman like Yunyi was fresh and exciting. She couldn't understand the so-called true nature of a man, but she knew that men were not good people. They were all eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. When Ouyang Yen left Ninth Mansion, she received a call from Jiang Zhao. Ouyang Yen, what the hell are you doing? Second brother. Ouyang Yen slowed down the car and laughed to herself. Ouyang Yen. Have you forgotten that you've always called me Yun Yun? Do you want to die? Who told you to look for her? It was just a light mockery, but when he stepped on the brakes, it turned into a guffaw. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. She could hear the man's heavy breathing, and she could hear the sound of his teeth grinding. Since she was young, she had never seen Zhang Zhao angry. Although many people said that Zhang Zhao was not easy to get along with, and although he treated people well, he was actually a little cold and arrogant. Even so, Zhang Zhao treated her well and was almost obedient. When they were young, she was the princess that everyone worshipped. After they got together, she was the princess in his hands. He had never lost his temper and shouted at her. He even viciously said that she wanted to die, didn't she? When Yunyi hit her, not only did he not help, he even grabbed her hand and let Yunyi hit her. After so long, he didn't ask if she was doing well, but asked if she wanted to die. Laughter, cries, and the sound of falling tears. Even if Ouyang cried, she had never cried like this before. Zhang Zhao had already returned to mansion number 9, but there was no one at home. He called Yi Er's cell phone, but she didn't pick up. When he called the store, the clerk who went there early said that the boss hadn't gone to work yet. It wasn't easy for him to calm down his life, but now it was a mess. He felt that God had made things for him, testing his endurance time and time again. Do you only have Yunyi in your heart now? But I'm pregnant with your child. What should I do? Ha! Ouyang cried and laughed as she covered her mouth. Do you want to abandon your debt and live happily ever after with Yunyi, or? Are you dreaming? I won't do as you wish. That's great, that's great. Yunyi must hate you to death. Why do I feel so comfortable? Ouyang wanted to continue, but Zhang Zhao hung up. Zhang Zhao was worried that something would happen to Yi Er, but he wouldn't let anything happen to her. The first thing he should do now was to find her. Yi Er went to the dance studio. She needed to find something to do. She couldn't think about Ouyang pregnancy. That provocative gaze flashed in front of her, and the dark brown horsewhip lashed out in the air, causing her heart to palpitate with fear, reverberating in her ears. Zhang Zhao worked from Monday to Friday. Occasionally, he would work overtime on weekends. She basically knew his schedule. When he was free, he would accompany her at home. The two of them would also go to the movies. Although they slept in separate rooms during this period, she felt that their relationship was becoming more normal. They were no longer like before, where they wanted to win or lose in everything. Most of the time, he would give in to her. Occasionally, he would get a little angry, but if that was the case, she would give in to him. At the end of the day, neither of them wanted a divorce. Even if she minded that matter, she still couldn't bear to part with him. Especially when she felt how good he was to her. Sleeping in separate rooms must have made him hungry, right? In the past, she knew that if a man didn't have enough to eat at home, he would go out to eat. Zhou Xian parked her car at the roadside. She got out of the car and called Xiaoya. Sis, I'm at Yi Er's office. I'll come over to look for you later. Xiaoya said, I'll come over to look for you guys later. After hanging up, she went to look for Yi Er. However, Zhou Xian followed behind Yi Er and listened to her scolding people. First, she said that people didn't wipe the wall mirrors clean. Then, she said that the voice at the reception desk was impolite. Then, she said that someone was slacking off early in the morning. Zhou Xian finally followed Yi Er to her office. She sighed and said, Yunyi, are you like this at home too? Zhang Zhao likes a woman like you. Oh my god, he has such strong tastes. He likes a woman who nags like she's going through menopause. How can he like a woman with such a sharp tongue? Isn't this too tasteless? Yi Er had been angered by Ouyang's bitch attitude this morning. Now that she was provoked by Zhou Xian, she almost stomped her feet. She was paired with Zhang Zhao, and Zhang Zhao was tasteless. The last time she beat up Ouyang and let Ouyangxing threaten the Jiang and Qin families, it was not what she wanted. This time, she did not vent her anger. Xianxia happened to be there. She rolled up her sleeves and pounced on Xianxia. But when she was about to push Xianxia to the ground and tickle her, Xianxia pushed open the door of Yi Er's office. Yi Er was stunned. She rolled her eyes at Xianxia and stared at him angrily. Xianxia turned and saw Xianxia. "Mayor Jiang, hurry up and drag this commoner's wife out of the office. She is going to turn the world upside down." When Xianxia said that Yi Er was a commoner, Yi Er remembered Ouyangyan's noble and reserved manner. "Who are you calling commoner? Who are you calling commoner?" She stretched out her hand to strangle Xianxia, and Xianxia walked over. He bent down and picked up Yi Er from the floor. He looked at her coldly. Xianxia stood up. She was an idiot and felt the atmosphere was weird. But her instincts told her that Xianxia wanted to uphold justice for her. "Xianxia, you better teach your wife a lesson. She does not behave like a commoner's wife at all. She is such a B***tch. It's embarrassing to bring her out." Xianxia turned and looked at Xianxia angrily. "Xianxia, seems like you are not comfortable with your internship at the TV station." Xianxia finally realized that they were husband and wife. Her job was arranged by Xianxia, and it was easy for her to get into the city television station. Many low-ranking officials and their families could not even get the chance to be an intern. Who knows how many red packets they would have to bribe them. However, she did not spend a single cent. She was a person who did not forget to dig the well. When she saw Xianxia, he was her benefactor. She could not treat him as casually as she treated Yi Er. Hence, she immediately laughed and scratched her head. "Ah, it's very comfortable, very comfortable. I am here today to tell Yi Er that I will be doing an interview at the city's swimming pool in a few days. You all can look for the news tomorrow." Xianxia felt that she must show her face during this interview. She suddenly felt that she was going to be a celebrity. This feeling was too good. Yi Er shouted at Xianxia. "Lousy host. Who wants to see you?" Xianxia jumped back and raised her hand to stop him. Fine. I will leave first. You can come and see me again when I become an unbreakable host. I feel that your yin and yang are out of balance and you have a bad temper. I suggest you go to a doctor to recuperate. I have been following a program recently. The TV station is doing a health program that focuses on how to maintain one's health and recuperate. I suggest you take a look. Xianxia, if you continue to stay here, I am afraid you won't be able to escape the interview at the swimming pool. Many people are trying to squeeze into that internship. Xianxia had just finished speaking when Xiaoqian's voice reached the corridor. I am leaving. I wish you all a blissful marriage. When Xiaoqian arrived at Xiaoya's workplace, she sighed and told her about what had happened at Yi Er's place. Sis, Yi Er is so unrighteous. She actually wanted to fight with me. She is such a shrew. There was a stage in front of Xiaoya. The stage was wrapped in a wedding gown. The white gauze flowed on the ground, leaving a happy trail behind it. Xiaoya's hand was under her chin, covering the area below her nose. Her eyes were clear and bright as she stared at her work. It was as if there was a living person standing in front of her. She saw the beautiful smile on the bride's face. Although the bride had beautiful shoulder blades, her neck was a little short. The bride was also a little conservative. If the gown was changed to a V-neck, would the bride be able to accept it? There were accessories and lace on the work table. She picked up 2 pieces of luxurious hand-knitted lace and imagined how the wedding gown would look like after the change. She placed the lace on the shoulder straps and pulled it down to the cleavage at the chest. Then she picked up the sketchbook and pencil on the work table. She erased the top half of the wedding gown with an eraser and sketched seriously. The lace sleeves were slightly blistered and stretched all the way to the chest. The V-neck looked deep, but the faintly discernible lace was able to block the glow that everyone coveted. The lace on the sleeves was changed again. The density of the silk flowers was higher than the lace on the chest. The texture was soft. The bride's shoulders were too thin and the bones on her shoulders were too protruding. The lace sleeves just wrapped around the bones. Add. Songshu 566. Chapter 649. Xiaoya looked at the draft and made a call to the client. Zhou Xian thought it was boring to talk to herself, so she quietly watched Xiaoya work. Hello, Mrs. Ning, I'm Xiaoya. Yes. You too. How could I? You specifically asked me to design it myself. How could I let an employee do it? Yes, it's like this. I've changed the drawing again. I think it might be more suitable for you. Of course, I need your approval before I can change it. I'll draw a neat drawing later and send it to you. Take a look. Will it be better after I change it? No, our employees are very responsible, not just me. Okay, I'll contact you later. Xiaoya hung up the phone. Zhou Xian looked at Xiaoya in a daze. Sis, you're a little schizophrenic. You're completely different at work and in real life. Xiaoya was still immersed in drawing and carefully comparing the patterns on the Lexus. Xian, when you work in the future, you have to be very serious and responsible. I've always been serious. You're just too schizophrenic. Xiaoya shook her head. It's not a split. It's an attitude towards work. Although I've never told you about my affairs, and you've always acted like you don't know anything, I know very well, and you've pretty much guessed it. Doing business is like growing up from a baby. We have to learn to walk and rely on others to encourage, support, and reward us. When we fall, adults will pick us up again. But during this time, we have to cherish and work hard, because it's sad to always need other support. No one doesn't want to walk alone, then run, then climb mountains and conquer the land under their feet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhou Qian scratched her head. I understand. It means that we can't let adults feed us. We have to learn to eat by ourselves. Sis, I think brother-in-law is very handsome. How could she not see that the man she met last time? Her sister's affairs were at the peak of her career. She rarely saw this man around her. Her sister didn't deliberately hide it. She just used it to remind her not to tell the elders at home. What if I tell you that he's not your future brother-in-law? You can find anyone to be your brother-in-law, as long as that person treats you well. Also, you should be able to tell that Jiang Zhao actually treats Yi very well. For a man to allow his woman to act like a shrew in front of outsiders, it means that he loves her. You shouldn't reprimand Yi's character. Instead, you should envy her for finding a good husband. In the future, you should also find a man who loves you. When the time comes, I'll make you the most beautiful wedding dress and make you the most beautiful bride. Sis, what are you talking about? I don't want to get married. Why do I feel like something's wrong with you today? Something so interesting happened in Yi, but you don't seem to be in the mood at all. Are you hiding something from me? Xiaoya looked up. She looked at Zhou Qian, who was sitting at her workbench and looking at her seriously. I always look like this when I'm working. Why did she reveal her emotions so easily now? Oh yes, I feel that Yi must have something on her mind today. I'm afraid she might have gotten into a fight with Jiang Zhao. Let's go over and take a look later. Yi is about to hit someone. If they really get into a fight, it won't be nice. Jiang Zhao is the mayor after all, and Yi is not rational now. As her friends, we can't let her do whatever she wants. Furthermore, she is very prideful now and I'm afraid she can't stand it anymore. Xiaoya threw her pen aside and changed into her high heels. She took her coat from the coat rack. Let's go over now. I don't want anything to happen. Xiaoya and Zhou Xian had just arrived at Yi Er's store when they bumped into Ouyang Yan, who had just parked her car. Xiaoya greeted her in a friendly manner. Miss, why are you here today? Ouyang Yan saw Xiaoya. She knew her. Qiu Xiaoya. She has a lot of clothes in her house that were made in YA. But when she remembered that Xiaoya was Yi Er's friend, she gave her a cold smile and walked up the stairs. Xiaoya was slightly embarrassed. However, she was a businesswoman and had seen all kinds of rich madams, rich young ladies, and official madams. She had experienced all kinds of tempers, and this was not the first time she had seen such a cold face. She quickly hid her embarrassment and took Zhou Xian's arm to follow her up the stairs. Zhou Xian mumbled softly. She's so arrogant. So what if she is beautiful? She might not be able to get married for the rest of her life. Xiaoya patted Yi Er's arm. Don't be so narrow-minded. Don't be so petty, okay? Think about it. When you become a host in the future, you will meet all kinds of weird people. You can't possibly criticize all of them, right? Okay. Take a step back. I understand. Yi Er's store was a small space on the first floor. One had to press the elevator or walk up the stairs to the second floor. Once the elevator opened on the second floor, one would be at the front desk. Ouyang Yan went to the front desk on the second floor. Yi Er was here yesterday, but he was not today. The dance studio was not small. It took up more than 1,000 square meters of space and was divided into many classrooms. The decoration was also more upscale than other dance studios in Haiqing. Nowadays, people who hired private tutors at home would come here to learn. It was said that they had hired a few famous dancers as their teaching assistants. It was impossible to hire them from outside. There was a class every half a month, and it was quite a gimmick. She could hear the sound of the teacher teaching the dance steps or practicing the basics. Ouyang Yan asked the staff about Yi Er's whereabouts. Almost no one could resist Ouyang Yan's pure-as-water smile and her polite and noble demeanor. Although her face was beautiful, it didn't make any women feel threatened. Yi Er just stared at Jiang Zhao without saying a word. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He did not even dare to blink. If he did, he would burst into tears. Jiang Zhao rubbed his chin. Yunyi, it's been so long. You still don't believe me. I haven't contacted her since. Just now, I couldn't get through to your phone, so I called her. Yi Er sneered at this moment. Jiang Zhao, who are you lying to? You even gave her your credit card. Does Ouyang Yan lack money? Calculating the expiration date of the credit card, that card was applied for in the past 2 months. You say you haven't contacted her. If you haven't contacted her, then why did you come to me with the card you gave her to show off? When did I give her a card? Jiang Zhao was also furious. These words were clearly shouted out with bulging veins. This was simply an attempt to pin a crime on him. He should have swallowed the humiliation in the past. Regardless of whether he had the other party's Dao or not, the matter was there. If he didn't make things clear then, he wouldn't be able to make things clear in the future. He could not do anything about it. But Yi Er said that he gave his credit card to Ouyang Yan. This was simply ridiculous. With his current relationship with the family Ouyang, it was impossible for him to apply for Ouyang Yan's own card, let alone apply for Ouyang Yan's own card. Yunyi. You've learned how to slander people for no reason, haven't you? Yi Er grabbed the newly drafted package form on the table and smashed it on the ground. Am I slandering you? The card that Xianxia used in front of me yesterday was your card. You are Jiang Zhao's card. You said that you wanted to lead a good life, Jiang Zhao. You were the one who said that you wanted to lead a good life and lead a new life. Xianxia is pregnant now. Yi Er stomped hard on the form on the ground. She finally blinked, and with this blinking, she lost all her strength. What does her pregnancy have to do with me? Jiang Zhao grabbed Yi Er, who was venting, and held her in place. Tell me, what does her pregnancy have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? Jiang Zhao was about to go crazy because of this matter. He hadn't had a moment of peace in the past few months. When he thought about ruining the family Ouyang, he finally felt that he could vent his anger. Now that this matter had suddenly come knocking on his door, he also wanted to smash things. He also wanted to vent his anger with all his might. TMD. What did Xianxia's pregnancy have to do with him? If it has nothing to do with you, then why did she go to 9th Mansion? Ha! She said that the child she's pregnant with is yours. It's yours. It's yours. Yi Er really went all out this time. She pulled open Jiang Zhao's suit and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons on his shirt. Then she bit down on his shoulder, whimpering as she bit. It was already painful to break the skin. At this moment, Yi Er's tears dripped into the broken flesh. Jiang Zhao frowned and hissed, Yun Yi, you won't believe me for the rest of your life, right? If she says it's mine, then you'll think it's mine, right? Yi Er was trapped in Jiang Zhao's arms. The moment she let go of Jiang Zhao, she slumped back weakly. There was still some blood in her mouth. She was so angry that the lipstick on her lips had stained Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Her lips were stained with the blood from Jiang Zhao's shoulder. How am I supposed to believe you? Jiang Zhao. What about the child? What should I do? Jiang Zhao was so angry that his tall body was trembling. He reached out to grab Yi Er's shoulder and shook her forcefully. When he glared at Yi Er, his eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. I told you. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't sleep with her. How many times have I told you that I don't have any memories of that period of time? How many times have I told you that I don't remember sleeping with her? I don't feel anything at all, Yun Yi. You'll never believe me. If I slept with you, even if we didn't do it, even if we just kissed and hugged, there's no way I wouldn't remember it at all. Why won't you believe me? Jiang Zhao was already tired of explaining. Just as he said, how many times had he said it? How many times had he said it? But Yi Er always judged him based on what other men did. In her eyes, even if a man was caught in bed, he would say that he was seduced by another woman. Even though the office door was closed, the 3 people outside could still hear the argument inside. Even though Xiaoya was quick-witted, when she heard the argument, she went to look for the supervisor and asked her not to come to the office. The supervisor was familiar with Xiaoya and knew that Xiaoya and Yi Er were good friends, so she agreed to let Xiaoya go. She even called out the person in the finance office and told her not to work for now. If anyone wanted to come to the office or finance office to look for Yi Er, the supervisor would stand at the end of the corridor and send them away. Zhou Xian wondered if she should go in and persuade her. Xiaoya pulled her back and glanced at Xianxia, who was standing beside them. She saw that Xianxia was still standing there elegantly with a slight smirk on her face. She looked a little smug. 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 She wasn't mistaken. This woman had heard the argument from outside the door and looked a little smug. Originally, Xiaoya wanted to ask Xianxia to leave, but Xianxia said that she and Jiang Zhao were friends. Now that she thought about it, something was wrong. If they were friends, why did Yi Er have such a reaction when she saw this woman yesterday? Xiaoya had a lot on her mind. She wanted to ask for an explanation, but Xianxia had already taken a step forward and opened the office door. Mistress. Come and see. Songshu 566. Chapter 650. A word suddenly popped up in Xiaoya's mind. She pulled Zhou Xian and followed in. If this woman was really the person she was thinking of, she couldn't let this woman bully Yi. Jiang Zhao and Yi Er were stunned. Ouyang Yen smiled faintly. Xiaoya and Zhou Xian followed closely behind Ouyang Yen. Xiaoya was a little shrewd, but Zhou Xian was a little confused. Brother Er, you can't be so irresponsible with your words. What do you mean the child isn't yours? I've never slept with another man. Are you trying to deny it? The child is real. You can't deny it even if you want to. So, you're going to be a father. Are you happy? Ouyang Yen was just like that. Her face was still dewy. With a face like hers, no one could tell that the word she said could provoke Yi Er to death. Yi Er finally understood why so many people had high blood pressure and heart disease. Some people got it from eating too much, while others got it from anger. But when his blood pressure rose, Yi Er felt a gust of cold air. He turned around and saw Jiang Zhao. He realized that this man was now surrounded by 1,000-year-old ice. It was so cold that his blood was about to freeze. He wasn't looking at him, but at Ouyang Yen. Xiaoya grabbed Ouyang Yan's clothes. Ouyang Yen stumbled and turned around. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her dignified demeanor suddenly disappeared. She said angrily, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? I'm going to teach you a lesson." It wasn't that Xiaoya didn't want to hit Jiang Zhao, but this woman's words were really asking for a beating. "Xian, catch her." Zhou Xian reacted and hugged Ouyang Yen. Xiaoya took a step back, closed the door, and walked back. She raised her hand and slapped Ouyang Yen hard across the face. Yi Er knew that he had implicated the family by hitting Ouyang Yen last time. He quickly shouted, "Sister Xiaoya, don't hit her. She'll cause trouble." "How dare you hit me?" Ouyang Yen wanted to retaliate, but Zhou Xian grabbed his arms and pulled him into her embrace. He wanted to extend his leg, but Xiaoya took a step back. Xiaoya did not listen to Yi Er, but Ouyang Yen pulled back his leg and slapped her again. "Go away. Go and say it. Saying that I, Xiaoya Qiu, hit you. I want to see what kind of trouble I can cause. I hit a shameless third party. Let's see what kind of trouble I can cause." When she was about to give another slap, her hand was grabbed by a strong hand. Xiaoya looked at Jiang Zhao in disbelief. Jiang Zhao still had a cold expression on his face. He had always had an arrogant attitude. At this moment, the cold air around him made people tremble. "Jiang Zhao, you're still helping her at a time like this." Xiaoya was really angry and hateful. Zhou Xian was quite tired from carrying Ouyang Yen. She panted and said, "Jiang Zhao, you heartless person. What's wrong with Yi Er?" Yi Er stood rooted to the ground. When she hit Ouyang Yen the last time, he did not stop her. This time, when Xiaoya hit Ouyang Yen, he stopped her. Was it because Ouyang Yen was pregnant? She did not know when she would start to not feel heartache when facing this man. He had just said that it had nothing to do with him. The moment he turned around, he went to help that woman. Yi Er staggered a few steps back. He put his palms on the office table behind him and barely managed to steady himself. Good. Otherwise, she would not be able to give up. Jiang Zhao pulled Zhou Qian's arm away from Ouyang Yen. Ouyang Yen was very touched. "Second brother, I knew it. You can't bear to see me get hurt." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to throw herself into Jiang Zhao's arms. However, Jiang Zhao grabbed Ouyang Yan's shoulders with both hands. A man's steps, especially those of a man as tall as Jiang Zhao, were fast and heavy. In just a few steps, he pinned Ouyang against the wall. Yi Er, Xiaoya, and Xia Qian were all stunned. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's voice and tone were not as agitated and emotional as when he was arguing with Yi Er earlier. He was so cold that it was almost emotionless. He was originally a handsome man. When he looked at her with disdain, when he was arrogant, when he was emotionless, he truly had the aura of a king. Ouyang, didn't I ask you if you wanted to die? Ouyang, I've never hit a woman. The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. Usually, Qin Fian's smile was the most enchanting, but at this moment, Jiang Zhao's bone-chilling aura suddenly blossomed into an evil smile. It was so enchanting that it made people suffocate. Ouyang was absent-minded for a moment. Ouyang, I've never hit a woman. You said that you're pregnant with my child. Good, very good. The smile at the corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth slowly faded. His voice was almost cold as he murmured, I want to see if it's my child. I've said before that I've never hit a woman. I'm not hitting a woman. I just want to see if it's my child. Yi Er looked at Jiang Zhao's expression and felt her heart tremble. She didn't know what Jiang Zhao wanted to do, but she felt that Jiang Zhao wanted to kill someone and was about to go over. Jiang Zhao bent his long leg and slammed it forcefully into Ouyang's abdomen. Other than Ouyang's painful screams, no one in the room could be heard. Yi Er suddenly covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock and she didn't even dare to scream. Xia Qian was so frightened that she burrowed into Xiaoya's arms to hide. Jiang Zhao's eyes were almost bloodshot, but he was like a calm madman. He looked at Ouyang, whose face had already turned pale, and said fiercely, when the baby comes out later, I'll take it for a DNA test. If it's mine, Jiang Zhao, you can use it as evidence and sue me for raping you. You can even send me to prison. As he said this, he lifted his long leg again and slammed it against Ouyang's abdomen. Ouyang felt a piercing pain in her lower abdomen. She saw that the man was actually looking at her with a calm gaze. He was so focused on her, but he was so cold, as if he was looking at a stranger. Yi Er's hand, which was supporting herself on the table, started to tremble. A woman's strength couldn't be compared to a man's. The last time she had hit Ouyang, she had only hit her face. But Jiang Zhao was different. His coldness was slowly entwined with a murderous aura. It wasn't as if Yi Er had never angered Jiang Zhao before. She knew that he had such a side to him. He was so fierce that he wasn't afraid of anything and was so arrogant that he considered everyone beneath him. He wasn't the same Jiang Zhao that the outside world saw. She had been punished by him and knew how merciless he could be. Yi Er and Xiaoya rushed over at almost the same time and pulled Jiang Zhao back. Xiaoya knew that the situation had reached a point of no return. Yi Er was definitely in a state of confusion. Xiaoya squatted down and hugged Jiang Zhao's leg. She wanted to lift it up again, but the man's muscles were as hard as steel. She couldn't control it on her own. She turned her head and shouted at Xia Qian, who was already scared out of her wits, Xia Qian. What are you doing? Come and help. Xia Qian panicked, but she had to listen to Xiaoya. She ran over and imitated Xiaoya. She squatted down and stood behind Jiang Zhao. She hugged his leg. Yi Er stood on the other side of Jiang Zhao. She was originally holding onto his arm, but now she wrapped her arm around his neck. Ah Zhao, ah Zhao. She tried to use the name that would soften his heart the most to wake him up. Ah Zhao, don't do this. Don't do this. Someone will die. Don't do this. At this moment, Jiang Zhao was like an out-of-control beast in Yi Er's eyes. He wouldn't listen to any advice. He was a beast that wanted to achieve his own goals. He wanted to get rid of the people who were invading his territory. Ah, Zhao, someone will die. Yi Er was so scared that she kept repeating herself. Not to mention that Ouyang was pregnant. Even if she was a normal woman, how could she stand being treated with such force by a man? Jiang Zhao was still holding on to Ouyang's shoulder. He said coldly, "Is your stomach starting to hurt? Is there anything that is leaking out? If it does, I'll get a forensic doctor to come over and examine it." Yi Er's lips were trembling. She felt her entire body turn cold. She knew that Ouyang must be feeling cold as well. Ouyang's lips started to turn pale. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Her tears had been flowing for a long time, but they didn't move the man. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Jiang Zhao. You beast." Jiang Zhao's gaze was cold. "Yes, I'm a beast. Is there anything leaking out?" As he spoke, his legs started to struggle again. Xiaoya and Zhou Xian were girls after all. Even though they were using all their strength, they still felt that fighting against this man was simply courting death. Xiaoya and Zhou Xian wrapped their arms around Jiang Zhao's leg. They used one hand to hold onto their other wrist tightly. Their wrists were red and painful from the pulling. Xiaoya looked up. "Yi Er. Hurry up and call an ambulance. There's the smell of blood. Hurry." After Yi Er came back to her senses, she suddenly let go of Jiang Zhao. She staggered to the desk and started to dial 120. Jiang Zhao smiled. "Very good, it's leaking out." He loosened his grip on Ouyang's shoulder. His shoulders drooped weakly. It was as if he had used up all his strength just now. At this moment, he couldn't muster up any strength. Xiaoya realized that something was amiss. She immediately stood up and called out to Zhou Xian, "Xianxia, don't stand behind him. Be careful not to crush you." Jiang Zhao rubbed his forehead, his shoulders drooped, and his eyes wandered around. When he saw the sofa, he walked over weakly and sat down. He leaned back, raised his head, and said softly, "Very good. Get someone to appraise it." Zhou Qian was so frightened by Jiang Zhao that she didn't say a word. It was as if she had lost the ability to speak. Even though Xiaoya had been through a lot, she turned around to support Ouyang. "Let me help you over to the sofa. The ambulance will be here soon." Ouyang clutched his stomach and stared at Xiaoya with hatred. "You will all suffer retribution." Xiaoya didn't argue. "Yes, you're right. We will all suffer retribution. Don't get agitated." Jiang Zhao sat on the sofa without saying a word. He just leaned back with his head tilted up and his eyes closed. He seemed to be resting and ignored everyone. Yi Er didn't dare to leave. Xiaoya and Zhou Qian took Ouyang to the hospital. Ouyang had a dilation and was transferred to the ward. Xiaoya gave the doctor a red packet and took the embryo sac. She also bribed the doctor to keep it and get the DNA report done. Zhou Qian didn't understand. "Sis, if this embryo sac has nothing to do with Jiang Zhao, then if this woman sues Jiang Zhao, will Jiang Zhao's responsibility be lighter?" In Zhou Qian's eyes, this was a legal society. Jiang Zhao's actions were already considered intentional harm. He used violence to cause a pregnant woman to miscarry. This was no longer a simple dispute as simple as a slap to the face. Xiaoya thought about the people coming and going, the women going in and out of the surgeries, and she felt a little emotional. Women did not know how to protect themselves. It was the biggest mistake to have a child with a man who did not love them. After getting pregnant, they came to be a prostitute and scolded the man for being irresponsible. Had they reflected on themselves and realized that they did not love themselves enough? Wouldn't Ouyang be even more foolish? "Sis. Zhou Xian looked at Xiaoya, who was in a daze, and called out again. Xian, remember this. When you have a boyfriend in the future, the first thing you need to do is not to learn how to love him, but to learn how to prevent pregnancy. Sis, you're so annoying. Zhou Xian didn't have a boyfriend yet. When Xiaoya said this, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. A powerful novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 651. Xiaoya held Zhou Qian's hand. Her own hand was not as warm as Zhou Qian's and was very cold. She patted her sister's hand and said with some concern, Qian, I'm not joking. There are too many uncertainties in this society. If you meet a man you like and sleep with him, even if you change boyfriends every year, break up, fall in love, sleep with him again, break up with him again, it's not that you don't love yourself. But if you're so stupid that you don't know how to use contraceptives and frequently enter the operating room, then you really don't love yourself. The simplest thing in human society is to make babies. When a man and a woman get together, it's an instinct to reproduce. It's a dream for a woman to use a child to tie a man down. Having children isn't a big deal. Do you understand? Zhou Qian knew that Xiaoya was serious and also knew that she was doing it for her own good. She nodded obediently and said, Sis, what's the point of keeping the embryo sac? Xiaoya said, I'm worried that if the embryo sac goes missing, Xianxia will be bitten by the Ouyang. If that happens, Yi Er will be in big trouble. This Ouyang is really something. She's not Xiao's child and yet she dares to anger Yi Er so righteously. She's obviously trying to anger Yi Er to death. Why would Xiao touch her? Xiao is a good person. He definitely wouldn't do anything to hurt Yi Er. Zhou Qian couldn't help but feel indignant. Are you so sure that Xiao didn't touch the Ouyang? Xiaoya smiled faintly. Then aren't you killing Xiao by keeping the embryo sac? If Xiao touched the Ouyang, would he still be like that? Zhou Qian got angrier as she spoke. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Xiaoya patted Zhou Qian's back. That's why I told you that women need to know how to use contraceptives. Can't you see it today? Zhou Qian was confused. See what? Let's not talk about whether what Xiao said outside the door to defend himself was true. The Ouyang's appearance and encounter proves one thing. What's the outcome? Xiaoya took a deep breath. It proves that even if the child in Ouyang's belly is Xiao's, Xiao won't want it. Zhou Qian was still wondering why the child was Xiao's. Xiaoya smiled and said, there are many ways to test for DNA. You're in the media industry, so you're familiar with many fields. Even if the child hasn't been born, we can still draw the amniotic fluid. There's no need for an abortion at all. But Xiao's decisiveness is not just to vent his anger, but because he wants to. At this point, Xiaoya paused and took a deep, trembling breath. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Zhou Qian covered her mouth and exclaimed, oh my God. But sister, Xiao said that if the child is his, we will ask Ouyang to sue him. What should we do? It means that even if Xiao goes to jail, he won't be with Ouyang over a child. Do you understand? Zhou Qian was extremely anxious. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what should we do if Ouyang sues him. That's why I bribed the doctor to change the test results if necessary. Sister. How could you do such a thing? Don't worry, I'm 98% sure that the child isn't Xiao's. But Xiao is being too cruel by doing this for the sake of that 2% uncertainty. Xiaoya looked at the wall opposite her. Zhou Qian, don't ever provoke a man like Xiao in the future. He's too cruel and vicious. Zhou Qian seemed to understand some of it and tried to comprehend it for a while. When she couldn't understand, she looked at Xiaoya quietly. The two of them sat in a row outside the corridor filled with strong antiseptic. Zhou Xian felt that Xiaoyu was very sad today. The two of them snuggled together and sat on a stool outside Ouyangyan's ward. A series of hurried footsteps could be heard. The two of them turned their heads to take a look. There was no one in High City that they didn't know. Ouyangxing was being supported by someone as he hurriedly walked in their direction. Yi Er accompanied Zhang Zhao, who was so quiet that he didn't say a word. She was afraid. Ah, Zhao. She called him many times, but he didn't respond. After a while, his thin lips finally parted and he said, "I'm so tired." Then he sighed again. "I'm so tired." The man's sitting posture didn't change. His eyes didn't open, and his eyelashes were closed and trembling slightly. Yi Er squatted on the floor and rested her elbows on the floor. She rested her head on Zhang Zhao's lap and rested her head on his forearm. Hearing Zhang Zhao say that he was tired, her heart felt like it was being twisted. She really wanted him to speak so that he wouldn't suffocate. However, the few words that came out of his mouth were like a blunt knife. It was so painful that she couldn't feel good. When he said that he was tired, there was a sense of desolation and helplessness in his voice, as if he was an old man past his prime. When he said that he was tired, there was a sense of weariness in his voice, as if he was a depressed youth. He had never shown this side of himself in front of her before. In front of her, he had always been a man who could hold up a home and support both heaven and earth. But now, he seemed like he was about to collapse. He said that he was tired. Yi Er lay on Zhang Zhao's lap and didn't get up. She lay there and felt that the muscles on his legs weren't as hard as before. She could feel his warmth. "Ah, Zhao, let's be good together. No matter what the outcome is, let's be good together, okay?" Zhang Zhao opened his eyes slowly and looked at the ceiling. He reached out and stroked the head on his lap. Now that she was working, she would always tidy up her hair properly and tie it into a small bun on the top of her head. When she wore a black dance training outfit and stretched her body to practice her basic skills, she looked very good. His voice was still the same. It sounded lonely, desolate, powerless, weary, but it also sounded like he was confiding in her. He spoke slowly and paused occasionally. "Yunyi, you're right, after just now. I realized that I wasn't 100% sure either. I know that I was drugged that day. But I also know that there are not only knockout drugs in this world, there are also hallucinogens and many other strange things. Just like many young people who are high, and do many irreversible things after being drugged, they can't remember it the next day. I'm not sure what kind of drug I was drugged with. I only know that I don't have any memory. I know that I can't touch her. My heart is filled with you. How can I touch her when I'm sober? I'm not a man who pounces on women whenever he sees one. But, she's a prosecutor. Even if she's lying, her gaze is so firm that no one can see through her. She's so confident. Yunyi, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure." Yi Er lay on Zhang Zhao's lap, her slender and fair hands clutching onto Zhang Zhao's pants tightly. He said, "My heart is filled with you. How can I touch her when I'm sober? Yunyi, I don't know what else I can say. I finally found out just now that I'm not sure. Maybe I touched her. Although this possibility is very small, when I think of this, I feel that I've let you down. But even if the child is mine, I won't want it. If she sues me and you want to divorce me, I'd rather go to jail than be with her." Zhang Zhao grabbed Yi Er's hand a little forcefully and fiercely. "Yunyi, if I go to jail, I'll let it go for the rest of my life. But you know that even if I caused her to have a miscarriage today, I can't go to jail for the rest of my life. Even if you divorce me." When he paused here, Zhang Zhao closed his eyes again and let out a long breath. "If I come out of jail and find out that you're with another man, I'll kill you and that man." Xianxia closed his eyes and repeated, "I'll kill both of you." He tightened his grip on Ye's hand. Then he opened his fingers and immediately clenched them again and tightened his grip. People love to say that dripping water could wear a stone. What about love? He didn't know when he started to fall in love with her, and he didn't know when she started to fall in love with him. He couldn't tell the time or the place. He only knew that one day, he wanted to have her and only he could have her. No one else could covet her. He even asked her not to look at anyone else. Even if she smiled when she talked about someone else, it would affect his emotions. He only needed to imagine why that person made her smile, and he would feel sour and jealous. It wasn't that he hadn't loved before. At his age, he should have seen through it all. He had always felt that he was a righteous but heartless person. He wouldn't abandon the righteousness that he valued. For example, he could protect the brotherhood between brothers. Even if he knew that he was walking this path because he wanted his family to go further, he was still willing to do so. But when it came to love, he was heartless. If the Ouyang said that he was a beast, he would say that he was a beast. To the Ouyang, he was a beast. But if he didn't do this, he would be a beast to Yi. He had no choice but to choose between the two. He almost never thought of choosing. He was afraid of being tortured. But he had never been a man who was afraid of being tortured. But in the past few months, he had suffered enough. Sometimes, he would even give up and think about what was wrong with him. For a man like him, he could find any kind of woman. What was so good about Yi? He was so thick-skinned to please her. Whatever she wanted to do, he would let her do it. Following a woman's wishes and doing what he liked was his demeanor. Under normal circumstances, he should get something in return. But he didn't get it. He still got her distrust and her unforgiveness. He had done something wrong, and then she confronted him. He couldn't threaten her like before. Your brother, your father, your other people. Then when she heard his threats, she would be like before. She held his arm and said, "Master, you're so nice." He had been working hard to build trust. He wanted to break through. He wanted to go back to the time before that night. He only wanted to remember that she said, "Xianxia, I love you." He didn't need to remember the rest. He didn't need to remember it. He often thought about it. He had missed it for so long. He could make up for it in the future. Although they were living separately, their relationship was becoming more like that of a brother and sister-in-law. They didn't always try to please each other. Their lives were becoming more and more like a normal life. But the news of the Ouyang pregnancy almost interrupted all of his plans and dreams. Yi started to distrust him again. She bit him. Last time, when she caught him, his sister was in bed, she didn't hit him. This time, she bit him and didn't hesitate to make him bleed. He knew that she was desperate, he couldn't imagine how long their marriage could last. Maybe it wouldn't even take 10 days before the world turned upside down. He wasn't stupid. He knew what trouble he was about to cause. Even though the family Ouyang was starting to get tired of dealing with their debts, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Ouyang wasn't a girl from an ordinary family. He was the main person responsible for her miscarriage. He was the perpetrator. But he would rather do that. He didn't want to suffer that kind of torment. He didn't have time to waste with the Ouyang. He knew how smart she was. He also knew that she was best at psychological warfare. He could accompany her in this psychological warfare, but Yi couldn't. Yi didn't have that kind of quality. He could only cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. A thought suddenly arose in his mind. No matter if it was true or not, he had to be 100% sure that the dust would settle. He knew that he couldn't retreat. There was lava in front of him, and behind him was a cliff. He would either burn to death or fall to his death. But he couldn't just stand there and wait until he died of anxiety. Awesome novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 652. He knew that he was not a good person. He had never thought of himself as a good person. In this world of power, money, beauty, and lust washed over his soul every day. He was unable to purify himself, and he was unwilling to be purified. If he did not act ruthlessly, in the future either he or Yi Er would be tortured to death. At this moment, Yi Er was kneeling beside Jiang Zhao. When she heard him speak so viciously, she felt like there were worms gnawing at her heart bit by bit. Starting from the edges, they slowly gnawed at her heart. She wanted to struggle and escape, but her heart was surrounded by worms. Every time she moved, it would itch and hurt even more. Her heart was thumping wildly. After she calmed down, she couldn't help but lower her head and smile. When she raised her head to look at Jiang Zhao again, she reached out and caressed his face. Again and again, she pressed her fingertips against his jaw and massaged it. His beard was shaved clean in the morning, but sometimes she liked to see some stubble on his jaw when he woke up in the morning. That proved that they had spent another day together. Then don't go in. If you go in, you can't control me. Can you control me? Jiang Zhao opened his eyes and sat up straight. He lowered his head and was about to fly into a rage when he saw Yi Er's tears suddenly rolling down her cheeks. He saw that her eyes were red, the tip of her nose was red, and there was a trail of snot running down her nose. Her tears flowed for a while, and she sniffled. Then she opened her mouth and exhaled. When she exhaled, her lips were trembling. Actually, it wasn't her lips that were trembling, it was her jaw that was trembling when she opened her mouth. He said leisurely, "You can try." Although her tears were still flowing, she couldn't help but smile. She reached out and slapped Jiang Zhao's thigh a little angrily. Can you be more humane? So many people have been sent to prison, but they're all afraid of wasting their women's youth. They're all asking them to find another man while they're still young. You're really— Jiang Zhao pulled up the hem of Yi Er's sweater. Yi Er thought that Jiang Zhao was going to be a hooligan and was about to scold him for being a shameless jerk when Jiang Zhao covered Yi Er's nose with the hem of the sweater. He wiped the snot off the sweater and put it down. Really, what? Yi Er lowered his head and saw the snot on his clothes. He grimaced in disgust and shouted angrily, "Seriously? But reason. You." Jiang Zhao seemed to be in a better mood. "Yes, I've always been unreasonable. Who told you to beg to marry me? What are you going to do now?" Recalling that he was the one who proposed to her, Yi Er felt a little embarrassed. "I just wanted to put on airs." "What's wrong with that? There's no use pretending to be pretentious. She's still my wife, Jiang Zhao." Ouyang Yan's ward defied the silence written on the corridor. Ouyang Sheng was furious. Go and investigate. Where did the baby come from and how did the miscarriage happen? He only remembered that his granddaughter had called him a while ago and said that she had been admitted to the hospital. After being given anesthetics, she had fallen asleep and he couldn't get anything out of her. Ouyang Sheng was furious and his voice wasn't soft. Xiaoya and Xianxia, who were sitting in the corridor, heard him clearly. Ouyang Yan didn't wake up. Ouyang Sheng heard from the nurse that she and Xianxia had sent Ouyang Yan to the hospital and insisted on detaining her. Xiaoya wasn't anxious. It was good that at least Ouyang Sheng didn't know that his granddaughter was pregnant. He should let Yi Er know about it, regardless of whether it was worth it or not. Actually, Xiaoqian's courage wasn't small, but she wasn't that big either. Although she always made mistakes, she was relatively honest in her studies. She didn't have the bad habits of a child who got into fights, so she felt that it was a big deal that she was detained by Ouyang Sheng. "Sis, what should we do? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that the old man will eat us up?" Losing Zhou Xian and Haiqing isn't a big deal, but what about the disappearance of the famous designer, Xiao? Moreover, isn't this a public hospital where people come and go? Would he dare to stab me in the back in front of everyone? Xiaoya casually brushed her hair behind her ear. Sis, why are you so calm? Zhou Xian realized that her legs were trembling. That old man didn't look like a good person. He looked fierce and fierce. Moreover, wasn't the fourth master of Haiqing very powerful? This was really terrible. Xiaoya burst out laughing. You said it. This is a lawful society. Pfft. Zhou Qian looked at Xiaoya and couldn't help but spit. The men brought by the fourth master were all in black suits. Legend had it that the men in black suits were all from the underworld. The people in the underworld would often ask people to eat bullets. This was how it was portrayed in Hong Kong movies. Moreover, the things that Jiang Zhao did today were not things that people from a lawful society should do. What her sister did was even worse. Giving red packets to the hospital was not allowed, right? Giving money to the doctor to do a private DNA test without the consent of the embryo's owner and without the police's permission was not allowed, right? Also, threatening to change the test results was not allowed, right? She did so many things in a few hours that were not allowed, and she still had the cheek to say that it was a lawful society. Pfft. Zhou Qian spat again. Xiaoya, you've really learned something. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoya folded her arms and leaned back against the wall. She spat and said leisurely, do you have eggs? Zhou Qian almost gritted her teeth. Was this how an older sister should behave? She was so anxious. The emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. Pfft, who was the eunuch? She straightened her body and tilted her chin. I have eggs. Where are they? Here, Zhou Qian pointed at her face. My face, you have eggs, but not your face. Xiaoya chuckled. Then what eggs do I have? You have eggs, get lost. Zhou Qian was petrified. As a member of society with a sense of justice, facing such a cold-blooded person who did not care about worldly affairs, what else could she do but be petrified? After talking for so long, this cold-blooded person refused to say anything. What should she do? She spouted a bunch of eggs. She really had to hand it to her. Sister, if you're so good at ting, why didn't you learn how to be a host? Why did you learn fashion design? Xiaoya was still laughing, but at this moment, her face darkened and her nonsense turned into a scream. Zhou Qian. Why don't you take care of yourself? Why do you care so much about me? Ha! Aren't you embarrassed? Other students with good grades find their own internships. What about you? You got in through the back door. Are you embarrassed? If you want to get in through the back door, then go to me or your boyfriend. You actually went to your friend's husband to get in through the back door. You still have the nerve to say that you have a face. Where is your face? Why didn't I notice it? Ha! Yo, Xiaoya. You've learned something new. Just as the two of them were about to start a war of words, the door to the ward opened. A man in a black suit came out and shouted, "What are you arguing about? You're disturbing the patient's rest." F***CKU. Xiaoya's heart was filled with anger. She stood up and shouted back, "Who's F***king noisy? Is your voice louder or mine?" Zhou Qian realized that something was wrong with Xiaoya and immediately went over to pull her back. Sis, let's stop arguing. Xiaoya pushed Zhou Qian away. Are you a coward? Can't you tell who's pulling who in a fight? You're pulling me because you want me to get beaten up, aren't you? The originally quiet corridor of the hospital became louder and louder. It was so loud that Ouyangxing stood at the door and glared at Xiaoya. My granddaughter hasn't woken up yet. Be quiet. Xiaoya liked to dress enchanting and sexy. The weather in the middle of February was not too cold. She wore a tight short skirt and a woolen coat. Her high heels were on her feet, and the woolen coat was open. Her figure was wrapped in a protruding front and back. Her appearance was originally cold and elegant. At this time, her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and she was leaning. She looked a little cold. She slanted her body and sneered contemptuously. Her face was too enchanting and beautiful. What a joke. How much do I earn in a day to stay here and wait for your granddaughter to wake up? It's good enough that I didn't ask you to pay for my losses. You said that we should ask her clearly when she wakes up. Then we can leave. I'm just making some noise to wake her up faster. What? She doesn't know how to be grateful when she wakes up faster. Xiaoya's words were indeed quite harsh and aggressive. It wasn't that she hadn't done business with the family Ouyang before. Ouyang Hai and his wife, Ni Jun's, dresses were all made by her. It wasn't that she didn't want to make money peacefully, but she felt that it was bad luck to sit here and wait for Ouyang Yan to wake up. Moreover, Ouyang Xing's face was really annoying. Perhaps she hated the mistress who interfered in her friend's marriage, so she hated Ouyang Xing as well. Ouyang Xing had been proud and arrogant all his life. Who among the younger generation in Haiqing didn't call him fourth master? Even though Jiang Zhao didn't call him fourth master anymore, he still had to call him fourth master hypocritically or mockingly. But this woman, a woman who sold clothes, dared to challenge him like this. Was she tired of living? Her words and tone were full of provocation. Xiaoya looked at Ouyang Xing's changes. An old man could actually look so healthy. She heard that Ouyang Xing was 70 years old, but he didn't look like that at all. His face was flushed red and full of murderous intent. Xiaoya held her breath and looked at Ouyang Xing with a provocative gaze. Xia Qian's heart was in her throat. She really hadn't seen much of the world. She had a heavy heart and instinctively retreated when she felt danger. This was human nature. There wasn't anything wrong with it. She just felt that Ouyang Xing wasn't easy to get along with and that she should stay away from him and not offend him. Sis, let's go sit for a while. Sit for what? My butt is going to grow calluses from sitting. Forget it, let's go. Xiaoya turned around and grabbed Xia Qian's hand. The sound of her high heels was crisp, loud, and arrogant. Ouyang Xing pointed at Xiaoya's back. Rebel. Get her back. I'd like to see if she dares to walk out of this floor without my permission today. Xiaoya didn't stop walking. She held Xia Qian's hand tightly and said in a low voice, Qian, let me tell you, we have to go. If Ouyang Yan wakes up and tells us what happened today, we're done for. You've seen how Ouyang Xing is. We can't afford to offend him. Xia Qian broke out in cold sweat. Sis, I'm scared. Don't worry, I'm here. The man in the black suit walked quickly and quickly caught up with Xiaoya and Xia Qian. He turned around in front of them and raised his arm to block their way. Xiaoya asked calmly, what do you want? Illegal detention. Miss Qiu, don't make things difficult for us. Xiaoya touched her face and pretended to be sad. She looked up at the corner to see if there were any cameras. She then looked around and snorted with a smile. You guys are so funny. This is a public hospital. There are so many people coming and going. There are so many witnesses, doctors, nurses, and surveillance cameras. Are you going to use force on me in broad daylight? Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 653. Miss Qiu, we're just asking you to go back. When Miss Sun wakes up, she'll naturally be able to leave. Xiaoya naturally understood that Ouyang Xing wasn't going to reason with her, then let my sister go. Xianxia was shocked and her heart was filled with fear. No, sis, I'll stay here with you. What are you doing here? Is there meat to eat? Does the disinfectant smell good? Xiaoya glared at Xianxia. Jiang Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. When he stood up, he lifted Yi Er. You were the one who unbuttoned my shirt. Button it up for me. Yi Er tugged at Jiang Zhao's collar again. Let me see if you need to dress your wound. Jiang Zhao pushed Yi Er's hand away and buttoned up his own shirt. He smiled. It's fine. I'll go to the hospital to get a rabies vaccine later. Yi Er's lips twitched. This guy really held a grudge. She had scolded him the last time and now he was returning the favor. Okay. Go get it. Get it done. Jiang Zhao buttoned up his shirt and stretched his neck. When he moved his shoulders, it really did hurt. He looked at the woman's red eyes and reached out to flick her brow. Rabies vaccines are very expensive. Do you think it's easy to earn your husband's money? I wake up early and work late every day. I have to endure the anger of my boss and worry about my subordinates messing around. I have to live in fear just to earn a little salary. You're actually asking me to waste my money on vaccinations. Do you even know how to run a household? Yi Er hissed in pain, but she still covered her brow and smiled at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao, you're so bad. You're always teasing me. If I didn't tease you, who would I tease? If she wasn't my wife, I wouldn't even bother teasing her. I wouldn't even bother wasting my breath talking to her. You don't know what's good for you. Yi Er knew that if they were to talk nonsense, there was no way she would be able to out-talk Jiang Zhao. Just as she was about to admit defeat and call a truce, Jiang Zhao reached out and grabbed the back of her head. With a gentle tug, he brought her in front of him. On her forehead, he pressed his lips forcefully against hers with his unique warmth. I'll go to the hospital to have a look. It's not right to leave Xiaoya and Xiaoqian there. I think Ouyangxing is also there now. I'll go with you. Don't go. Ouyang Yan is injured now. Ouyangxing must be very angry. It's not good to have another target if you go. I'll calm down when you're not here. To Yi Er's relief, after that incident, Jiang Zhao never called Ouyang Yan Yun. She really shouldn't have gone. With her around, he was always impulsive. I'm not going. You go. When Yi Er said this, her voice was calm and there was a hint of a smile on her face. When she reached out to stroke the collar of Jiang Zhao's suit, it was soft and gentle. It was as if she was steadily stroking his heart. Jiang Zhao suddenly realized that Yi Er had grown up. She had grown up all of a sudden. Just as Jiang Zhao's car drove into the public hospital, a flashy silver Bugatti also drove into the hospital. At that time, the ambulance was in a hurry and he didn't think of asking Yi Er to call a private hospital. However, Zhuang Yichen drove his own car over. He probably heard the news halfway and rushed over without even changing his car. It seemed like he was a little late. Zhuang Yichen sat in the car. Li Yong, who was in his 40s, had just parked the car. He turned his head and said, "Young master, I'll go up. You should wait in the car." Zhuang Yichen rubbed his chin and was a little annoyed. "Let's go up together. I don't believe that Ouyangxing really dares to detain people." Li Yong was a little worried. "Young master, it's better if you don't show up. If word gets out, it won't be good. Moreover, this is a public hospital. There are so many people coming and going. It's too eye-catching." At this moment, Zhuang Yichen's phone rang. Jiang Zhao's calm voice came from the phone. "Yichen, you go back first. I'll go up." Zhuang Yichen's jaw dropped. "Brother Zhao, Ouyangxing is not someone to be trifled with. I don't care about anything else. Qiu Xiaoya is now my woman. Today's incident was because of your family. I want a guarantee from you. How could Jiang Zhao not hear Zhuang Yichen's dissatisfaction? At this time, he was not in the mood to bargain with Zhuang Yichen. As a man, he had to take responsibility. Moreover, Zhuang Yichen was telling the truth. Today's incident was because of his family. It was all thanks to Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian. Otherwise, it would have been a pot of rotten porridge. Zhuang Yichen should be responsible for the entire incident. Okay, I promise she'll be fine. I'll wait downstairs for a while. If she doesn't come down in 20 minutes, I'll go up. Zhuang Yichen took a deep breath and said calmly, I'll wait for your news. I'm hanging up. Jiang Zhao turned off the engine and hung up the phone. He opened the door and got out of the car. The man in the black suit refused to let Zhou Xian go first. Xiaoya was in a deadlock with the man. Even though the inpatient area was quiet and Ouyangxing was famous, it still attracted the attention of some curious people. Jiang Zhao got out of the elevator and stood at the door. He stretched his back and walked towards Ouyangyan's room in the inpatient area. When Xiao Qian saw Jiang Zhao, she hugged Xiaoya's arm in surprise. She didn't care whether they were in the inpatient area or not. She screamed excitedly, Sister, Jiang Zhao is here. Xiaoya only glanced at him and was slightly disappointed. Ouyangxing, who was sitting beside Ouyangyan's bed, heard Xiao Qian's screams and stood up immediately. Ouyangxing walked quickly to the door and stretched his neck to take a peek. He saw Jiang Zhao greeting his men, so he went over. Sir. Although Jiang Zhao had done something to hurt Ouyangyan, he did not have the slightest intention of pleasing Ouyangxing. The way he addressed Ouyangxing was very stiff. Ouyangxing always felt unhappy when Jiang Zhao addressed him as Sir. He said sarcastically, Mayor Jiang, when you address me as Sir, you are picking up the bad habits of the underworld. It's all right. It's just a form of address. Jiang Zhao stopped exchanging pleasantries with Ouyangxing. I was present at the scene today. At that time, I had to appease her, so I asked Miss Qiu and the others to send the Ouyangxing inspectors over. I'm done with my work now, so I came over to replace them. Ouyangxing was unhappy with Jiang Zhao's disrespect. He looked at Qiu and Xiaoya. You can only leave after Yanyan wakes up. Jiang Zhao was good at dealing with people. It was just like what he had told Yi Er. When Yi Er was not around, he would be calmer. He had to think of the bigger picture, and when he confronts someone, he will know when to stop. Unknowingly, Yi Er had become his weakness. Dong Xiaobing smiled. Since you think Miss Qiu is better here, I will leave first. Ouyangxing knew when to step down. If Jiang Zhao wanted to leave, it would not be as easy as detaining a young girl. Since this matter was related to Jiang Zhao, it would be better for Jiang Zhao to stay here than for Xiaoya. You can leave now. Xiaoya only said thank you to Jiang Zhao and left with Xia Qian in her high heels. Ouyangxing turned around and led the way. When they reached Ouyangyan's ward, he asked the staff to close the door. What happened? You have to wait until Jianan wakes up before asking. If not, you will find my one-sided story boring. Jiang Zhao pulled out a stool and sat down. He took out his phone and sent a message. She is downstairs. Did you see her? Thank you. When Jiang Zhao saw this message, he couldn't help but laugh. Zhuang Yichen had all the morals that a person should have. When they were together, what they liked the most was an equal exchange where they didn't owe each other anything. The words, thank you, sounded very strange. Ouyangxing knew that ever since that night at the family Ouyang's house, Jiang Zhao had always treated him like this. Jiang Zhao's attitude was known to Qin Rongfang, but Qin Rongfang did not care. This kind of junior did not even know how to respect his elders. How could he be young and promising? Xianxia, don't think that I can't teach you a lesson. Xianxia looked up and stared blankly at Ouyangxing for a while. Then, he suddenly laughed. I have been very sick recently. I need to be treated. Ouyangxing was speechless. Xiaoya went downstairs. The ambulance had not arrived yet. She pulled Xian and was about to call a taxi when she saw a familiar silver light at the exit of the parking lot. Bugatti. Zhuang Yichen's car. It was not that she had sharp eyes, but Zhuang Yichen did not need to be restrained like Jiang Zhao. He was not frugal when it came to things. His car was the same. Rich young men in Haiqing liked to buy limited edition cars to show off their wealth. Xiaoya often said that Zhuang Yichen liked to show off. He obviously wanted to show off, but he insisted that he was low-key. If he really wanted to keep a low profile, he should learn from Jiang Zhao and park a 4 to 5 million yuan sports car in a garage. Occasionally, he would drive the car assigned to him. For personal matters, he would drive a black Audi A8 that cost about 2 million yuan. He should not care about the color, the model, the style, and what was popular. However, when did Zhuang Yichen pay attention to these things? Although he said he wanted to keep a low profile, when he spent money and bought things, he was like Qin Fian. He was as high profile as he could be. That's right, the woman kept a low profile. She had never gone out with him for a proper meal. That was only for her. Every time she held a press conference, he would insist on bringing a woman to support her. It was as if he was afraid that she did not know about his taste and charm. Xiaoya stomped her foot. She was angry. She had to find a man and get married. I don't want to fool around with him anymore. Zhuang Yichen, who was sitting in the car, had a ruthless look on his face. He leaned his head back and pressed his forehead. Uncle Li, turn off Qiu Xiaoya's custom-made products. Let her have some debts. Young master. Li Yong was so shocked that he almost stepped on the brakes. He thought he had heard wrongly. Zhuang Yichen could be said to be brought up by him. He had never taken advantage of a woman, let alone treat her unfairly. How could he take back what he had given out? He must have heard wrongly. Really? She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She thinks that just because she has some ability, she can offend anyone and is not afraid of anyone. She is too complacent and does not know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. This is not good for her. She must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she might even lose her life like today. This lesson should be enough for her to reflect on. But isn't everything fine now? She came out unscathed. If it was someone else, no one would dare to speak to Zhuang Yichen like this. But this person was Li Yong. He was someone whom Zhuang Yichen respected. So, it was not strange for him to explain patiently. That's because Jiang Zhao had gone, and I also know about it. So, she should be fine today. Otherwise, with Ouyangxing's arrogant and conceited character, how can he not teach his enemy a lesson when he knows about it? If that's the case, Ouyangxing will also close down her shop. She might not have any debts, but it's hard to say if she will be hurt. Li Yong immediately understood. I will get it done. Thank you for your hard work. Yier was worried. Although she was calm when Jiang Zhao left, she thought about him going to the hospital and Ouyang Yan losing her child. What will happen? Jiang Zhao said that Ouyangxing should have gone to the hospital. Would his father-in-law whip him again this time? Beauty novel, Hongcha 866.